Today we are going to see. What if Bella chose Damon and became a villain? So let's get started. So empty, can't feel no more. As I'm left with my tears on the floor. I wait for my heart to mend. But you keep tearing a hole. Inside, I'm so lost. In the middle of my heart. It's a battlefield of love. I've been fighting for too long. And now I'm shattered. From the chip in my heart. Kept taking it till it broke. Oh how it hurts. Felt it slipped from your hand, hit the ground and now it's shattered. I'm so shattered. Can't believe it was me, I'm so shattered. So shattered. Can't believe, you and me. Ah, so shattered. Can't believe, you left me, I'm so shattered. I'm shattered, cut from within inside. Oh. What am I still here for? Could it be that I'm just waiting? Hoping you'd rescue me. And put the pieces together again. Tell me what you're really here for. If you never really loved me. I gave my all but it still wasn't enough. You took my emotions. And scattered them on the ground. So hard to just pick up. And move on with life, again. Can't believe, you left me, ah. Bella Pav. Bells, you got everything. Charlie asked from outside as he threw the last couple of boxes into the U-Haul. Yes Dad. I double-checked. We've got everything. I said as I took one last look at my room. So many memories in this room. Memories that I desperately wanted to get rid of. I wanted to be in a room that didn't make my stomach turn every time I walked in. A room where I could just be, and not remember him. Him. I missed him deeply. My soul aches for him every day. He broke me. He led me on. And I believed him. This is why, when Charlie told me he had gotten a job offer in Virginia, I had supported him and told him to take it. I needed a place to start fresh. And now we were ready to leave. Everything was packed and we were staring new. As I went out the door I took one last look at my room and closed the door. Charlie was already in his car. I got in my old truck and turned the engine on. We were headed over to La Push first. We had to say goodbye to Billy and Jake, and also, I was leaving my truck there with them. There was no way this truck was making it across the country. I loved it, but I had to let go of it. When we pulled into the reservation, Jake and Billy were waiting for us outside their house. I parked the truck and opened the door. Just as I was going to climb out, Jake took me into his arms and gave me a tight hug. I'm gonna miss you, hun, he said. I won't be gone forever, Jake, I will be back. I told him, even though I never wanted to return to this place. Now, could you please put me down? I can't breathe. He chuckled and did as I said. Charlie said his goodbyes to Billy and I handed Jake the keys to the truck. Take care of it. Promise me. I told him. I'll try, although I can't promise it'll still be standing here when you come back. He said. Respect the truck, Jake, respect it. I told him laughing. Bye Bells, Jake said. See ya later, Jake. You'll come visit, right? Of course. Once things have settled around here, and we've finished tying that loose end we have running around, I'll come and visit you. I promise. He told me, looking at me with that you know what I'm talking about look. Tell the guys I came over to say goodbye. Give them my love, I said as I hugged him one last time. I got into Charlie's car. And Jake held the door open. Will do. Now, stay out of trouble, will ya? He said, leaning on the door. I'll try, I said. He closed the door and we drove away. I glanced out the window when we pulled out of La Push. And through the trees I could see a pack of wolves running alongside our car. I gave them a little wave and a small nod, hoping Charlie wouldn't notice. The trip to Virginia was going to be long. Charlie had planned a couple of stops along the way, saying this would be a father-daughter trip, like the ones we took when I was little. We would get there in 2 weeks. Mystic Falls, Virginia. That's where we were moving. I really hope there's nothing really mystic about that town. I don't think I could handle any more paranormal creatures. And knowing me, danger magnet Bella, I wouldn't be surprised if I attracted any. After a long 2-week drive, we finally arrived to Mystic Falls. The town had an old vibe about it. It dated back to the 1800s. Many of the town's buildings had that classic look about them. So far, I liked it. We pulled into the driveway of the house Charlie had purchased for us. Charlie had come here for his job interview a few weeks ago. And after he had asked me what I thought about moving to Mystic Falls, and having said that I liked the idea, he went ahead and looked for a house. The house he got was somewhat different. And to what I would have suspected him to go for. I got out of the car and just stared at it. He stood next to me with his hands on his waist. So, what do you think? He asked, looking at me with nervous eyes. It's yellow, I said, looking at it with disbelief. I always took Charlie for a white, blue, or gray kind of guy. Clearly I was wrong. He looked at me and then looked to the ground before looking at me again with concern. I thought maybe you needed some sunshine in your life. We're starting over, Elle thought. Hell, let's put some color in our lives. And the realtor said the color made it feel homey. He mumbled and shrugged. I smiled at him and said, I think it's great, Dad, really. He smiled and gestured me to go inside. I'll be in a minute. You go ahead, I want to stretch my legs a bit. I told him, okay, I'll wait for you inside, he said as he entered the house. I had to admit I liked it. It was a bit bigger than our old house in Forks. It was 2 stories high. It had a nice porch. Our house in Forks didn't have one. The banisters were white, and it was just very homey looking. Charlie had done a good job. It made me feel kind of amazed that he thought about that sunshine and color thing. It was cute. Charlie was never comfortable showing his emotions, but this little detail showed how much he cared that I was happy. As I stared at our new house, a car pulled over and parked in the house across the street. A girl, with long brown hair, climbed out. She looked at me and waved. I waved back. As I did this, she crossed the street and gave me her hand. Hi, I'm Elena, she said, shaking my hand. Bella, I said, trying to form some kind of friendly smile. I'm pretty sure it came out all awkward. So you're the new neighbor? She said. Yep, that would be me. I said, putting my hands in my pockets. Where are you from? She asked, smiling. I'm from Phoenix, but we moved here from Forks, Washington, I explained. She nodded and then smiled while she said, I really don't know where that is, but I hope you like it here. Whatever you need, I'm across the street. If you need directions, the name of the best places to eat, or even if you need a ride to school, just come over. Thanks. That's really nice of you, I said. Don't worry about it. I have to go and I'll let you settle in. I'll see you around, she said and turned around to walk back to her house. Suddenly she turned again, as if she had forgotten something, and said, just a word of advice, be careful with who you invite into your house. This is a pretty safe neighborhood, but you can never be too safe. Thanks. I'm pretty sure I got it covered. My dad is actually the new sheriff, I said. Elena smiled and went home. As I walked inside, I noticed how spacious the place was. Charlie came downstairs and asked me who was I talking to. I told him I had met the neighbor. He told me that we were going to be okay here. He went outside and started unloading the truck. I went upstairs and started looking for my room. I found it and liked what I saw. It was a little bigger than the one back in Forks. I loved the fact that I had a window seat, and that I could read sitting there with actual light coming in. I had big closet, which I knew I was never going to be able to fill. I turned around looking at the rest of the room. I saw another door and wondered what was behind it. As I opened it, I couldn't believe my eyes. Charlie was really trying to make me happy. You like your bathroom? Charlie asked, leaning in the doorway. I looked at him and nodded, putting my hands in the back pockets of my jeans. I love it, Dad, thanks. I figured you need your privacy, for all your girl things, he said uncomfortably. I smiled and said, let's get the rest of the stuff out of the truck. I headed over to him and walked out the door. 2.5 hours later, we had unloaded all the boxes and furniture out of the truck and were busy trying to organize the place as the doorbell rang. I went to open the door and saw Elena standing there with another girl. She was older than Elena, but not old enough to be her mother. Hi, I said. Hey Bella, this is my Aunt Jenna, we figure you guys have been busy unpacking and stuff, so we brought you something to eat, Elena said, handing over a basket with snacks. Wow, thank you, you really didn't have to, I said to them. Don't worry about it, what are neighbors for? Jenna said. Bells, who's at the door? Charlie asked from the kitchen. Oh, I'm sorry, come in, I'll introduce you to my dad, I said, opening the door so that they could walk in. Dad, could you come out here? We've got visitors, I yelled. Elena and Jenna came in as Charlie walked out of the kitchen and walked over to where we were standing. Charlie Swan, nice to meet you, he said, shaking their hands. I'm Jenna, this is Elena, my niece, we live across the street. We are missing one member of our family, Jeremy, Elena's brother. He's not home right now, but I'm sure you'll meet him later. We brought you guys some snacks, she said, pointing at the basket they had given me. That's really nice of you, Charlie said, and then added, I'm so sorry we don't have anywhere for you to sit. We're still unpacking. Do you want a beer or a soda? He asked Jenna. Don't worry about it, we're okay, Jenna said, and then looked at me. So Bella, you're starting school on Monday. Yeah, I said, pulling my hair behind my ear. What grade are you starting? Jenna asked. I'm a senior, I answered. Oh, that's great, I'm a senior too. I'll show you around and I'll introduce you to everyone. You don't have to worry about anything, I've got you covered. Elena said. Crap, I'm supposed to like this, I think. But I get this Alice vibe from this girl that I can't shake off. I do not want to be the center of attention again. I hate being stared at. I don't like it. It'll be last year all over again. Bella, the shiny new toy. Thanks, I answered. Elena and Jenna stayed over for a little while. Jenna had to go, but Elena offered to stay and help me unpack my stuff. Even though I told her it wasn't necessary, she stayed. I was putting my books on the bookcase and she asked me the question I knew I was going to get asked, and that I really wasn't looking forward to answer. So, Bella, do you leave a boyfriend back in Forks? No, he actually left me, I answered in my head. I shook the answer off and just answered the only way I knew how. Nope, I shook my head and continued putting the books on the shelf. Oh, come on, I'm sure you left a few guys hanging head over feet with you. You're really pretty, she said. My stomach turned, and I felt tears coming to my eyes. I blinked a few times trying to shake them away. Pretty. She thought I was pretty. I was insignificant, boring, awkward, and fragile little human. I was so insignificant that he wasn't interested in me. He left, saying that he would find another distraction. A distraction. That's what he said. I was so pathetic that he would be able to forget about me just like that. In an instant I tried to regain composure and just said again. Nope. I tried to change the subject to her and ask. Her the only question that popped into my head. Do you have a boyfriend? She looked at me and nodded as she continued to take stuff out of the boxes. His name is Stefan, he's a really nice guy. He's been there for me through things I couldn't even start to describe, she said. That's great, that you have someone that's there for you. I have a friend who's been there for me, but it's nothing like that, nothing romantic. He's like my little brother, I said. I'm sure you'll find someone here, Elena said. No way, I'm not looking for a boyfriend, not now, and I think probably never again. I said. Never again. So there was someone, Elena said, looking at me with curious eyes. I don't want to talk about it. It's too soon. Maybe later, some other time, but not right now. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to pry. Elena said, apologizing. That's okay. I get it, I said. We spent the next few minutes in silence. She helped me unpacking the rest of the boxes and went home. We agreed we would meet tomorrow, and she would help me picking out paint colors for my bedroom. Elena seemed like a nice girl. I hope we could be friends. I really need someone to call a friend. I need a life. I need to take my mind off of him, and live a little. As I opened my eyes the next morning, I stared at the ceiling for a while, took a deep breath and sat on my bed. I took a look around my room. There was still stuff to unpack, empty boxes were laying everywhere, and the room was a mess. I never really considered how much junk I had. I stared out the window. It was sunny. Light was actually coming into my room. I stood up and walked towards the window to open it. I let the light morning breeze hit my face. This is good. This has to be good, I said to myself. Last night, before I went to sleep, I wondered if Alice had seen us move here. I wondered if she ever saw me cry myself to sleep every single night after they left. I wondered if they missed me as much as I missed them. Then I realized that they had never even said goodbye to me. So how much could I have meant to them? Was I so insignificant? Had I made such little impact on their lives? I considered them my family, you see. I thought I belonged with them. I had already made up my mind, and I was willing to give up my humanity to stay with them forever, to stay with him forever. But nothing is forever. I've learned that the hard way. I miss Alice, the only person I have ever called my best friend and meant it. I miss Emmett, his booming laugh and contagious personality. I miss Esme, with her caring embrace. But most of all I miss him. I never really thought I deserved him. Why on earth would this gorgeous, godlike man ever set his eyes on me? I do not know. I never thought I was good enough. As always, being careful with what I said or how I acted. I didn't want to look naive. I didn't want to look like a stupid silly girl that knew nothing about the world. Then I realized how stupid I must have looked. Pretending to be someone I was not. Letting them shape me into what they wanted from me. Starting with Alice, always wanting to make me her life-sized Barbie doll. Then there was Edward, and his possessive and overbearing personality. I hated the way he made me feel weak. Like I was going to break all the time. I hated the fact that Alice always knew what I was going to do or say. It was like I had no choice. They always knew what I did. God, how I want to be invisible to them. I need to move on with my life, and accept the fact that they are gone. They are gone, and they are never ever coming back for me. I wished that Alice couldn't see me. I wished she never knew we left Forks. I wished that they didn't know where I was so that they would not be able to judge me. I decided. I was going to be bold and throw all my promises to him out the window. Obedient Bella would no longer rule my life. I would make my own choices, and live this life I had been given, this one and only life I was given. He would no longer be the voice of my consciousness. I would not think of what he would think of my decisions. I was the owner of my life. He had no say in this. As I drifted to I repeated the same phrase over and over. They cannot see me, I am invisible. The funny thing is I actually believed it, and today, looking out this window, on this sunny day, I knew it was true. I was invisible. I had to be. I took a quick shower and went downstairs to make Charlie some breakfast. He was still asleep. I fixed him some eggs and toast, squeezed a few fresh oranges and left it for him to heat up when he got up. I ate my cereal and left him a note on the counter. Went shopping for some supplies for my room. Be back before lunch. I went out the door and crossed the street as I walked over to Alina's house. I rang the doorbell and a guy, who I assumed was Jeremy, Alina's brother, opened it. Hi, I'm Bella. I just moved across the street, I said as I pointed to my house. He nodded and said, Hi, I'm Jeremy. Elena is getting ready, come on in and wait for her inside. He opened the door and let me in. I'll go get her for you. Please sit, he gestured towards the sofa. In the living room and then went upstairs to get Elena. I sat in the living room and I waited for Elena to come downstairs. They had a nice house. The living room wall was covered with a bunch of family pictures. Elena's parents had died last year, she told me this last night. They looked really happy in the photos. Charlie and I didn't have many pictures together, I would have to get some and put them up. The doorbell rang and Jeremy went to get it. A girl with wavy hair came in, and kissed him. I guess that's his girlfriend. He took her hand and they walked into the living room and Jeremy introduced us. Anna, this is Bella, our new neighbor, she just moved across the street, he said. Bella, this is Anna, my girlfriend. I extended my hand to greet her and she shook it, with a concerned look in her eyes. She was a little cold. But definitely not the coldest hand I had ever touched. Hi, I'm Anna. I'm sure you're going to love it here. I just moved back here myself, and there's truly no place like home. She was nice, but at the same time I think she was a little weird. Maybe I was being too straightforward. Or maybe she didn't like to be touched. I don't know, but she had a NGE reaction when I extended my hand to her. Like she didn't expect me to do that. Hey Bella, I'm so sorry I took so long to get ready. I see you've met Anna, Elena said as she came down the stairs. No, don't worry. I haven't been here that long. I told her, then I added, are you guys coming with us? I asked looking at Jeremy and Anna. Jeremy chuckled and then said, I don't think so. We're going out but not with you guys. Good luck on your shopping trip, he said as he opened the door for him and Anna. It was nice meeting you Bella, Anna said as she walked out the door. We should get going too. We have tons of work to do today, Elena said, and like that we got out of the house and jumped into her car. While we were driving to the store, we talked a bit. It was a beautiful Saturday morning and I wondered why she wasn't spending time with her boyfriend. Elena, I really hope I'm not interrupting your time with Stefan. I really don't want to get in the way if you would rather go out with him today. I said. Don't be silly. Stefan's busy today, She was quiet for a while and then added, he's out of town. I need some girl time and Bonnie, my best friend, well, we had a bit of a falling out. So lately I've been hanging out with Stefan and his brother a lot. I haven't been around others in a while, and I really need to feel normal. I get it. Sometimes you lose yourself in your relationship. And spend every single moment with him. You tend to spend way too much time with his family and less time with your friends. Then, when they are not around, you realize how much you have missed. Like hanging out with your friends, and you are left alone. I said, looking out the window. I hadn't even noticed I was telling her all that. Yeah, I know what you mean. You forget that there are other people in your life. Things just start happening one after the other, and when you realize it, too much time has gone by and you've completely ignored the people you used to call your friends. Elena said, nodding while she looked at me. Yeah, I said, looking at her with disbelief. This conversation came up suddenly and we hit a discovery, a profound one. I had never really noticed how much I had given of myself to the Cullens. I practically didn't have any friends after they left, and I secluded myself from everyone. This was never happening again. This was a promise I was making to myself. Elena looked at me, as if she wanted to say something, but changed her mind. She threw me a small smile and said, I think we're going to get along well, Bella. I haven't shared that with anyone. You get it, thanks. I smiled back and leaned my head on the passenger's seat. Once we arrived to the store, we got a shopping cart and started filling it with everything we needed. When we stopped in the paint aisle, I stood there for a while, trying to decide what color to paint my room. Should my room stay white and plain? Should I go for color? White, blue, red, brown, pink. No, not pink. Gray. I decided to go for color. I wanted something that said, I'm alive. I went for lime green. Are you sure about that color? You don't seem like a bright green sort of girl, Elena said while looking at me with a confused look on her face. Exactly, I said, smiling, and threw another can of paint into the cart. Just as I was straightening up, I saw a guy coming over to us. He was wearing all black, black jeans, black shirt, black leather jacket. He had piercing blue eyes. He was beautiful. He had a bad boy look all over him. He came over with his smug attitude. For some strange reason I thought I had seen him somewhere else. I just couldn't place him. But his face seemed familiar. Well, what have we here? Aren't you going to introduce us, Elena? He asked. Elena rolled her eyes, and said, Bella, this is Damon. Damon, this is Bella, my new neighbor. For some reason I didn't want to shake his hand, so I just gave him a small smile and said hi. Damon is Stefan's brother, Elena explained. Damon was looking me over, up and down. That was it. This guy was creepy. He looked a little pale, but his cheeks were flushed. Which was weird. So, what are you girls shopping for? He said while taking a peek into the cart and grabbing a can of paint. I noticed he was wearing a ring. It was a blue ring with some sort of crest in it. It reminded me of the Cullens. They all wore an item that had their crest on it. The ring looked pretty old. It was very interesting. Ooh, Extreme Makeover Home Edition. Damon said while looking at the can. I'm helping Bella with her room. Elena said, taking the can away from him. Is Stefan back yet? She asked him. Nope. He answered, emphasizing on the P. Tell him to call me when he gets back, please. She told him as she pushed the cart away and told me with her eyes to keep moving. Ouch. Why are you so mean to me? Damon said. Bye, Damon. Elena said as she waved goodbye with her back to him. Sorry about that, he can be an ass. Elena told me. Don't worry about it. For what I can tell, no one can control that one. I said. We went to the register and paid for my stuff. We spent the whole morning and most part of the afternoon working on our project for the day, decorating my room. I appreciated the fact that without even knowing me, or asking, Elena decided to spend so much time with me, helping me out with getting settled in. She had welcomed me without even asking me the most basic questions. She knew there were some things I wasn't ready to share and she didn't push me to say anything. It was as if she appreciated the silence. The fact that this was a blank page. At least, I felt it was like that. I felt like there was an unspoken bond between us, that neither of us knew what I was. But we both felt we had more in common than we ever thought imaginable. We were both quiet for long periods of time, but the silence wasn't awkward at all. It actually felt okay. Around 3 Elena's phone rang. It was Stefan. "Hey," Elena answered. "How did it go?" she asked. There was a short pause and then she said, "Oh, God, Damon cannot keep his mouth shut, can he?" "Yeah, she just moved here from Washington, no, not the city, the state. I'm helping her out." Quote, "Damon, the creepy beautiful stranger, was talking about me. Oh God, here we go again. I do not want this kind of attention." I pretended to be busy sorting out own stuff from the bags we brought from the store while Elena kept on talking with Stefan. "Yes, she said as she put the paintbrush into the bucket of water. "Maybe we could do something tonight, I'll introduce you to her. That way on Monday she'll already know a few people before going to school. It would be better that way, wouldn't it?" There was a silence as she turned and looked at me and inclined her head. Like she was asking me if I was okay with that. I thought about it for a moment. A part of me wanted to stay home, but this other part of me said, "What the hell, let's just go with it." I was supposed to start over. And this new me would never say no to anything unless it went against my principles, of course, or if it was something really, really stupid. I shrugged and nodded. I was going out with Stefan and Elena tonight. She said yes. "What are we doing then?" Elena asked Stefan as she turned around and walked towards the bathroom. I guess Stefan was suggesting things to her and then she said, "That sounds like fun, it's simple and private. We'll see you tonight then. Love ya, bye." She hung up the phone and looked over at me. "We're not going out anywhere crowded, we're inviting you over to dinner. We'll all cook. Do you think that's okay?" "I figured you're not a girl that craves all the attention," Elena said. "Actually, that's perfect. It sounds like a good idea. I enjoy cooking. I'm the one that cooks around here. If it weren't for me, Charlie would eat out all the time," I told her. "Great, let's finish up here. Let's move the bed over to its place and put on the new comforter you bought. Then we can rest for a little while, shower, and then head over to my house." She said. "Okay, let's do it," I answered, getting up and heading over to the bed. On 3, 1, 2, 3. We lifted the bed with all the strength we could, and pushed the bed up against the wall, centered in the room. After putting on the comforter, Elena left to get some rest and get ready for tonight. We agreed I'd come over around 7. I went upstairs again after saying goodbye to her on the door and jumped into my bed. I liked how it turned out. The lime-colored walls made the room look bright, and the contrast between the color of the dark wooden bed frame and the bright green comforter made everything stand out. Elena had insisted on buying 2 vases to put flowers in, and at the end of the day I was glad I had listened to her. It made the room look alive. The wall above the wooden drawer looked a bit empty, and I decided to hang up some pictures. I went over to my closet and took out a box I had buried in the back. As I opened it, I took out the scrapbook Charlie and Renee had given me for my birthday. I turned the first couple of pages and stopped at the one that was missing a photo. I ran my fingers over the place where the picture Charlie took of Edward and me used to be. A silent, single tear ran down my face and I turned the page over. There was a picture of Angela, Mike, Eric, Jessica and me. I looked happy. This was a before picture, definitely a before picture. I had lost some weight after they left. Next to this one there was a photo of Jake and I as little kids. I decided I was going to put them both up on the wall and took them out of the scrapbook. I remember Charlie and I took a picture I liked while we were driving across country last week and decided to print that one and put it up on the wall too. I put the photos in the picture frames and hung them on the wall. This place actually felt like mine. It reflected what I wanted to feel like inside. I was done moping and crying. I jumped into my bed and closed my eyes for a minute, and next thing I knew, I was taking a nap. I woke up again, a little after 6, and hurried into the shower to get ready. I threw on a simple t-shirt, and some skinny jeans. I slipped on a bracelet that Charlie had given me a few days ago after making a quick stop on the road. As I was putting it on, I noticed the moon-shaped scar on my arm. I hated that scar. It was the only constant reminder of him. This scar meant I didn't imagine what had happened. This scar was proof that they did exist. And it could never be, as if they never existed, stupid sparkling vampire. I grabbed the first sweater I found in the closet, the long-sleeved red on. It was a little tight, which I didn't really mind. I applied a little makeup and went downstairs. Dad, I'm going over to Alina's, I said as I came downstairs. He looked at me with surprised eyes and said, okay, sure. I won't be long, we're just having dinner. I told him, go, have fun. I'll order a pizza or something. He said, pushing me out the door. Okay, bye Dad. He waited till I had crossed the street to close the door. I knew he was looking through the window. I could see him standing behind the curtain. I waved at him and he quickly disappeared. I laughed. Charlie could be very funny at times. I was just going across the street and he felt like he had to watch me all the time, like a car would run me over going at 5 miles an hour. I knocked on Alina's door and it was quickly opened. To my surprise, Damon was standing on the other side. Why hello gorgeous, he said leaning on the door. Hi, I answered. Looking inside, wondering if Elena was around. This was awkward. He kept looking straight into my eyes and I couldn't help feeling intimidated by the intensity of his stare. I thought it was only going to be Elena, Stefan and me. I guess I was wrong. I really do hope they're not trying to hook me up with this guy. Gorgeous as he might be, he had trouble, danger and heartbreaker written all over him. Don't you look enchanting this evening, red looks good on you. He said looking at my sweater. Thanks. I answered shrugging my shoulders. Thankfully Elena came to the rescue. She appeared behind him with an, I'm so sorry look on her face. Bella, you're here. Come on in, what are you doing standing outside? It's chilly, she said as she took my hand and dragged me inside, opening her eyes widely. I obediently followed her into the living room. There sitting on the couch was a guy, who I quickly assumed was Stefan. He stood up and offered to shake my hand, and I did. Hi Bella, I'm Stefan. It is a pleasure meeting you. He said smiling. Hi, same here, I said. Damon walked into the living room and sat on the couch. He patted the space next to him and said, sit, and tell us all about yourself. I looked at Elena, who just rolled her eyes and nodded, so I decided to go with it. I sat next to Damon and just looked from him to Stefan, to Elena. How have you liked the town? Stefan asked. I haven't seen much of it, but as far as I can tell it's really nice, it seems peaceful, I answered. Damon chuckled. And instantly Stefan shot him a look. Okay, these two have issues, I can tell that. Where did you say you used to live? Damon asked. Actually, I didn't, I answered looking straight at him. I grew up in Phoenix, but I moved to Forks a year ago. My dad got a job offer here so we moved here. I explained. What is Forks? Damon asked, raising an eyebrow. It's a small town, a few hours away from Seattle. I explained. Yeesh, I hate Seattle. Damon said, making a face, and then added, it's too rainy and depressing. I prefer being able to walk with the sun in my face. Don't you agree, little brother? He looked at Stefan, who just answered by saying, I prefer the sunshine too, although Washington has some beautiful forests, plenty of wildlife. Damon rolled his eyes and stretched his arm on the couch, right behind my shoulders. I sat up straight, removing my back from the sofa, and leaned a little bit forward, while I rested my elbows on my thighs. Elena smirked. Bella, do you want something to drink? She asked me. Sure, I answered. She looked at Stefan and he said, no love, I'm okay, thank you. I'm absolutely parched, Damon said mischievously. I'll help you get the drinks. I said standing up. There was no way she was leaving me alone with these two. We walked into the kitchen and while Elena washed a few glasses, she looked at me and said, I'm sorry about Damon. He can be very straightforward, and irritatingly flirty. Don't pay attention to him, he's like that with all girls. I didn't know he was coming. Stefan said he just tagged along and couldn't shake him off. She closed the water faucet and went to the fridge. She got a bottle of Coke out and poured it into each glass. We went back into the living room, and I sat down again next to Damon, who had decided to occupy most of the space of the couch, leaving me a small place to sit in. This guy was definitely a player. Jeremy and Anna came downstairs hand in hand. Stefan turned around to say hi. Damon just sat there staring at Anna, like he was mad at her. I could tell she was uncomfortable. Are you guys hungry? We're cooking in a little while, do you want to join us? Elena asked. Jeremy looked back at Anna, and she shook her head no. I'm taking her home, Jeremy said and waved goodbye as he opened the door and walked out with Anna. So Bella, do I Oh, you know what you want to do after graduation? It is only a few months away, Stefan asked. Not really, I said, shaking my head. A few months ago my parents gave me a camera, and over the past couple of months I've taken some interest in photography, but I'm not really sure if that's what I want. I said while playing with the hem of my sweater, and then I added. I'm thinking about taking a year off. Till I really know what I want to do. Maybe I'll travel a bit. A year off is actually a very sane decision, I agree with that. You can find out what you want to do and get to know yourself a little better. Stefan said, agreeing with me. I took a sip of my Coke as Damon asked Elena. Elena, what do you want to do? Have you given some time to think about that? He raised an eyebrow and stared at her. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it that much. Up until a few months ago I wanted to be a writer, but right now I'm not really sure. I'm taking my time, there's no rush. She answered and laid her head on Stefan's shoulder. I have an idea, maybe, you two should spend a year traveling together, Damon said. I looked at Elena and she looked at me, we both laughed a little. It's pretty soon to be making those decisions now, isn't it? I said. Elena nodded. Poor girl, she just got here and you're already defining her life plans for the next year. It was just a suggestion, Damon said, shrugging. Should we start cooking? Elena asked. What are we making? I asked. I was thinking something simple, like pasta, Elena said. In that case, we're cooking, Stefan said, pointing at Damon and him. Damon leaned over and whispered into my ear, we're Italian, you see. I turned around and said, okay, that's cool, I guess. I didn't really think it was that big of a deal. If he thought that by saying he was Italian he was going to make me go for him, he was clearly mistaken. My last boyfriend was a vampire, for Pete's sake. There was no competing with that, well. Unless he was like a werewolf or something, or a wizard if that even existed, or another supernatural being. Anything's possible at this point. I'll even believe aliens exist. He looked intently at me and then said, you think that is great, you like it, you love it. I looked at him and wrinkled my forehead, this guy was a piece of work. A little part of me was mad, how dare he tell me what I like and don't like. I just met him like 5 minutes ago. No one was going to tell me what to do anymore. I chuckled and while I nodded my head I said, actually I don't care, and I stood up from the couch and turned to look at a confused Stefan and a smiling Elena. Damon was still sitting down while Elena and I got into the kitchen. I glanced over my shoulder to see both Stefan and Damon staring intently at me, with worried looks on their faces. Stefan and Damon were staring at me. They started whispering really fast, and in a really low tone. I just saw that their lips were moving, and I couldn't actually tell what they were saying. They reminded me of them, when they talked amongst themselves and didn't want me to know what it was that they were talking about. I shook the idea out of my head. I had to stop relating everything to them. So, where should we start? I asked, looking at Elena and leaning against the counter. We are making the sauce, Stefan said, walking into the kitchen. Damon was right behind him. Sure, you guys go ahead, we'll help you getting everything ready, Elena told him as Stefan walked over to her and gave her a kiss on the cheek. She went and got all of the ingredients out, and put them on the middle aisle of the kitchen. We all helped cutting up the ingredients. I got stuck with tomatoes. While we were getting everything ready we talked among ourselves. Naturally I was the center of attention, being the new one. They asked me questions about everything. My last school, friends back home, my mom, my childhood in Phoenix, and anything that crossed their minds. Then, while I was chopping my last tomato, Damon had to ask the question I was dreading. So, how come a pretty girl like you doesn't have a boyfriend? Damon asked, why aren't you taken? I was concentrated on my tomatoes when he asked this, and I lost my focus. I applied too much force to the knife as I looked up at him. Next thing I knew my finger stung. I looked down at it, saw it. Blood. They all froze. I got dizzy. My immediate reaction was to be scared. My heart started racing and my hands shaking. Oh God, I'm so sorry, so sorry, I didn't mean to. Damon and Stefan quickly left the kitchen. Elena got a towel and wrapped it around my hand. I started breathing slowly, trying to calm myself down. Breathe in, breathe out. Come on Bella, pull it together. It's okay, let's just get you cleaned up, she said. I was bleeding a lot. We went over to the sink and washed my cut. I felt like I was ready to pass out. Elena, I'm sorry, I said to her, while I closed my eyes tightly. She seemed nervous, and acted quickly while she helped me out. Elena, Stefan said. We looked up. He was standing in the doorway, with a first aid kit in his hands. He gestured that he was going to throw it at her. So she dried her hands with another towel and caught the first aid kit, and just like that he was gone again. Maybe they're both more scared of blood than I am, I thought. After cleaning up, we realized that the cut wasn't that deep, so I wouldn't need stitches. Thank God it wasn't worse. I couldn't believe it, 2 days here and I would already have to go to the hospital to get bandaged up. Elena sat me down on a stool so that I could regain my composure. Just when I had stopped bleeding, she grabbed bleach from under the sink, poured it over the counter and cleaned up the mess I had made. She threw the bloody towel in the trash can and took it outside. Whoa. Holy flashback. Carlisle offered me his hand and helped me up from the table. I followed him out into the main room. Esme had come back. She was mopping the floor where I'd fallen, with straight bleach from the smell of it. Esme, let me do that. I could feel that my face was bright red again. I'm already done. She smiled up at me. How do you feel? Bella, are you okay? How do you feel? Stefan asked me. I felt sick. I rested my cheek against the cool table and looked outside the window. Elena was outside, putting the trash can down. She had matches, and then I saw her lighting the trash can on fire. What the fuck? You're okay now? You've stopped bleeding? Stefan asked as he came over to me with Damon. I raised my head slowly and looked at them. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that, I answered, a little flustered and confused. I grabbed my hand and looked back at them. You guys are more creeped out by blood than I am, I guess. And that's saying something, considering I was just about to faint, I said. Why would you assume it creeps us out? Damon asked, his arms crossed across his chest. Well, you fled the room. I answered him. We were trying to find the first aid kit, Damon said, and then added, blood isn't creepy, not at all. He had a smug look on his face. Okay, so that makes me the only coward in the room then, I said in between small chuckles. You get sick at the sight of blood? Damon asked, a little amused. I nodded. Yeah, at the sight or at the smell of it, I corrected him. He was smiling, like he found it funny. You can't smell blood, he said. Yes, I can. It smells like rust, copper and salt, I said with a look of disgust. It wasn't that bad, now was it? Just a small amount, Stefan said, rubbing my back. Would you like some water? He asked me. Yes, please, I said. So let me get this straight, blood makes you sick, no matter the amount. Even if it is as small as a paper cut? Damon asked, one hand on the counter while he leaned closer to me. Paper cuts can be deadly, the words came out of my mouth automatically, without thinking. They slipped out of my mouth, like word vomit. Damon laughed. Who has ever died because of a paper cut? Did you almost die because of a silly paper cut once or what? I took a deep breath and put my head on the table again. I feel sick, I said, while closing my eyes, my heart pounding, tears threatening to come out any minute. I breathed in and out repeatedly, trying to calm down. You need to eat. Why don't you and Elena stay here? Sitting down, while Damon and I finish preparing our meal, Stefan said. Elena walked into the kitchen again, and sat next to me while Damon and Stefan worked on the pasta. Elena and I talked with each other while they cooked. Occasionally, Stefan and Damon would get into an argument over how to prepare our meal. Counterclockwise, Damon would say. Then, Stefan would reply, no, it's clockwise. I remember. No, you don't, Signore Mancini did not prepare it like that, Damon said, taking the spoon away from Stefan's hand. Fine, have it your way, enlighten me Damon, please do, Stefan said. And came to the kitchen table and sat with us. You should probably get the table ready, Damon said looking back at us. Elena and I stood up. She went over to the cabinet where they kept the dishes and took 4 of them out. Stefan got the glasses, and while they went to set their things on the table I was shown where the silverware was. It was in the drawer that was in front of where Damon was standing. I walked over to him. Could you excuse me please? I asked, pointing to the drawer. He had the wooden spoon to his mouth and was tasting the sauce. From where I was standing it smelled really good. He turned around, not leaving his current position, still blocking the drawer I needed to get to. and put the spoon in front of my face. "Taste it," he said, determination in his eyes. "We're almost done setting the table, I'll wait till it's served," I answered him smiling, looking straight into his eyes. He would not intimidate me with those blue piercing eyes of his. "I insist, taste it," he said again. This time I noticed that his pupils dilated when he told me to taste the sauce. I wrinkled my forehead and put my hands on my waist. "I don't want to, I'll taste it when it's served. I don't want to ruin it," I said looking back at him. He narrowed his eyes and took a sip off the spoon. He said, while licking his lips, "Don't you want to have the honors?" "It's pretty tasty if you ask me." He wiggled his eyebrows and put the spoon back in front of me. "Taste it and I'll move." This guy wouldn't take no for an answer. "All right then, let me taste it," I said, accepting defeat, and throwing a hand in the air. He came closer to me, and softly put the spoon to my lips. I took a sip from it. The sauce was mind-blowing. It was delicious. I had never tasted a more delicious sauce in my life. I had to get the recipe and make it for Charlie. "Oh my God, this is really good," I said, taking the spoon from his hand and going to the pot for some more. "I know," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "How did you guys make this? It is unbelievable," I asked while taking a sip from the spoon. "Family recipe, can't give out the secret," he said dryly. He then moved away from the drawer and took the spoon from my hand. Talk about mood swings, 1 minute he's flirty and the next he's back to being snooty. I shook my head, opened the drawer and got the silverware we needed. When we were all sitting down at the table, we each served our portion of pasta and ate in silence. "This is so good," Elena said. Stefan looked up and smiled. "Of course it is, I made it," Damon said. "We made it," Stefan corrected. "Whatever, I finished it," Damon said. "You both did a great job." "Thank you," I said. "So Bella, your dad is the new chief of police?" Damon asked. "Yeah, he is. Apparently you guys are dealing with loads of animal attacks, and he's had some experience there." "Among other things, I guess," I said, nodding. Damon looked over at Stefan, and then asked another question. "What kind of animal attacks were there back in Forks?" He asked, shook his fork while saying it. Mountain lions, I think," I said, trying to remember what Cha RLIE had told me about the supposed animal attacks, when I knew that what they really were, vampires feeding on humans and killing them in the process. "Any casualties?" Stefan asked. "A few," I said, nodding. "Did they catch the animal?" Elena asked. "Yep," I said, and took another bite. In reality, I wanted to say, "No, they didn't catch it, they didn't catch them. They were vampires, and they came after me and my vampire boyfriend and his vampire family killed one of them, another one was killed by my best friend, who's a werewolf by the way, and the other one is still running around somewhere." I smiled and asked, "Are you guys having constant animal attacks here?" "For a while we did, but not anymore," Damon said, and then added, "It has already been taken care of." "So they found the animal?" I asked. Damon said while eating his pasta. "And the attacks have stopped?" I asked. Damon said. "What was it?" I asked. "Mountain lion," said Stefan. "If they caught it, then why is my dad here?" I asked. "The old sheriff, he was attacked too," Elena said. "Oh," I said. Just as I started to worry about Charlie, Stefan interrupted my trail of thoughts. "You don't have to worry about your dad, it's all over." I nodded and smiled. "Sure, I know that." We finished our meal and helped Elena with the dishes. "Thanks for inviting me over, it really means a lot to me." "You didn't have to do any of this," I told them. "No, why are you thanking us? We had fun," Elena said. "I'm really sorry about the knife incident," I apologized. "Why do you keep apologizing for that? It could happen to anyone, don't be silly," Elena said. "The food was great," I said, looking at Stefan and Damon. "I want that recipe," I said, and smiled looking at Damon. "Dream on. You're never getting it," Damon said. I looked over at Stefan, who just winked at me. I was so getting that recipe. Stefan seemed like a nice guy. Damon, I wasn't really sure. They walked me over to the door, and we said our goodbyes. As I crossed the street, I turned around and noticed that they were still standing there, with the door open, waiting for me to get home. I waved to them and went up the steps of the front door. I opened it, and went inside. It was a little past 11 feet and Charlie had passed out on the couch. I found a blanket in one of the boxes and covered him with it. I took my boots off, and quietly made my way upstairs. Once I was in my room, I went into the bathroom and changed into my PJs. I washed my face and stared at myself in the mirror. I'm going to be fine, I said to myself. That wasn't so bad now, was it? I looked at my bandaged fingers and shrugged. It could have been worse. I turned the lights off and climbed into bed. I turned to my right side and did what I always did before falling asleep. I made a wall with my pillows, so that I could pretend that I wasn't sleeping alone. Just as my eyes were closing, I looked out the window, and on the branch of the tree that was just outside there was a big black crow staring back at me. I stared at it and it stared back. It didn't take its eyes off of me. I blinked and continued staring at it. It did not move. Should I be scared? Most people consider crows to be a bad omen. They think of crows as a symbol of death. A few months back, I had read somewhere that in many cultures, it was considered that crows were the keepers of knowledge, because nothing escaped their keen sight. So as this crow stared at me, I wondered, how much did it know? Did it know me? Did it know that I kept a secret within me that I could not share with anyone, because no one would ever understand? Did it know that I felt as if someone had drained the color out of my life? How much did it see when it stared at me from outside my window? Did it see how sad I was? How my soul had been shattered into a million little pieces? A single tear slid down my eye and slowly made its way across my cheek, hitting the pillow I was hugging tightly. I remembered the article clearly. It described how crows were known to build false nests way up high in treetops, only to confuse their predators and use the height of their nests to watch everything that was going on around them. They are adaptable to any type of environment, and can survive in any situation. Their caws have different meanings. They are very wise and mischievous. But the part of the article that stuck with me was this one. It said that if a crow flew into your life, you should get out of your familiar nest, open your eyes and look beyond your present range of vision, listen to its caw and act accordingly. As I remembered this, I wiped the salty trail the tear had left on my cheek. And looking at the crow, just like I had been doing for the past few minutes, my eyes never leaving his and his never leaving mine. Our looks locked on each other. I decided I would embrace the last part of that article. I would leave my familiar nest. I would open my eyes and look beyond my present range of vision. I would listen to this crow's caw and act accordingly. This was a promise I was making to myself, and unlike any other promise I had ever made, I intended to keep it, no matter what. Nest, vision, caw. Those were the 3 words I repeated in my head over and over before drifting to sleep. I spent Sunday in with Charlie fixing up the house. We had a bunch of stuff still left to unpack. I cleaned up the house while he took care of a few things that needed fixing and that needed to be stored up in the attic. By the time the day ended, we had pretty much taken care of everything. We ordered a pizza and sat on the living room couch watching some movie on the flat screen. The doorbell rang and Charlie answered the door. "Hi Elena," Charlie said, "how are you?" "I'm doing great, Mr. Swan," Elena answered. "Mr. Swan, seriously." "Mr. Swan was my father, call me Charlie, please," he insisted in between chuckles. "Okay, sure," Elena said, and then asked, "Is Bella around?" "Yeah, let me get her for you." "Come in," Charlie said, gesturing her to come inside. I stood from the couch and wiped my hands on a napkin. "Hey Elena," I said to her. "Hey Bella," she answered while coming into the living room. "Do you want a piece?" I asked her, pointing at the pizza. She shook her head no and said, "No, that's okay, I just ate." "Are you sure?" I asked. "Yep, I actually came by to offer you a ride to school tomorrow. I know that it's your first day and it'll be awkward. I thought maybe you would want some company through it all." "Wow, thanks. That would be really great," I said, nodding my head. "What time should I come over?" I asked. "I leave at 7:30, so you could come over right around that time," Elena answered. "Okay, I'll come over around 7:30 then," I told her. "I'll see you tomorrow then," Elena said with a smile, backing away to the door again. I went with her and showed her out. I closed the door and went back to the living room. I sat on the couch next to Charlie. He had his mouth full with a pizza and said, "I like Elena, she's a very nice girl." I nodded and grabbed another piece of pizza. After finishing our meal, I threw the box into the trash and cleaned up the living room before saying goodnight to Charlie and heading upstairs for bed. I changed into my white tank top and pajama shorts and jumped into bed. Once again I made my wall of pillows and rested my head there. I closed my eyes, and then I heard it. A caw. I opened my eyes and saw the crow from last night sitting there on my window. "Hey, you're back," I said quietly to the crow. It stared at me. "I'm not scared of you, you know. So you can stop staring now," I told it. "Night," I said to him as a yawn escaped my mouth. I was definitely going crazy. I was talking to a crow. I turned over and gave my back to him. I decided it was a him. If he came back tomorrow I'd have to give him a name. I closed my eyes and started repeating in my head the phrases I had been repeating for a few nights now. I am invisible, they cannot see me. Nest, vision, caw. Caw. I opened my eyes again and turned over. The crow had jumped from the tree to my window. Please don't start tapping on it, I thought. Hey, Mr. Crow, I have to sleep. I've got school in the morning, and it's my first day here. I really need to get some rest. Tomorrow is going to be hard already and I don't want to be sleepy. I told him while I sat up. Now, could you please fly away? I asked him. The crow turned its head to the side and jumped back to the tree. You can stay there then, but don't come tapping on my window. Good night. I laid down again and covered my head with my blanket. Note to self, tell Charlie in the morning that I had to get some curtains, ASAP. The next morning, I woke up and ran into the bathroom to take my shower. I took my time, I was feeling a little nervous. After all, this was the second time I was starting a new school in a year, and in the middle of the semester. What made it worse was that I was a senior. The only thing that relaxed me a bit was that this time I would actually know someone. I finished my shower and stood in front of the mirror in my towel, my hand. I wiped the steam from the mirror and looked at myself. I didn't look as sad as I had in the past few months. I was feeling comfortable with myself. I wanted to look nice. I did not want people taking pity on me. I wouldn't the heartbroken Bella that went back to school last fall. People would not look at me with sad eyes. They would not think, there goes the girl that was left by her boyfriend. No, not this time. I grabbed my brush and plugged in my hair dryer. I blow dried my hair, and decided to wear a little bit of makeup. Just a little powder, blush, and a thin line of eyeliner. I didn't want to overdo it. Once I was done I checked myself out and I didn't look half bad. I chuckled and said, "You finally rubbed off on me, Alice. Only this time, I'm not doing it for you, I'm doing this for me." I slipped into a pair of skinny jeans, a white top that had a small gray detail on the border, and an open blue cardigan. I decided that until I was comfortable here, and until I had completely gotten over them, I didn't want to see my scar every day. Since it was still a little chilly out, I would wear long sleeves. I went downstairs, and found Charlie making breakfast. He was nervous. I could tell. "Morning, Dad," I said as I came into the kitchen. "Good morning, Bella," he said as he took his eyes off of the pan and looked at me. He was a little shocked when he saw me. "You look good, kiddo," he said smiling. "Thanks, Dad. Do you need some help with that?" I asked walking towards him. "I'm already done. Grab some plates, will ya?" he told me. He had made some slightly crispy pancakes, from scratch. Yep. Charlie was nervous. He never cooked, and when he did, he always had something on his mind. I grabbed some plates and set them on the kitchen table. I grabbed tea. He juiced that was in the fridge and poured it into 2 cups. Charlie served our pancakes and then we both sat down to eat our breakfast. He was quiet, as usual, his forehead was wrinkled, I could tell he was thinking. "You're going to do great, Dad," I told him. He looked at me and smiled. "So are you, Bella, so are you." He answered nodding, and then added, "You should finish up. It's almost 7:30. And you probably don't want to make Elena wait." I took the plates to the sink and looked at my watch. I was running a little late. "Don't worry about the plates, I'll take care of them," Charlie told me. I went upstairs, brushed my teeth and grabbed my book bag. I went downstairs again, said goodbye to Charlie and walked out the door. I crossed the street and just as I was going to ring the doorbell, Jeremy opened the door. He started me. "Whoa, hi there," he said as we bumped into each other. "Hi Jeremy, sorry about that, I'm a bit of a klutz," I said, with my hand on my chest. I ran my hand through my head and bit my lip. "It's okay, relax," he said smiling at me. He looked back inside and called out for Elena. Elena. Bella's here, we've got to get moving. I'm coming, Elena said as she ran downstairs. Bye Aunt Jenna, she yelled as she walked out the door. Hi Bella. Good morning. You look really pretty today, she said smiling. The three of us walked over to her car. She opened the driver's seat and said, Bella's riding shotgun, so you go in the back, Jer. He shrugged, opened the door to the backseat, got in and put his iPod on. I jumped in the passenger's seat and looked back at Jeremy smiling. He smiled back. We drove to school quietly. Once we pulled into the school parking lot, Jeremy got out quickly and Elena smiled happily. It's going to be all right Bella, I've got your back. I smiled back and said, thanks. We got out of the car and as soon as we were walking towards the school I felt it. Everyone was staring at me. I breathed in and out, and followed Elena while looking at my feet. Look up, don't look down. Don't let them intimidate you. You look great Bella, Elena whispered. I looked at her, grinned. I am invisible, they cannot see me, I said in my head over and over. Good morning love, Stefan said as he come over to us and gave Elena a kiss on her forehead. He looked at me and gave me a quick smile. Hi Bella, are you nervous? He asked. A bit, I said and let out a sigh. Don't be. Just ignore them, he said putting a hand on my shoulder. He took Elena's hand and the three of us walked into school. They accompanied me to the office to get my schedule. The secretary handed me a map of the school, with a paper slip each of my teachers had to sign. She told me I had to bring it back in at the end of the day. I nodded and told her I would. I knew the routine pretty well, I had done this last year after all. Elena took my schedule from my hands and looked at it with Stefan. This is great, she said smiling, we have most of our classes together. And the ones that we don't you have with Stefan, she said handing me the schedule over. A wave of relief ran through me. We headed to our first class, history, which the three of us had together. We walked into the classroom and I handed the paper slip to the teacher. People hadn't come in yet, the classroom was almost empty. He smiled at me and looked at Elena. Isabella Swan, you're Elena's new neighbor, he said. It's Bella, and yes I live across the street from Elena, I said with a confused look. How did he know that? Alaric, or Mr. Saltzman as we have to call him here, is my Aunt Jenna's boyfriend. Elena explained. He smiled at me. Oh I see, I said, comprehending now why he knew. Sit down, I'm pretty sure Elena will introduce you to everyone, he said pointing to a seat. Elena and Stefan sat next to each other, while I sat on the chair to Elena's right. People started walking into the classroom, they looked at me before going to their seats. APR. Eddie blonde girl walked in and came over to say hello to Elena. Caroline this is Bella, she just moved here, Elena said introducing us. Hi, I'm Bella, I said extending my hand. She took it and shook it. She looked me over, from head to toe. Hi Bella, I'm Caroline. Nice cardigan, she said looking at it. I couldn't really tell if she meant it. I got this Jessica vibe from her. She looked at my hand as she shook it. I love your bracelet, where did you get it? She asked. I got it while I was on the road on the way here. Me dad gave it to me. I said. I was proud of my bracelet, it was pure silver. And had little charms hanging off it. It's pretty, she said. As people walked in, Elena would introduce them to me. I eventually met Caroline, the blonde that reminded me of Jessica, Tyler, the angry-looking jock and Matt. The cute blonde jock that looked like a nice person. Matt was apparently dating that Caroline girl. The morning went by in a blur. I tried to escape the glances of everyone that I bumped into. I managed to trip less than 3 times in between classes. Which was some kind of world record for me. The first time, I tripped entering the math classroom, Stefan quickly grabbed my arm before I could even tell that I was falling. The second time I tripped, we were walking towards the cafeteria for lunch and I was distracted as Elena called our names and I turned around to see her and I slipped. Stefan again took a hold of me and grabbed the books I had in my hands before they came crashing down to the ground. Oh my god Bella, are you okay? Elena asked in between chuckles as she ran to us. I'm okay. I just slipped. It's a very common occurrence for me. I told her as I regained my posture. Stefan smiled. This is the second time today she's almost fallen. Yeah, I'm a klutz that way. I said. Thanks for making sure my face doesn't hit the ground. No problem, I've got quick reflexes. I might as well put them to use, he said shrugging. I'm starving. Let's grab our food and eat outside. It's sunny, Elena said. We went in, we bought our food and took the trays outside. We sat on one of the empty tables and ate our lunch. I was enjoying the sunlight. It had been months since I saw at least 3 days of sun in a row. I liked it here already. I was thinking about this when I hear Elena say, Bonnie, come, I want to introduce you to someone. I turned around and saw a girl with olive skin and emerald green eyes walking towards us. She had a small smile on her face, but I could tell that she didn't really want it there. She was pretending. Her eyes were sad, but at the same time they were angry. Bonnie, this is Bella, she just moved across the street from me. Her dad is the new sheriff, Elena said, and then said, Bella, this is Bonnie, my best friend. I stood from the table and shook her hand. Then out of nowhere, the weirdest thing happened. She stood stock still, her eyes wide open staring at nothing in particular, holding her breath. And then just like that she began breathing normally and her eyes looked at me with bewilderment. She wrinkled her forehead and shook my hand. Hi Bella, I'm Bonnie, she said, a worried look on her face. Hi, it's nice to meet you. Elena has told me so much about you, I said. Bonnie looked at Elena and then gave a cold look to Stefan before looking back at me. I gotta go. It was nice meeting you, she said, and then leaned closer to me and spoke in almost a whisper, take care of yourself. Chills went down my spine. Standing there I watched as she walked away from us. I couldn't help but wonder, what was this girl? What had happened when she grabbed my hand? Why on earth did she have that look that Alice got when she was having a vision? But most importantly, if she had a vision, then what did she see that got her so scared? Why did she warn me? The rest of the day went by pretty slow after the Bonnie encounter. She left me thinking. I caught a few glances between Elena and Stefan throughout the afternoon. They were acting strange, very, very strange. By the time came to go home, I received a phone call from Charlie. He wanted me to come over to the station and pick up the car. He had been given a cruiser so he wouldn't be able to drive his car home. I asked Elena if she could drive me there, since I really didn't know the way to the station. She happily agreed and took me there after school. I got out of the car and thanked her. Just as I was closing the door, she said, Bella, I really hope Bonnie didn't scare you with what she said. She's a little sensitive. It's all right, everything is fine. I nodded and wrinkling my forehead said, yeah, sure. I'm okay. Listen, a few of us are going to the grill a little later. Maybe you should stop by and hang out with us, she said. I don't think I'll be able to make it, but I'll call you if I can, I told her with a smile. Okay, I'll be saving you a seat. Elena said. Sounds good. Thanks again for the ride, I said, and waved goodbye to her as she waved back to me. I walked into the station and quickly found Charlie, who was talking with a few of the deputies. He saw me and gave me a quick smile. Charlie seemed nervous and slightly worried as he came over to me. Hey Bella, how was your day? Make any new friends? He asked. It was all right, I said shrugging, and then added, Elena introduced me to a few people. Everyone was nice. Charlie nodded and stayed quiet. Seeing as he wasn't going to say anything else, and we needed something to break the ice and take his mind off of whatever it was that he was thinking, I said. I only tripped twice today. So that has to mean something. He smiled and said, maybe your luck is changing bells. That's a good sign. I pulled a strand of hair behind my ear and looked at my shoes. Listen Bella, I need you to go home, and take the car with you. We need some groceries, so here's some cash for that. He handed me the keys to the car and money to buy what we needed. Make sure you get home before it's dark out, and when you get home, don't go letting strangers into the house. Don't let anyone in, okay? I'm not 5 Dad, I know I'm not supposed to let anyone in, especially if I don't know them. I said looking at him lifting one of my eyebrows, like saying really Dad? Just, don't invite anyone in, okay? Lock the doors. He put his hands on my shoulders as he said this. It was like he was pleading me to agree with him. Charlie was worried about me. He was worried about my safety. Something was wrong. A man came walking towards us, and put a hand on C. Harley's shoulder and extended the other one for him to shake. Chief Swan, we'll meet tomorrow and talk about more details. It was a pleasure meeting you, the man said, and turned to look at me. Is this your daughter, Isabella? He asked. It's Bella, I said and grinned as I put my hands in my pockets. Bella, this is Mayor Lockwood, Charlie said. I quickly took my hands out of my pockets and extended one to greet him. Hi. It's really nice to meet you, I said. He smiled to me and asked, how was your first day? Was everyone nice to you? I nodded while I ran a hand through my hair. Good, I'm glad. I have to run now. It was nice meeting you, Isabella. Chief Swan, he said with a small nod, and walked away. We watched as he walked out of the station. When I turned to see Charlie again, there was someone else standing next to him. It was Damon. I was confused. What was he doing here? Chief Swan, I'll be contacting you in the next few days, he said, shaking Charlie's hand. I'll be looking forward to your call, Mr. Salvatore, Charlie told him. Hello, Bella, he said to me, smiling. I smiled back to him. Hi, Damon. You two know each other? Charlie asked, pointing to each of us. Yes. Damon is Alina's boyfriend's brother. We met on Saturday, I explained. Oh, so you were there having dinner over at Alina's the day before yesterday, Charlie said. Yes, sir, I was there, Damon said. What was up with him? He was acting odd. Okay, Dad, I'm leaving now, I told Charlie. Bye, Damon, I said as I gave them both a little wave. Call me when you get home, Charlie said. I nodded and got out of the station. I walked over to Charlie's car and opened the door. I threw my backpack and books on the passenger's side and got in. I was starting the engine when someone tapped on my window. It was him. I rolled the window down. Hey Damon, can I help you? I asked. Yes, he said, looking into my eyes. Okay, how can I help you then? I asked. I need to go to Alina's, he said. Okay, he wanted a ride. I'm not going directly home. I have to stop at the store first, I explained as I saw him walking in front of the car and heading over to the other door, on the passenger's side. He opened it and climbed in. I'm not in a hurry, he said, looking forward. This guy had some nerve. I stared at him. I wasn't sure if I should be amused or irritated. He acted so secure, it seemed. As if he didn't care if I thought he was being rude or arrogant. You can drive now, he told me, looking straight ahead to the windshield. I put on my seat belt and looked over at him. You should put your seat belt on, I said to him. He glanced over to me, and sighed. Seriously, you should put your seat belt on. I'm very accident prone. Don't you remember the incident with the knife on Saturday? I asked him. Why, yes. I most certainly do, he said, smiling. You're scared of blood. He added with a smirk. You are not letting that go, are you? I asked him, rolling my eyes and bumping my head on the steering wheel. Nope, he said with a chuckle. I moved my head to the side and looked at him. He was staring right at me again. He was enjoying this. Now, about that question I asked you before you clumsily cut your fingers. Put your seat belt on, I said coldly. I got my head up from the steering wheel and started the engine again. Sensitive subject, he asked, raising an eyebrow. I rolled my eyes. If I put my seat belt, will you answer? Not likely, I told him. He put his seat belt on. Are you happy now? He asked. Yes, I said as I pulled the car out of the station's parking lot and started driving to the store. What were you doing at the police station? I asked him. I was in a meeting, he said, looking directly at me. The guy couldn't stop staring at me. It was very uncomfortable. So do you work with the mayor? I asked. No. For the police office? I asked. No. Do you always give such short answers to everything you are asked? I asked him, a little irritated. No, he said with a smirk. And then interrupted me before I could ask him my next question. My turn, he said, looking mischievously at me. Why did you really leave Forks? He asked. Charlie got a better job offer. I answered. Although that might be true, you wouldn't move away when you were so close to the end of your senior year of high school. He told me. Now, what happened, that you went with it so quickly? This guy was nosy. Why is that so important for you to know? I asked. He shrugged. I dunno, just humor me, he said. He wasn't getting off my back. So I decided to just go with it. And answer as honestly as I could without giving away that much information. I was tired, I told him. Tired? Of what? He asked. Everything, I said and glanced over to him. He didn't believe it. I sighed. I was tired of the town. It was suffocating. I hated the rain, school was boring, my friends they were plain. I surprised myself with the word I picked to describe my friends. Did I really think that way about them? Was I always comparing them to the Cullens? So you expect to find less plain friends here in Mystic Falls. News flash, this town isn't as exciting as you might think. He told me. I'm not really looking for excitement, I just want to start over, I said. Why? Just because, I said, as I pulled into the parking lot of the grocery store. I parked the car and before I was able to ask him if he wanted to wait in the car or come with me into the store, he was already out of the car. I climbed out and started walking with him to the store. I took a shopping cart and pushed it inside. Right about then my phone rang. I took it out of the back pocket of my jeans and looked at the screen. It was Jake. I put the phone to my ear and answered. Hey Jake, I said. Damon looked at me and raised an eyebrow. I just rolled my eyes. Hey Bells, how are you? He asked. I'm okay, how about you? I asked him, while I pushed the cart to the vegetable aisle. Good, I'm good. How is Mystic Falls treating you? Are you and Charlie all settled in? He asked me. Yeah, we're almost done with the place. We still have a few boxes to unpack but most of our things are already out. I started picking out some apples and putting them into a plastic bag. Damon took the bag from my hand and took an apple out of it, and replaced it with another one. I looked at him asking him why he did that. He just turned around and kept walking. I'm glad to hear that Bells, he said. There was noise in the background and I couldn't listen well to him. Where are you Jake? I can't hear you that well, I told him. We're at Sam and Emily's, the guys say hi. Tell them I say hi back. We were quiet for a little while and then I asked him, how are things going? They're going. We haven't made that much of an advance, but we're getting there. Look Bells, we have to go, we have rounds in a few minutes, I just wanted to make sure you were alright, he said. Yeah okay. You go and do your job, we'll talk later, I said. Sure. I miss you, Bella, he said. Me too Jake, me too, I said, and hung up the phone. Damon had placed himself in front of the shopping cart. Is this Jake person your boyfriend? He asked. I snorted and said, no, he is not my boyfriend. He said. Jake's like my little brother, he's my best friend, I told him. He's in love with you. He told me. What? No he's not, I said. Trust me, he is, Damon said. He then quickly changed the subject, pears. He asked as he pointed to them. I nodded and continued picking out whatever it was that we needed. What do you Damon? I asked him. I'm picking out fruit with you, he answered. No, I mean, like, what do you do for a living? I take care of Stefan. But that isn't really a job. I said. We inherited some money. I don't really need to work, he said smugly. Oh, was the only thing I managed to say. This was awkward. We continued shopping. Damon was helping me pick out some tomatoes when I noticed his ring again. That's a very interesting ring you have there, I told him. He looked over at me, intently. It's a family heirloom. It looks really old, I said. That's because it is, he said. How old? I asked with curiosity. Old. I leaned over the stand and asked, does Stefan have one too? Yep. Why? He asked. We walked to the cash register to pay for my stuff. He was pushing the cart. Just wondering, I said shrugging, is that like an European thing? Having jewelry with crests on them? I asked him. Maybe, but not all the time. It depends. If the family name goes back far enough, he explained. That made sense. Carlisle was pretty old, he was born in the 1600s. Why? Do you know other people that wear stuff like this? He asked in a nonchalant manner, lifting his hand and showing me his ring. I sighed and answered under my breath, I used to. You used to? He asked, curiosity in his eyes. Yes, as in I don't anymore, I said. And just like that I knew what was coming. Oh God, here come the waterworks. Breathe Bella, in and out. You will not cry over them. Not again, not anymore. I opened and closed my eyes quickly and repeatedly. Fighting the tears. Please God, don't let him notice. Are you okay? Damon asked. Yes, I'm fine, I said. I started taking some of the items out of the cart and placing them on the counter. So I take it that the X wore an item with a crest on it, Damon said coolly. Me head snapped right up and looked at him. How did he do that? How did he manage to get me talking? I had been able to keep my mouth locked up for months. Not talking about them to anyone, not even mentioning them in a single conversation, and here he comes walking into my life and I start talking to him about them. Am I right? He asked, and stared at me intently. I just looked at him and couldn't say no. Then he just said, I paid for my stuff and got in the car. We drove in silence. Each now and again I caught him glancing at me. I stonily looked to the road straight ahead. I was mad at him. We reached my house and parked the car. I got out and started getting the groceries out of the car. I took them from the car to the front porch, and left them by the door before I went to get the other bags. Damon helped me with the bags. I can help you getting them inside, he offered. I looked back at him and scoffed. I can do it myself, thank you. You can go now, Alina's car is parked so that means she's home, I said. These bags are heavy, let me help you get them inside. He said, grabbing the bags I had in my hands. Let me help you, he said, staring at me, and his pupils did that thing they did the other night. It's fine, I can handle it, I said, looking away. He too. A deep breath and I heard him mutter something but couldn't tell what it was. Fine, he told me. I turned around and looked at him. He wasn't mad, he was furious, and just like that he crossed the street and headed over to Alina's. PMS much. Didn't he get that I didn't want to speak to him? That I had said too much already? I opened the door and took the bags into the kitchen one by one. Once I had sorted out the groceries, I went upstairs and threw my book bag on my bed. I scowled at my bag for a moment before placing my books on the desk and opened the window. I needed some air. I sat on the windowsill, closed my eyes and felt the light breeze caress my face. I am invisible, they cannot see me, I muttered under my breath and sighed. How I desperately wanted to believe that. Caw, I coo. Ickley opened my eyes and standing there on the branch of the tree was the crow. Don't you ever go away? I asked him. He just stared back at me. I looked at tree, wondering where his nest was. If he hung out in this tree so much, its nest must definitely be somewhere around. Caw, what? I looked at it, maybe it was hungry. What do crows eat? I wondered. Well, scarecrows are used in cornfields so they must eat corn. I went downstairs and got some corn. I went back to my room and sat on the windowsill again. I sprinkled some of it on the outside of the windowpane. It looked at the corn and then back at me. Then back at the corn. And back at me. It was as if he was telling me, corn. Is that the best you've got? Corn. Really? You're picky, aren't you? I said, chuckling. He jumped to the pane where I had scattered the corn. Where's your nest, huh? Have you left it? I asked him. I've left my nest too. My very familiar nest. Or should I say, I was kicked out of the nest. Yep. Did you get kicked out of your nest? Did they leave you? Are you all alone? I'm all alone. No one can really understand what it feels like to be abandoned. To be left behind, as if you don't matter. Do you feel that way? Is that why you hang out in my tree? I asked him while extending my hand with some corn on it. I wanted him to eat. He ate a few grains of corn and then he turned his head around and looked at me. I could swear he was smirking. He leaned forward to my hand again and picked another corn, and before I could tell, he had used his beak and bit my bracelet. The next thing I knew he had somehow managed to take it off from my hand and flew away with it. Hey, come back here, I yelled at it. Smart little thief. Great, now what was I going to tell Charlie when he came home? I lost the only piece of jewelry you have ever given me. A crow flew away with it. He'd have me committed. I was laying on my bed, looking up at the ceiling when I heard Charlie's new cruiser pull up. I had been laying here like this for the past 2 hours. Just staring at the ceiling, my mind blank. My feet were up against the headboard while I rested my head on some pillows that I had put at the foot of the bed. I was staring at the wall, looking at the handiwork I had done this afternoon after receiving a package from Renee. After my encounter with the black little thief, the doorbell had rung. Renee had sent me a housewarming gift. When I opened it up I saw what she had sent me. She had framed a quote that couldn't have been more accurate to what I had been thinking of over the past few weeks. It saw, "Id. Cherish yesterday, dream tomorrow, live today." I looked for Charlie's tools and hung the quote above my bed. I laid down on the bed and stared at it for a couple of minutes. For months I had been trying to forget about the Cullens. Forget that I had ever met them, that I had ever felt that they were family. The truth was, and will always be, that I won't ever forget them, and that although he broke my heart, and they left without even saying goodbye, and that I probably never mattered that much to them, they did matter to me. They had made me happy, they had made me smile. They might be gone, they might not be near, and they might be out of my life, but the memories of the time I spent with them are still there. They are not sad memories, they are happy memories. I cherish those memories of the past, of yesterday. And I won't ever forget them, but in order to continue and live the life I want to live, I have to let them go. Otherwise they will follow me around forever, and I'll be unhappy. And I don't want to be unhappy. I want to live my life. I want to be able to dream about what the future might bring to me. What future am I going to build for myself? Before they came into my life, what were my dreams? Did I have any? I stared at the ceiling trying to remember, but nothing came to my mind. Yes, as a kid I had dreamed of being an astronaut, a ballerina and a teacher. But what did I dream of being now? What did I want now? My thoughts came out blank. For the first time in months, my head was blank, and I was at ease. Bella, are you home? Charlie yelled from downstairs, he sounded agitated. I'm up here, I yelled. I heard as he quickly walked up the stairs and knocked on my door. Come in, Dad, it's open, I said to him and turned to my side to see him as he came in. He peeked inside and opened the door. I saw how relief washed through his face as he saw me laying here on my bed. He walked up to me and looked around, he started nodding his head. You've done a good job with your room, Bella. Green, huh? He asked, looking surprised. He was avoiding whatever it was that he wanted to ask. He was jumpy, his were eyes darting everywhere, trying to find something he was not able to see. He rubbed his eyes with his hands, and sighed. He looked really tired. How did it go, Dad? Is everything all right? You look stressed, I pointed out to him. I'm all right. I just had a bunch of information thrown out at me today, I'm trying to process it all, he explained. Would you like some tea? It'll help get you a little more relaxed, I offered. He shook his head no. I'll be okay. How was your trip to the store? He asked. Crowded, I answered. Crowded. Did Elena go with you? He asked. No, not Elena. Damon Salvatore, I answered. Damon Salvatore, huh? He's all right, I guess. Very attentive young man, he said. Attentive. I would say intrusive, nosy, inquisitive and snoopy. I approve of you hanging out with them, Elena and the Salvatores. They seem like nice people, Charlie said. Elena and Stefan are nice, I said, agreeing with him about that part. Damon I wasn't so sure of. I could tell Charlie was trying to tell me something, and that he as searching for the right words to say to me. He finally spoke. Bella, I want you to be extra careful here, especially at night. Don't go wandering into the woods by yourself, or with anyone. Please, please promise me this, he said. Genuine concern in his voice. I have no intent of running into the woods by myself, Dad. I don't really like the woods anymore, I said. He nodded, his brows together, in deep thought. Elena invited me over to the grill tonight, can I go? I asked. Are the Salvatores going to be there? He asked. I guess so, I said shrugging. Why was Charlie so approving of Stefan and Damon? He had just met Damon today, and he's clearly not the best example of trustworthiness. Are they picking you up and dropping you off home? He asked. I don't know, I haven't spoken with Elena yet. I don't know if she already left, I said. Call her, and let me know. Charlie told me. I'm going to grab something to eat, do you want something? Nope, I'm fine, Dad, thank you, I answered. Charlie walked out of my room and I heard as he made his way downstairs and into the kitchen. I grabbed my phone from my bedside table and dialed Elena's number. Elena's phone, said a voice that clearly belonged to Damon. Give my phone back, Damon, I heard Elena say in the background. Hi, Damon, I said. Well, Isabella. Damon replied. I rolled my eyes. Could you please put Elena on the phone? I asked. You, Missy, are very rude, Damon said. Damon, I mean it. Give me my phone back, I could hear Elena say. I'm not rude, you are just very irritating, I said. Wow, where did that come from? I would have never said anything like that to anyone before, no matter how much they got on my nerves, I would have never said that. Ouch, I'm hurt, he said, with a clearly not hurt tone. Yeah, right, I said. Bella, Elena said, finally answering the phone. I'm sorry, Damon's an ass. He also has a pretty strong grip. I know, I said. Listen, are you guys still going to that grill place? I asked. Yeah, we're leaving in 20 minutes, are you coming? She asked. Yeah, I'm coming, I answered. Great, we'll pick you up in 20. Okay, thanks, bye, I said, and I hung up. I went over to my closet and stared at my clothes, wondering what to wear. From what I could tell at school today, these girls liked to dress up. I didn't want to look out of place, and at the same time I didn't want to look like someone I was not. I was going to dress up a bit, but not overdo it. Just a little makeup would do the trick. I picked out a black tank top, and an open long-sleeved gray cardigan. I changed into a dark pair of legging jeans and slipped my black booties on. I went into the bathroom and retouched the makeup I had worn to school this morning. I checked myself out in the mirror. I looked decent, I think. I went downstairs to the kitchen. Charlie was heating his dinner in the microwave. He turned around, and then turned again to his food. After a second he looked over at me again. Surprised, and raised an eyebrow. So you're going out with Elena? Dressed like that? On a Monday? After your first day of school? He asked. Somehow he couldn't believe I was actually doing this. Yes. They're picking me up in 5 minutes, Dad, I said. You look pretty, he said, and then added, make sure you're back before 10:30, okay? And don't come home alone, he said sternly. Yeah, Dad. Don't worry, I'll come back with Elena, I said. A car honked outside and I said goodbye to Charlie. I opened the door and stood out on the porch. Elena's car was parked in front of my house. Stefan was in the passenger's seat, and Damon was in the back. Damon got out of the car and walked towards me. Chief Swan, he said, and looked behind me. Dad was standing by the door. Damon, he said, extending his hand to greet him. Damon took it and shook it. So you're going out with the girls tonight? He asked. Yes, sir, we're just having dinner, meeting with some friends at the grill. No need to worry, he said to Charlie. It is a school night, so I expect Bella to be here at 10:30 at the latest, Charlie said. We will have her back by then, you have my word, Damon said. Keep an eye on her, will you? Charlie asked him, and then added in almost a whisper, Bella tends to attract trouble and bad luck, she's a little clumsy. I assure you, Chief, she will come home intact. Don't worry now, Damon told him and winked. Have fun then, but not too much fun, Charlie said, his hands on his hips. Good night, Chief, Damon said as he turned around, putting a hand on my back and pushing me over to the direction of Elena's car. He opened the door for me and I climbed in. Hey guys, I said as I scooted over and Damon got inside. Hey Bella. Wow, you look really pretty tonight. I love your cardigan, Elena said, looking over at me. Thanks, I said and pulled a strand of hair behind my right ear. Yes, it's true, you look tempting, Damon said, and smirked. I took a deep breath. My cheeks were getting hot. Oh. Dear God. I was blushing. Kill me now, and save me this embarrassment. Damon chuckled and shook his head. Elena started driving and we headed to the grill. The ride was quiet and short. This was after all a small town. We got to the grill and sat at table for 4. I looked around and saw that there wasn't anyone from school there yet. Elena sat next to me. And Stefan and Damon sat across from us. This restaurant per bar was okay, I guess. I had never been to a bar before. Back in Forks I never actually went anywhere. Most of my time I had spent at the Cullens, and after they left I had spent a lot of time down in La Push. I never hung out with my friends from school, so I never frequented this type of place. This grill place had a jukebox, a pool table, a long bar, a huge fireplace and some space to dance. Do you like the place? Elena asked. I turned to the side to answer. Yes, it's all right, I said, nodding. Did you have a place like this back home? She asked. I think we did, I answered, a bit unsure. You think? Damon asked. I really didn't go out that much. I tended to avoid crowds, I explained. What is so different this time? Stefan asked. I don't know, I want to be able to make friends for once. When I moved to Forks I got into a relationship almost immediately and I spent all my time with him and his family. Everything I did revolved around them. When that ended I found that I knew a few people, but I had never worked on any friendships. I think it's time for me to try something new, and make friends, I answered shrugging. Wow, that was a really honest answer I didn't even know I could give. I was surprised that no tears had come to my eyes, and that the knot that I always had in the pit of stomach when I thought about them didn't even tighten like it always did. This was a good sign. I glanced over at Elena, and she was nodding and looking at me like she could relate to what I was saying. Stefan was playing with a napkin and looking down at his fingers. Damon just stared at me. Like he always did. I got a little uncomfortable. I leaned on the table with my arms crossed against my chest. A waiter came to our table and everyone ordered something to eat. I went with a burger. I think it was a safe choice. After the waiter left, I saw Mr. Saltzman walk in. He headed over to the bar and ordered a drink. He looked over to our table and gave us a small nod. Damon then stood up and went up to him. It was just Elena, Stefan and me at the table now. I was more comfortable like this. Damon can be a bit straightforward. I apologize for my brother's attitude. I'm sorry if he has made you uncomfortable in any way. You just tell me if he becomes somewhat of a trouble for you, Stefan said looking into my eyes. Yeah, I've noticed that. He tries to be persuasive and have his way, but I've put my foot down. It takes more than a few stares, and crazy eyes, to get into my head. Thank you for your concern, Stefan. I told him. That whole attitude of his, it's just a mask, I can tell, I added. He's been through some stuff lately, he's just acting out, Stefan said. He gets to you and you just let us know. Elena said seriously. I nodded. We started talking about school, about our classmates and the teachers. Which ones I should look out for, and how to make a few of them like me. When our food got to the table, Damon came back over and sat down. We started eating and ordered something to drink. Stefan, Elena and I went for sodas, while Damon ordered a beer. We were eating in silence when Damon spoke. Damn, they forgot the napkins. He searched for them around the table and then looked at me. Bella, could you be a sweetheart and go over to the bar and ask the bartender for some? I think it's easier if you did that. You are a lot closer and you have access to an exit, while if I were to go and get them, Elena would have to stand up in order for me to get out of this table, I said to him. Lazy ass. He leaned forward to the table and while his eyes never left mine he said, be a sweetheart, please go for some napkins, for me. Then his eyes did that crazy pupil thing again. I rolled my eyes. You're closer, you go. Be a gentleman, and don't make a lady stand, I told him smiling. His face got serious and leaned back in his chair again. He squinted his eyes and looked at me. He acted as if he was suspicious of the way I had answered him. I'll go get the napkins, stay where you are, Bella. I got it, Stefan said, and stood up to get the napkins. Damon drank his beer quickly. And after putting the bottle down on the table said, I'm getting another beer, and he stood up and walked over to the bar to where Stefan was. They exchanged words, and glanced over to our direction. I took another bite out of my burger. Elena suddenly grabbed my arm. Bella, you're getting ketchup on the sleeves of your cardigan, she warned me. Crap, I said as I raised my arm a little from the plate. Here, she said, handing me a Kleenex she took out from her purse. Thanks, I said as I took it and started cleaning up the mess I had made with my sleeves. When I was done, I rolled them up to avoid another mess. I grabbed my burger again and took another bite. Stefan sat back down at the table with the napkins, and placed them at the center for anyone to reach. He looked over at Elena and gave her a little wink. I extended my arm to grab the ketchup. Just about as I was going to grab it, Stefan took my arm and turned it over. He was staring at my scar intently. His eyebrows together in thought. My heart was racing. The last thing I wanted was to be asked how I had gotten this scar. The thought of the physical pain that had caused it made me shiver. The way it had gotten there made the hair on the back of my head stand. He slowly lifted his gaze and met mine. His eyes were worried, scared, and curious. He stared at me for what seemed to be an eternity. I was suddenly aware of everything that was happening around me. Elena was beside me holding her breath, quiet and very still, a little confused by Stefan's sudden reaction to my scar. Damon, who was speaking with Mr. Saltzman at the bar, had stopped talking, and even without looking over at him, I knew he was looking over at us, paying close attention to what was happening. I closed my eyes, and slowly opened them again, and met Stefan's gaze, and then, he finally spoke. Bella, How on earth did you get this scar? Time had stopped. The question I had dreaded to answer was asked, and I was scared. I was scared because I did not know how to answer. Not many things leave a moon-shaped scar. A white, cold moon-shaped scar. It wasn't easy to come up with make-believe explanations to how it had gotten there. The excuse they had come up with was that I had fallen down the stairs and went through a window. I had a feeling that Elena and Stefan were not going to believe that, since going through a window would more than likely leave a few more scars. I had more scars, I had plenty, I was after all the clumsiest person on the face of earth. The problem was that none of them looked like this. There was only one way to get a scar like this: you had to be bitten by a vampire, and it wasn't common for a human to stay alive afterwards. There were generally two outcomes to being bitten. 1. You die. Blood sucked out of your body, completely. 2. You became a vampire. There was no in between, people would always end up dead, and I was the exception. Being bitten automatically meant that venom had been injected into you and that it ran through your body, making the whole process of the change take place immediately. And it hurt. Like hell. I stared at Stefan, and then closed my eyes and bent my head down. I tried to let go of his grasp, but it was strong, and he wasn't letting go. Think fast. Think fast, Bella. Bella, how did you get this scar? He asked again. I shook my head. I didn't want to answer. I don't really remember it all that well. It's a bit blurry, I answered, stammering as the words came out of my mouth. I wasn't lying. It was true, I remembered his face clearly. But I didn't have all the facts straight. I only knew what I had been told by them when I had woken up in the hospital. I do remember the pain, the fire in my arm. Stefan's eyes were locked on my face. I could not bear to look at him directly. This is no ordinary scar, Bella. Please, how did you get it? He asked quietly. His voice was stern, but also gentle. I was startled by his choice of words. He must have seen this type of scar before. I thought, but shook the thought out of my head. I decided, just as I had earlier today with Damon, that I would answer honestly, without giving out too much information. I was attacked, I said quietly, letting a sigh come out. Elena shifted in her seat, scooted over next to me, putting a hand on my shoulder. I didn't lift my head. I was staring at my half-eaten burger, trying to come up with what to say next. Attacked? By who? Elena asked me, and after a pause she asked again, oh my God, Bella, was it him? Your ex? Did he do this to you? I closed my eyes tightly in shock, rejecting the idea of Edward ever hurting me physically. I shook my head quickly. What? No, he didn't do this, I said. Do you know what did this to you? Stefan asked. I nodded. I was wondering by myself one night, and I was attacked, I answered. What attacked you, Bella? Stefan asked. An animal. What I really wanted to say was, a beast, a monster. A demon from the pits of hell. I wasn't even lying about this, he was an animal. An animal? Stefan asked, making sure. He inspected the scar. I nodded. I was running and fell, breaking my leg. I was bleeding a lot, and I guess he was taunted by it and then it bit me. The smell of the blood made me sick and before I knew it I had passed out. I explained. I remember waking up at the hospital. And being told that they had caught it, and that it had been killed. Stefan ran his finger along the scar, and looked at me. He let go of my arm and then I rolled down my dirty sleeve to cover it up. Elena was rubbing my back. That must have been awful, she said. I turned and looked at her and nodded. She glanced what seemed to be a worried and confused look to Stefan, who gave her a small nod. As if saying, later. There was something odd going on, and Stefan and Elena gave me the impression that he knew something that they weren't sharing. Bonnie's warning word, S from lunch rang through my head and I couldn't help but feel a little curious as to what was going on. I remembered the conversation we had on Saturday when we were having dinner at Elena's. They had asked me about Charlie. And his expertise in animal attacks. Were they having animal attacks like the ones we had back in Forks when James, Victoria and Laurent showed up? Was this the reason Stefan was so jumpy about my scar? It couldn't be. I shook those thoughts out of my head. The supernatural was not, I repeat, not following me. I left the chaos back in Forks. But I had to be sure. The animal attacks that you talked about on Saturday, did they have anything in common to the one I had? I asked Stefan. No, they have nothing in common. I'm sorry if I made you remember that. I get curious, and tend to be a bit overprotective. He explained. I shrugged and took a French fry from my plate and played with it. Stefan then handed me the ketchup and gave me a small smile. I smiled back at him. I glanced over to the bar where Damon was. He was still speaking with Mr. Saltzman. He glanced at me and then kept on with his conversation. I recognized a few people from school walking in. They smiled at me and I gave them a smile back. This felt weird. Everyone was nice. I wasn't being stared at like a weirdo, the way I had been stared at in the last couple of months. I excused myself from the table and went into the bathroom. I washed my hands and stared at my reflection in the mirror. I let out a sigh and told myself that it hadn't been so bad. I had never really spoken about what had happened that night with James. I had never said out loud that I had been attacked. The story was always covered up in lies. I was tired of lying. Elena came into the bathroom and washed her hands too. I'm sorry if we made you uncomfortable, she said. I shook my head. It's just weird, I had never talked about that before, I told her. That must have been scary, Elena pointed out. It was, I had never been so scared in my life. I answered. We made you relive it, please forgive us, Elena said. Stefan didn't know. It's okay, I said honestly. We should probably be heading back home. I don't think anyone is going to show up, Elena said. I nodded and followed her out of the bathroom. When we walked out, Stefan and Damon had already taken care of the check and were waiting for us to come out. Elena walked over to Stefan and he put his arm around her shoulders. Damon was just standing there aloof. I came over and he tried to put his hand over my shoulder but I shoved it away, rolling my eyes and laughing at the thought of him hugging me. Did he really believe I was that easy? You can't kill a guy for trying, he said. You just don't give up, do you? I pointed out. Nope, he said, opening the door for the three of us. We walked out and started walking towards Elena's car. Bella, have you seen this part of town? Elena asked. Charlie showed me around a bit when we got here, I said. Do you miss Forks? Elena asked. No, not really. I definitely don't miss the rain. I love it that it's sunny here. I miss my best friend but that's about it, I answered. You were a loner, Stefan said. I looked at him. He was smiling, not in a making fun of me kind of way, but as if he could relate. I nodded and smiled back. I put my hands into my pockets. Yes, I was. This felt okay. We had hit a major awkward point earlier at dinner when Stefan had discovered my scar, but it had dissolved and everything seemed to have been forgotten, as if it had never happened. Either they were really good at pretending or they really didn't give too much attention and thought to it. I decided to go for the second one, but I was not discarding the first. Are you a loner, Stefan? I asked. He was, Elena said. When he got here, he always wandered alone, reading books alone in the corner of the cafeteria. Very mysterious, Elena said, leaning closer to him. I can picture that, I said, imagining him in the corner. Brooding. He lent me Wuthering Heights, first edition, as an excuse to speak to me, Elena said, giggling. Wow, a first edition of Wuthering Heights? I asked. Have you read it? Stefan asked. Only like a million times, I said. I'll let you borrow it sometime, Stefan said. No, don't do that. It'll probably fall to pieces when I touch it, dissolve to dust. Catch fire or something like that, I said, running my hand through my hair. Stefan laughed. You are a bit clumsy, but I think you should give yourself a little more credit, you'd be surprised. That most of that clumsiness is just in your head, he told me as he tapped my head. I looked down, a little embarrassed. Was he right? Could all this clumsiness of mine be in my head? I never considered myself to be insecure, well, at least not before the Cullens came into my life. I've always felt awkward, but never insecure. Renee saw to that while she raised me. We made our way to the car. Damn. On had been suspiciously quiet since we left the grill. I wondered what was going on inside his head. He opened the door for me and let me in. Elena started the car and drove us home. When we pulled up at my house, I could tell Charlie was still up because the living room lights were still on. I figured he heard us pull up because he was quickly standing next to the window looking through the curtains. Damon got out of the car and let me out. Thanks for inviting me, you guys, I said. No problem, Stefan said. I'll see you tomorrow at school. I asked. Of course. Elena said. Good night then. I said. Good night, Bella. Damon said seriously. Bye, Damon, I said. I turned around and headed into the house. Before I got to the front door, Charlie already had opened it. He waved to Elena, Stefan and Damon, and then let me in. He closed the door behind me. It's 10:20, Charlie said. I turned and faced him, incredulous look on my face. You said 10:30, I'm early, I said. He nodded and swallowed. How did it go? He asked. It was okay, I answered. I looked over his shoulder into the living room and saw a bunch of books scattered across the coffee table. What are you reading there, Dad? I asked him. He turned his head and nervously answered me. I'm catching up on some reading, town's history, old files, you know how it goes. Maybe I should read some of those books too. Lend them to me once you're finished, I said. No, I don't think you'd enjoy them. Pretty boring stuff actually, he said. Whatever it is that you're reading, Dad, must be pretty good, it's got you all jumpy, I pointed out to him. What? No, I just have a little too much coffee, that's all, he said. Okay, I'm going to bed, I'm tired. Don't stay up too late reading those books. Night, Dad, I told him and went up the stairs and into my room. I closed the door and leaned my back against it. I looked down at my boots as I took them off. This had been an awkward night. I thought as I took the boots and put them next to the door. I stood up again and as I lifted my eyes I noticed that Charlie had been into my room. He had installed curtains. I smiled. Elena's paw. She knows, Damon pointed out as soon as we went into my house and closed the front door. I don't think she knows, she seemed pretty confused when I asked her about that scar, Stefan said. She's hiding something, Damon said, shaking his head. Brows together. They started bickering between each other and speaking so fast I barely understood a word coming out of their mouths. There I was, as usual, standing between the two of them. My head bouncing from side to side, trying to figure out what the hell it was that they were saying. Slow down, I said, putting my hand in the air. Let's sit down, and please explain to me what it is that you two are talking about, I told them. Stefan looked at me and rubbed his hand on the side of my arm. He guided me to the living room where the three of us sat down. I sat on the sofa, while Stefan sat on the coffee table looking at me, and Damon sat on the arm of the love chair to my left. Okay, could you please start from the beginning? I asked, glancing to the two of them. Bella has met vampires before, Damon said, shrugging. What, you think she's met vampires before? I asked. Well duh, that's just what I said, Damon answered, rolling his eyes. But she doesn't seem to remember, Stefan said. Do you really believe that, brother? Damon asked. The girl got scared shitless when you asked her about it. Maybe that's her reaction to what she was told to believe, she may have been compelled. Stefan pointed out. The girl cannot be compelled, Damon said, irritated. He then put his hand in his pocket, trying to find something, and pulled out Bella's bracelet. He threw it over to Stefan, who grabbed it and took a whiff at it. No vervain, Stefan pointed out. Damon nodded, aggravated. Just because her bracelet doesn't have vervain doesn't mean she's not consuming it, I tried to point out. Damon shook his head. Her father was clueless about the existence of vampires this morning at the council meeting. He didn't even know about vervain, it isn't common, and it never grows in Washington. Damon said, and then added, she's odd, and I'm finding out why, he said, looking away, at nothing in particular. I looked over at Stefan and he nodded. I liked Bella. I had liked her from the day I met her. She seemed sad, but making an effort to get better. I felt a pull, like I had to help her. She reminded me of myself after my parents died. Trying to put on a face and make it better. It's hard for me to believe that, and besides, that didn't look like a vampire bite. That wasn't what Caroline's scars looked like when you bit her, Damon, I said. It is a vampire bite. Trust me, Damon said. Stefan grabbed my hand, and looked at me with gentle eyes. Bella's scar, it's impossible to find on a human, Stefan explained. Stefan is right, scars that have always been thought to be impossible to find on a human, Damon said. Why? I asked. What is so different about that bite mark? When a human is bitten by this type of vampire, there are two outcomes. They either die, or they are changed, Stefan explained. I don't understand, I said, trying to process what they were saying. There are different kinds of vampires. I asked. Damon nodded. The kind of vampire that bit Bella is overpowered by its bloodlust. Once they start feeding it is almost impossible for them to stop. If they do stop, their victim would become a vampire, Damon said. But doesn't the person have to drink from their blood? I asked, confused by what they were telling me. No, they have venom, Stefan said. I couldn't wrap my mind around this. I started laughing. Giggles erupted from my chest and couldn't control them. Elena, why are you laughing? Stefan asked. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm laughing, it's just I can't really believe that there are different kinds of vampires. At this point I'll believe anything. My boyfriend's a vampire, and my best friend is a witch. Let's just throw a few more vampires into the mix and it'll all be complete. I said in between laughs. You haven't even heard the funny part, Damon said under his breath. There's a funny part, I asked. No, there isn't, Stefan said. What you have to understand, Elena, is that these vampires are very dangerous. They are strong, their skin is like stone, and they don't control their need to feed, Stefan said. I let the words sink in. Then how is she alive? I asked. That's what I would like to know, Damon said, standing up. He started walking around the living room. He was thinking. She can't be compelled, Damon said out loud after a while. He was standing in front of the chimney. His back to us. You've made that pretty clear, brother. You haven't stopped trying to compel her from the moment she got here. Stefan said, turning around to look at him. I need to get into her head. Damon said and patted our shoulders condescendingly. Where are you going? Stefan asked him. Out, Damon said, winking his blue eyes. Don't you dare hurt her, Damon, Stefan shouted out to him. Promise you won't hurt her, I said as I ran to the door. He turned around and looked at me. He rolled his eyes and nodded. And then, he disappeared in a blur. I had been staring at it for a while now. My head was resting on top of my extended right arm. The lights in the room were out, making it pitch black, apart from the light that came through the curtains from outside. I could hear Charlie snoring from across the hall. He had been up till after midnight. Whatever it was that he was reading in those old books had him jumpy. Before he went to bed and finally slumbered into sleep, he had gone to bed and gotten up at least 6 times. He had been into the kitchen twice. I had heard him making sure the door was locked probably 3 times. He had been standing outside of my bedroom door for a few seconds every half an hour since I had gotten in from dinner. Something was wrong. Charlie was never this nervous. There was trouble in this town, and I think Charlie was thinking over his decision of coming here. I knew he would never express it, but I could feel it by the way he was acting. Charlie was genuinely scared. He was scared for me, for my safety. I knew it. I could feel it emanating from him. What had Charlie found out today about this town? What had they told him? He was coming out of that meeting when I got to the station this afternoon. He had met the mayor, and he had met Damon. Whatever was bothering Charlie, Damon knew about. Charlie was scared for my safety, but trusted my safety to Damon. He had encouraged me to go out with the Salvatores. When they showed up, he talked to Damon, and told him to take care of me. Charlie had gotten into something that he probably didn't want to get mixed up in the first place. And Damon, he was in it. The guy had issues. Serious ones. He could be a pain in the ass, and rude when he wanted to, but he was also quite charming. When he wanted to. I think he's lonely. I think he might have had his heart broken, shattered, ripped out of him. He puts on that mask so well, but I think I can see through it. Just as he can see through mine. We are the same. I closed my eyes and opened them again. And I looked at the spot I had been looking at once more. I stared at it. Inspecting it closely, I started thinking that it actually didn't look that bad. It was a scar, just a scar. The way it had gotten there had not been pretty. It had been scary. It had been brave. It was me, being brave, trying to give my life to help my mother's. I was deceived, and lied to, and ultimately my mother was never hurt. But at the time I thought she was. I had never thought about it that way. I had carried this scar with shame, with guilt and sorrow from the minute it was marked up against my skin. Today, I saw it differently. I wanted to see it differently. I didn't want it to send me to a place of darkness and fear. I want to make it stand out because of what it meant. It meant that even though Ames was a million times stronger than me, and terrifying, lepless insignificant Bella Swan, was able to get up the nerve and confront him. I had not thought about Edward saving me. In that moment, I didn't think of myself as the maiden in distress, I thought I was being my mother's knight in charming armor. Now, I realized that that moment it defined me. The me I want so desperately to be. The scar wasn't all that ugly. It also was a little pretty. I wonder, if I put it up against the sun, will it sparkle a bit? I couldn't help but chuckle at this thought. The house was quiet, and I wasn't one bit sleepy. I was thinking about not wearing long sleeves anymore when I heard something. I looked around trying to find the source of the tapping sound, but couldn't find it. I sat up on my bed, pulling the covers off me. Sitting very still. Tap, tap. There it was again. I turned my head to the left, facing my window. Was it coming from my window? I sat still waiting to hear it again. Tap, tap, tap. Yep, it was coming from the window. Who could be throwing rocks at my window at this hour? I thought as I scooted over to the other side of my bed. I quietly placed my feet on the wooden floor and tiptoed to the window. Who would even want to talk to me at this hour? I lifted up the curtain. Oh, it's you, I whispered, staring at the little thief that was tapping on my window. Caw, shish, you'll wake Charlie, I told him, whispering. It stared at me, his head leaned sideways. Go away, I said to it, signaling with my hands from the other side of the window. It stared and then it came forward and tapped again. You stole my bracelet, and I was being nice to you then. Now, shoo, go away, I whispered. The crow looked down and then back at me. He tapped on my window again and then flew away. Creepy little bird, I said under my breath as I pulled the curtain down and made my way back into bed. Now where was I? Sleeves. I didn't want to hide my scar anymore. Stefan and Elena have already seen it. Damon probably heard about it from across the room when Stefan asked about it. What was that about anyways? Why would he care so much about how I had gotten it? We met a few days ago. Why was he being so protective when he didn't even know me? The only reason why someone would get so freaked out or impressed by a scar like mine was if they knew how it had gotten there. Did Stefan know what had done this to me? What had done this to me? That's what he kept asking. What? What had done it? He didn't want to know the details of how it had gotten there, but to what had given me the scar. What had caused it? Did he know? Did he know of the existence of vampires? If he, tap, 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 what did that crow want now? Maybe if I stay very still and quiet it will go away. I thought. I stayed quiet. I didn't even think about covering myself up with the covers. Tap, tap, tap. There you have it, Bella, that's what you get for acting like a crazy person and talking to crows. Tap, 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 shish, fine, I'm coming, I said, whispering as I got out of bed and pulled the curtains up again. I was surprised to what I found outside my window. There he was, my obnoxious, persistent little thief, holding my bracelet in his beak. He was smart. He was very, very smart. I stood there a little amazed by this little guy's actions. He was impatient. I hadn't opened the window and it was still outside. He tapped once again. He wanted me to open it. Leave it there, I said quietly and pointed to the windowsill. The crow looked down and left it there. Then he flew to the tree branch and stood there, staring at me. I opened the window and grabbed my bracelet. I put it on again, and sat on the windowsill. Thank you, I said to him. The crow gave me a little nod. Oh dear God, I'm going crazy. I thought as I saw it give me the little nod. Did this bird actually understand what I was saying to him? Can you understand what I'm saying? I asked. It nodded. Or so I thought it did. I wasn't buying this. I needed proof. All right, let's say you do, and that I'm not going crazy. You see that flower over there on the other branch? Bring it to me, I said. It looked at me, and I could swear he was smirking. He had a really obnoxious look in its face. It jumped forward and then flew to the branch I had indicated. It looked at the flower and then to me. As if he were asking me, this flower. He took it with his beak and flew over to where I was sitting. He placed the flower next to where my hand was. What the fuck? Great. This is just great. I'm Drive Doolittle. Animals understand what I tell them. First dogs and now birds. I said, chuckling, and as I said this, the crow leaned his head to the side. What? I asked, shrugging my shoulders. Yes, I've spoken with dogs. Well, they weren't really dogs. They were wolves. Huge, gigantic, tall as horses, wolves, I said to him. He moved closer to me, and looked at me. I didn't speak immediately, and it gently tapped my hand with its beak. He wanted me to keep going. Or so I could translate from his attitude. Yep, I'm weird like that. I attract trouble, and the supernatural. And apparently crows, I told him. He took his eyes away from mine and looked at my arm. I turned to look at what he was looking at first I thought that he was looking at my bracelet. Wondering how to steal it away this time. Then I realized that he was, in reality, looking at my scar. You've noticed that too, haven't you? I said in a whisper. I traced the T-line of the silvery half-moon-shaped scar with my fingers and sighed. You're the second one to notice it tonight, I said. Stefan saw it first, and I was completely freaked out when he did. I didn't know what to tell him. I have tons of scars, I said. I pointed to my knee and a small thin scar that was there, this one I got when Rene got me my first pair of skates. I pointed to a spot on my leg. This was a fishing accident I got in with Charlie when I was 7, I hate fishing. I pointed to my right hand, at the base of my index finger, I melted a nylon cord while attempting to jewelry with my mother and it landed right there. I burned my finger, I said, and then pointed to a very fine line that surrounded my finger. This one, I was 5, Charlie was fixing the cruiser I stuck my finger into a rusty hole the license plate had. Hiking accident. Slipped on our icy front lawn. Fell from my bike while Jake tried to teach me how to ride, fell from a swing. This one right here on my head. I can't really show it, but I can feel it. The swing's iron hook fell on top of my head, and had to get stitches. I know the story behind each and every one of my scars, and I have no problem whatsoever in retelling them. But this scar in particular, I've always had to lie about, I said quietly as I ran my hand over it again. The crow jumped on the leg where I was resting my arm. It stared at it for a while. Leaning close to it, I was told to say I had fallen down some stairs, and ran through a window. But that is not how I got this scar. This scar is a bite mark. He turned his head and looked at me. I nodded. But I can't really talk about it to anyone because I made a promise, and I keep my promises. I can't tell anyone about it. First, they won't believe me, and secondly, I'm not supposed to know. Quote, but I really wish I had someone to talk about this, to tell me I'm not crazy and that I haven't made everything up. But I can't tell anyone, I'm supposed to keep their secret. I can't even talk about it with Jake because he doesn't get it, and he knows about them. But it's useless that he knows because he hates them. I understand though, it's in his nature to do so. He thinks they're bad and evil, but he doesn't know. I wish I had someone to talk to about this. I said quietly and looked at the crow. How pathetic am I? I'm so lonely I'm speaking with a crow. And I actually believe that you're understanding every word I say. It stared at me. For a second I believed that I was really making it all up in my head, and that the crow was just confused looking at this rambling human. Then I saw what I believed was sympathy in his eyes. He looked away. You are lonely, aren't you? It's 2 in the morning, why are you awake and hanging out at my window? Why do you always come back? I asked, looking at the crow. He turned his head and looked at me again. I yawned. Sleep was taking over me. Well, Mr. Crow, I'm going to bed. If you're lonely, and feel like listening to a crazy girl talk about her past, you can always come tapping on my window. Nest in my tree if you want to. I don't mind. I like it. I think I can be honest with you, my little friend. The crow jumped from my leg to the tree branch. I got up from the windowsill and looked out at the tree again. There he was sitting still. Good night, I said as I closed the window and rolled down the curtain. I got into my bed and went to sleep. Tuesday night, I was sitting at my desk working on an assignment when I heard the tapping on my window. I smiled. He was back. I stood up and went over to the window. I hadn't pulled the curtains down so I would be able to see him sitting on the branch of the tree. Why, hello there. I was wondering when you'd show up. I told him. I opened the window and sat down. I put my hand in my pocket and took out a few grains of corn. I placed them on the windowsill. He looked down at the corn and then back at me. The little picky bastard rolled his eyes at me. You don't like corn, do you? I asked. He shook his head sideways. I'll have to Google what it is that you crows eat. I said. You're early. It's only 7. I said. He jumped to the windowsill. Charlie had to go out. He was called into work. I told him. He looked towards Alina's house and then to me. What? I asked. He looked back at Alina's and cawed. Elena. I don't know, she must be with Stefan. I said, shrugging. The crow looked back at me, leaning his head forward. I don't want to be a burden for them, I just got here. The last thing I want is for the few friends that I have made to get sick of me. I don't want to intrude. Right then my stomach growled. He looked at my stomach quickly and then back at me. Sorry, Charlie made me drink this tea when he got home. I had never tasted anything like it before. It's a little strange. It comes from a purple little flower. It reminded me of the ones that grew in the meadow, I said as I let my voice trail away, remembering the meadow. Caw. Anyways, the tea wasn't that great. Charlie said he had bought the herbs from Damon. Damon is Stefan's brother, by the way. I said. At the mention of Damon's name his head shot straight up. As if paying close attention to what I was saying. They're really different, Stefan and Damon. From the little I have seen, Stefan seems to be so serious, in thought all the time, but at the same time he's also very nice. Damon, on the other hand, is a pain in the ass. One minute he's flirting and the next he's putting up a wall and goes quiet and arrogant. Every question is followed by another and every answer is followed with him. He's very irritating, and annoyingly handsome, and what's worse is that he knows it. The crow was smirking, I think. For some odd reason, Charlie trusts Damon. I don't get it, he just met the guy. He's been acting so strange in the past couple of days, I'm worried about him. Whatever it is that is bothering him, Damon knows about. There is no way Charlie would ever let me hang out with a guy as old as him if he didn't think that he was trustworthy. Elena asked me a weird question today, it was completely out of the blue, I found it a little unusual. We were having lunch with Stefan when she asked if I believed in the supernatural. I had a little hard time swallowing. She caught me distracted and I wasn't prepared. I told her I did. I mean, how can I not? Afterwards they were being extra cautious with everything they asked me. Something is going on with those two. The crow didn't do anything strange, he just stared back at me. I checked the time on my watch and looked at him. Well, Mr. Crow, it's been great speaking with you, but I have to finish some homework before going to bed. I didn't get much sleep last night. Since I spent so much time speaking with you. Excuse me now, I said as I pulled my legs into my room again. Good night, I told him and went to my desk and sat down. I didn't close the window, I left it open to let the night breeze in. The crow had flown to the tree again. He was watching me. You're going to stay there? I asked. It nodded. Okay then, I said and looked down at my paper. I took my pencil and started writing again. When I came home from school on Thursday I went straight upstairs. I was feeling frustrated. I went into my room, threw my backpack on the bed and took my shoes off the second I had gone through my bedroom door. I sat on my bed breathing in and out, trying to calm myself. I went over to the window and opened it, letting air in. I looked at the tree outside my window and saw a nest there. The crow had made a nest. I was somehow comforted by this. It seemed that I had a pet. I had never had a pet before. Renee thought it wouldn't be safe for a poor animal to be around me. The crow wasn't there, but I was touched by the fact that he had made a home outside my window. It seemed I had grown close to the little guy. It was nice to have someone to talk to. Even though I knew he wasn't a real person, he filled in that void that I had. Where was he? I needed to vent. I looked around the tree but I couldn't find him. I decided to take a shower to cool down. Once I got out of the shower and changed into my sweats and tank top and I went into my room again. There he was, sitting on his favorite branch, waiting for me. It's about time you got here. I need to vent. So I'm sorry if this conversation will bore you, I warned him. Today has been frustrating. First, this morning, Charlie said he thought it was best for me to go to Florida and spend time with my mom. I just got here. Is he crazy? I started school again. I'm making friends that are nice for once. I actually like it here. He's scared out of his mind for my safety. I know this for sure now. He's nervous all the time. Every time I get out from school he calls me, at 3 on the dot, tells me to go home, and not let anyone in. He insists on me not letting anyone in. Not even a delivery guy, he said today. What is it with this town and inviting people into your house? Elena told me the same exact thing the day we got here. I told him I wasn't moving, and that I wasn't starting my senior year of high school over again for a third time. If he wants me out of this town, he'll have to wait after graduation, I said, pacing from one side of the room to the other. The crow followed me with his gaze. And then I get a call from Jake, I said as I threw my hands in the air. He's mad at me. He said I had broken my promise to him. I was furious. The crow was paying close attention, following me steadily. He told me he shouldn't have trusted me. That it was a mistake that I knew. Can you believe that? Like I could ever say anything to anyone about him and the pack. I stood in front of the open window looking at the crow. He accused me of betrayal. He's the last person in the world I would want to hurt. He's my best friend, and I would never reveal his secret to anyone. I know it's not my secret to tell, I said as tears came running down my cheek. I had sat down on the floor of my room. When I asked him why he was saying that, he said, "Right, like you don't know WH. And I'm talking about," and he hung up on me. He hung up on me, I said, crying. And I don't know why he was saying that. I have never talked about Jake to anyone, except for you. I don't think you flew all the way to La Push and spoke with the wolves. I don't think that's possible. Crows talking to wolves. Well, a human girl talking to a crow isn't possible either, but alas, here we are, I said, and the crow jumped to another branch and cawed, shaking his head. I chuckled, and started crying again. I don't want him to be mad at me, and I don't want to leave, I said. The crow studied me, and then all of a sudden he flew away. I sighed. I had bored him. He hated not being the center of attention. My crow was a brat, and a bit of a prick. I was busy staring at my feet and thinking about Jake's phone call when I heard the tapping sound. I looked up and smiled. There he was, my bratty crow, holding a flower in his beak. I stood up from the floor and went over to the window seat. I sat, and the crow placed the little white flower on the window pane. I thought you had gotten bored of my rambling and that's why you had flown away, I said. He pushed the flower towards me with his head. For me? I asked, and he nodded. Thank you, I said as I picked up the small flower and smelled it. That's very nice of you. You've made me smile, I said. I swear. The crow winked at me. What the fuck? He cawed and then flew away. I watched as he disappeared in the distance, and then a few seconds later my phone rang. I checked the caller ID, it was Elena. I quickly wiped my tears and hoped my voice wasn't groggy. Hello, I said as I answered. Bella, are you alright? She asked. Hi Elena, yeah, I'm fine, I answered. You don't sound okay, are you sure? She asked. Yes, I'm sure, I'm a little sensitive, but I'm okay. It'll go away in a minute, I told her. I could come over if you want. I know Charlie isn't home yet. I can't see his car there, she said. I looked out the window to her house. She was standing in her bedroom looking over. She waved and I waved back. That's okay, it's not necessary, I told her and gave her a small smile. I have ice cream, she told me. I could see her smiling too. I nodded. Well, I can't say no to ice cream, I replied. I'll be right over, she said and hung up. I put the phone on my desk and went into the bathroom to check myself in the mirror. I slipped out of my sweats and put on the first pair of jeans I found in my closet. I went downstairs and opened the door. Elena was waiting, cookie dough ice cream in hand. Bella, you're crying. Don't worry, I'm here. Show me to the kitchen. We're getting spoons, tackling this ice cream, and you're telling me everything that's bothering you, Elena said as she walked into my house. Okay, I said as I pointed to the kitchen. I've never been the person that cried on someone else's shoulder. I was always more of the suffer in silence type of girl, but right now, I couldn't deny that I was glad she was here. We went upstairs to my room and I told her what Charlie had told me this morning. She was surprised when I told her. She was even a little upset. I noticed the crow had come back and was sitting in his nest quietly observing. We were sitting on my bed and Elena noticed I was looking at the window. She turned around and when she saw the crow she stood up and walked over to the window. Shoo. Go away, she said sternly. It's all right Elena, he's always there, I've tried everything, he's pretty stubborn. He's harmless, I told her. Elena looked at him and rolled her eyes. He jumped to the closest branch to the window and cawed in her face. Go away, Elena told him. Caw. He went back to his nest and sat there. He was challenging her. I laughed. Crows are believed to be infestations, you do know that. It's legal to kill them in several states, Elena told me coldly. Yeah, I know. I like the little guy. Just close the window, he won't bother us, he likes to watch, he's very observant, I said. Elena closed the window, and the crow was smirking. Elena had stayed over until Charlie came home that night. She told me I was in desperate need of some girl time. She immediately planned a sleepover for the next day. When Charlie got home and came upstairs to say hello to me, Elena ambushed him and told him I was staying over tomorrow. She didn't ask for permission, she just told him I was spending the night there. Charlie didn't protest, he said okay and left us alone. Elena left a short time afterwards, and I went to sleep. Mr. Crow sat quietly on his nest and didn't bother me once. I woke up the next day feeling a little better than I had the night before. Speaking with Elena had helped me calm down a bit. I never realized how much I missed talking with someone about what was going on with my life. I got ready for school, and when I was ready I went downstairs to have my breakfast. Charlie was already there, eating his toast quietly. We barely looked at each other. I went straight to the fridge and got the milk for my cereal out. I served the cereal in a small bowl and filled it with milk. I sat at the kitchen table and ate in silence. Charlie kept glancing at me through the top of his newspaper. I stared at my cereal. He put down the newspaper and looked at me. So is this how it's going to be? He asked. I shrugged. You're giving me the silent treatment then? He asked. I shrugged again. Bells, you have to understand, I don't think it's safe here for you. You wouldn't even believe the kind of stuff that's going on in this town. I don't want you to get in the middle of it. He said. Try me, you'd be surprised at how much I can take, I told him, looking at him straight in the eyes. It's not safe for you to know, and I can't tell you. I've been sworn to secrecy, he explained. Avoiding my eyes. I'm staying, Dad. You're not getting rid of me. I'll be good, and I'll stay out of trouble. But there's no way in hell you're sending me to live with Renee. I'm not moving again, I told him. Charlie sighed. I'm not going to convince you, am I? He asked. No, I answered. You're stubborn, Charlie pointed out. Yeah, I take after my dad, I said to him, grabbing a spoonful of cereal and shoving it into my mouth. Just promise you'll be careful, Charlie said, grabbing my hand. He was seriously worried, and I was definitely going to find out what the hell it was that was bothering him. I already have, like a million times, I said. Tonight, at this sleepover, what are you going to do? Charlie asked. Elena mentioned going to watch the football game. Stefan is playing, so I guess we'll go watch, I answered, shrugging. Will Stefan's brother be there? Charlie asked. God, what was it about Damon that Charlie liked so much? I don't know, Dad, I guess he will. He's always around, I answered. Okay then, he said. We finished the rest of our breakfast in silence. I went upstairs, brushed my teeth and grabbed my book bag before leaving. I quickly ran downstairs. Elena was bound to leave any minute now. I opened the door. Bells, wait, Charlie said as he came out of the kitchen. I turned around, my hand still on the door handle. What, Dad? I asked. I just wanted to give you something, he said, reaching for his pocket. I'm not going to be using the car since I have the cruiser, so I just wanted you to have the keys. UW. Won't have to be asking Elena for a ride every day now, he said, handing me the keys. I was taken by surprise. Wow, thanks, Dad, I told him and gave him a quick hug. Sure, he said. Bye, I said, as he stood by the door watching me head out. I looked across the street and Elena was walking out of her house with Jeremy. She motioned me to get over there quickly. I showed her the keys to Charlie's car and she smiled understanding. She waved goodbye, I did the same. I drove to school in silence. I started thinking that I hadn't really listened to music in a while now. It had been forever since I last turned on the radio. I couldn't take it. Music reminded me of him. He didn't own music, now did he? I turned the radio on. I realized that I had no idea whatsoever of what was playing. I had lost all my knowledge of pop culture. Who the hell was this Gaga person? I would have to ask Elena, embarrassing as it may be. I made a stop on a street while the light changed from red to green. When I spotted my creepy stalking crow sitting on top of the light. Okay, this bird was weird, but at the same time, I thought it was a little sweet. Once I got to school I could tell that everyone was very excited for the football game that would take place tonight. I spotted Elena and Stefan right away. Stefan was wearing his jersey. He looked different, weird. I went over to them and said hello. Your dad gave you his car? Stefan asked. Yep, he did. I answered smiling. I was very thankful for this. I was used to having my old truck and being able to drive wherever I wanted to, without having to wait for someone to give me a ride. That's cool, he said. Yeah, I won't have to bother you now, I told Elena. Bother me? What are you even talking about? I like having you in the car with me. Have you met my brother? He doesn't talk to me, ever. Elena said. Yeah, I know, I said and then looked over at Stefan. So, are you excited for tonight? I asked him. Yes, of course, it's a big game, he said. Elena leaned over to his shoulder. With you on the team, there's no doubt you'll win, she said smiling at him. He smiled back rolling his eyes. I take it that you're good then? I asked. I have quick reflexes. And I'm pretty fast too, he answered. You're being modest. He is the best player on the team, Elena said proudly. Well, I'll have to see that tonight then, I said smiling at them. We walked into school and headed for each of our classes. The day went by pretty fast. I had been distracted, thinking about my awkward conversation the day before. He was so angry. He was so sure I had been the one to reveal his secret. When we had spoken the day before he sounded very upset. I was confused by his accusations. If I hadn't told his secret, then who had? Why would Jake think I had told someone about them? I had never said anything to anyone. I tried calling him back yesterday after Elena left but he didn't answer, it went straight to voicemail. I think the biggest question was, who the hell knew their secret now? Who was the person that had found out about the wolves? By the end of the school day I was walking towards Charlie's car when Elena popped out of nowhere. Bella. Hey. She called out to me. Hey Elena, I greeted her. We haven't talked about tonight. It's just going to be the two of us, neither Bonnie nor Caroline can make it. They seem to have other plans. That's okay. We have time for more sleepovers afterwards, I told her. Afterwards? You're staying in Mystic Falls? She asked surprised. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, my head has been elsewhere today. I spoke with Charlie this morning. I convinced him to let me stay, I told her. Wow Bella, that is really great. She said and gave me a hug. That felt odd, I wasn't a very hugging person. Yes, it is, I said awkwardly. Okay, so here's the thing. After the game tonight, there's going to be a party. It's been a while since I last went to a party. I've been pretty much secluded for the past few months, with the whole animal attack thing. So, I was thinking, maybe we could go shopping for something to wear tonight. I believe that you're not the shopping kind of girl. But I promise it'll be quick and I won't make you buy anything you don't want to wear, Elena said. She was speaking quickly, she didn't want me to protest. I thought about it for a second, I never wanted to go shopping. But I guess this once wouldn't hurt. Sure, why not? I said. Really? Okay, so, how are we doing this? Do we go home and leave your car or mine? There's no need to go in different cars. The whole point of going shopping with your girlfriends is to talk and bond while you do it, she said. Well, we can take your car if you want, I said shrugging. Are you sure? She asked. Yeah, there's no problem. I said. We both drove home and I left Charlie's car parked in the garage. I called him and told him I was going shopping with Elena, just in case he called home and I didn't answer. I didn't want him to freak out. As always, he told me to be careful. The whole shopping experience with Elena wasn't as bad as I thought it might be. She showed me stuff and asked what I liked. She wasn't playing dress up. And she wasn't forcing me to try anything I didn't want to. I showed her some stuff and she gave me her opinion on what to wear to match. The whole thing didn't last more than 2 hours. Compared to my previous shopping experiences with Alice, where she would pick whatever she wanted and made me try everything on, this particular experience went pretty well. It was me, shopping for what I wanted. With a person I was starting to call my friend. When we finished shopping we both went to our own houses and changed into the outfits we had bought. Elena made me promise that I would go to her house once I was dressed so that she could help me with my makeup. I showered and dried my hair. I put on the black skinny jeans I had bought, with the white top. I decided to wear a long silver necklace. Once I was dressed I grabbed the stuff I needed for spending the night over at Elena's. The basics, pajamas, toothbrush, and my pillow. I threw on my leather jacket. I could tell that it was going to be chilly tonight. I grabbed my black purse and overnight bag and went downstairs. Charlie was coming in. "Wow, Bells, you look great," he said. "So, how was that whole shopping thing with Elena?" he asked. "Believe it or not, Dad, it was actually pretty nice," I said. "Good. That's good. Are you heading out?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm going to finish getting ready at Elena's," I told him. "Are the Salvatores picking you girls up?" he asked, brows together. "No, we're meeting them at the game. Stefan is on the team so he has to be there earlier," I explained. "Oh okay," he said. There was a brief pause in our conversation. Then he spoke up again. "Listen, I know back in Forks I had given you some pepper spray, and you probably haven't used it, but I wanted you to have this new one," he said, reaching his pocket and handing me a new can. Okay Dad, thanks," I said, putting it inside my purse. "Go ahead, Elena must be waiting for you. You don't want to be late for the game," he said, clearing the way towards the door. "Thanks Dad, good night," I told him as I walked out of the house. "Call me if anything happens, okay?" he yelled as he stood by the door watching me cross the street. I waved to him and made my way to Elena's front door. I rang the doorbell and soon afterwards Elena opened it. We went upstairs to her room and finished getting ready. Elena showed me a few tips of how to apply my makeup, instead of putting it on herself. I liked this. She wanted me to learn and find a way that made me feel comfortable. She wasn't making me into her life-size Barbie doll. "You know you're really pretty, Bella," she told me while looking at me through the mirror. I looked down, feeling a little intimidated by her comment. "Why are you ashamed of that? Don't look down. Believe it. Own it. You have to trust yourself a little more, Bella. I know we've known each other for only a little while, but I feel like I have to tell you this. You have to start being more secure of yourself. You look great, you are great, and you are beautiful." I looked at her blushing. I couldn't believe that she was being so open and honest with me. I looked down at my feet. "Forgive me if I'm intruding with what I'm about to say, but I have a feeling that your ex, the one you so desperately don't want to talk about, has a lot to do with this. Whatever it is that happened between the two of you. If he ever made you feel like you weren't worth it, you have to forget about it. Move on, because it isn't true. You're a great girl, Bella, and if anything he was the one that didn't deserve you. Don't torture yourself over someone that isn't even here. If he's not here, it's because he wasn't supposed to be here, and personally I believe you're better off," Elena said, taking my hands. A silent tear slipped down my face. She had no idea what she was talking about, but a part of me knew she was right. I looked at myself in the mirror. I did look nice. The way Elena had told me to apply the eyeliner and eyeshadow made my eyes look bigger and pop out. She had helped me with my hair, and I loved the way it fell against my shoulders. I was overwhelmed by the way she was treating me. Out of nowhere I found myself hugging her. She hugged me back and smiled at me, while wiping the tear off my face. "You'll ruin your makeup, Bella. Don't cry," she said with a small smile. "Thank you so much, Elena. You really don't have to do any of this." "Don't thank me, I haven't done anything," she said, shrugging. She looked at her watch. "We better get going, we have to get good seats." "Yeah, I'm already done," I told her. "I think this lipstick will look good on you. You should wear it," she said, handing me the lipstick. It wasn't a bright color or anything bold. It was a little darker than the color of my lips, and I didn't really mind wearing it, so I put it on. We walked out of the house and got in Elena's car. We drove in silence until Elena turned on the radio. I remembered what I was thinking about this morning, my issue with current pop culture. "Elena, you're going to burst out laughing when I ask you what I'm about to ask you, but I rather that you laughed about it and not someone else," I told her. "What? Ask away," she said. "Don't kill me now, but who the hell is this Gaga person?" I asked her. She hit the brakes. "What?" she asked, looking at me. "I heard her on the radio this morning, and everyone was talking about her, but I have no clue whatsoever who she is, I explained. Are you for real? She asked, a little perplexed by my question. I nodded. Oh my God. You're serious, she said, obviously surprised. I nodded. Bella, what have you been listening to for the past year? She asked. Debussy. I answered. Elena closed her eyes while she tried to fight a laugh. Okay, you're handing me your iPod. I'm updating your music library, ASAP. As in tonight, when we get home, she said, laughing. Please do, go ahead, you'd be doing me a favor, I said, laughing. Bella, you're really funny, she told me, as she started driving again. No, seriously, who's Gaga? I asked. Elena couldn't stop laughing all the way to school. She explained who she was. I didn't believe a word she was saying and decided to Google this person when we got back. When we got to school, we went straight to find our seats. The game would start in 15 minutes or so. We made our way through the bleachers and sat down not too far away from the field. I looked around. It seemed that the whole student body was there, scratch that, the whole town. Football was a big deal here. I quickly spotted the mayor and Charlie. They were speaking by themselves on a far corner of the field. Charlie was upset, I could tell. The mayor, on the other hand, was calm. They were soon joined by none other than Damon Salvatore. Why is he speaking with them? I turned to Elena. Why is Damon speaking with my father and the mayor? I asked. Elena looked to where I was pointing. Damon is very involved with the mayor's office. His family is one of the founding families of this town, and founding families are always taken into account with whatever is going on in town, Elena explained, and the added. My family is a founding family. My parents were also very much involved with the community. I nodded, understanding what she was saying. Mayor Lockwood walked away from Damon and Charlie, and walked over to a woman who I assumed was his wife. Damon put his arm on Charlie's shoulder and said something to him. It seemed it had calmed Charlie down a bit. Cha. Rlie turned around and said something to him and Damon nodded, giving him a small smile. I was curious about this interaction that Damon seemed to have with my father. I couldn't stop looking at them. Damon caught me looking at them and waved at me, sly smirk on his face. I gave him a small uncomfortable wave. This was embarrassing, he had caught me staring at the two of them. Charlie shook hands with Damon and walked away. Then, Damon walked towards where we were sitting. Crap, this was going to be one long game. Hello ladies, he said as he made his way up the bleachers. He gave Elena a quick kiss on the cheek and she smiled to him. He then gave me one too, but it seemed to me that it was a little longer than the one he had given Elena. I just smiled back at him, awkwardly. He looked at me up and down and smiled a crooked smile. Don't you look hot this evening, he said while checking me out. I blushed. My face must have turned a million shades of reds, I could feel my cheeks burning. I couldn't help but stare at my boots when I said thanks. Why are you so surprised? You look hot. Period, Damon said. I looked away, trying to ignore his comment. Elena gave me a little nudge and opened her eyes widely. I could tell she was saying, remember. So I hear you two are having a slumber party tonight, can I come over? Damon asked, battling his eyes at me when he said this. No, it's a girls' night. Leave Bella alone, Damon, Elena answered. I can show you two how to have a good time, he said. We can have fun by ourselves, Elena answered. He sat down between Elena and I, spreading his arms behind our seats. Are you into sports, Bella? He asked me. I turned around to look at him. I was raising an eyebrow, clearly amused by his comment. Me, into sports? I asked, chuckling. That would be a definite no. I told him. How come? He asked. Have you even seen me walk? I asked. You seem to walk just fine, he said. Then you haven't seen me trip, I told him. No, I haven't, he answered. Are you into sports? I asked. The answer was obvious, he definitely seemed to have quite the body underneath that black shirt, he had to work out. Not sports, games, he answered quickly, then added. Although I used to play football with Stefan back in the day, he said looking to the field, at nothing in particular. Used to? I asked. Yes, as in not anymore, he said looking at me raising an eyebrow. He was quoting me. From the day we went grocery shopping, when I had asked about his ring and he asked if I knew someone that had an item with a crest on it. Touché, I said. He smirked. He knew I understood. Soon the game started. Elena was very excited about it. I just enjoyed being out of the house. Damon was concentrated on Stefan, criticizing his every move, saying how better he could play. I seriously didn't get this. Stefan was the best player on the team. Even I could tell, and I didn't know squat about football. He was really fast, and had great reflexes. The ball never tumbled out of his hands, and his plays always accurate. It was as if he could calculate exactly how much strength he needed to throw the ball. He did it effortlessly. After the second quarter, Elena went to get something to eat, and left me with Damon. I was busy looking for Charlie, but I couldn't find him anywhere. I guess he must have gone home. How was I going to ask Damon about why Charlie was acting the way he was acting? How could I bring up the subject without being too straightforward about it? I heard Charlie wanted to send you to your mother's, he said. Thank you God. I can do this by myself from here. Good job, I thought as I turned to look at him. How did you know? I asked him. He told me, Damon answered. Oh, it was all I could answer, for a minute. There I thought Elena had said something. So, are you? He asked. No. I told him I didn't want to move, I answered. Why? He asked. I shrugged. I just got here. I think I like this place. I feel normal, I told him. You don't get along well with your mother? He asked. No, it's not that. I love my mom, and I miss her, but I know Charlie would be a mess without me here, I said. Your dad, he's a good guy, he said. Yeah, he is, I agreed nodding. This was it was now or never, I had to ask him. He's been acting weird lately. He's nervous and more overprotective than the usual. He's more quiet than ever. Something's wrong, I know it, I told him, looking at him straight in the eye. He stared back at me, intently. What do you think is wrong? He asked. I don't know, I was hoping you could help me with that answer. I told him. He looked at me and then looked to the field. He said. There he starts with his short answers, that aren't even answers, they're noises, obnoxious noises that mean. I'm not saying shit to you. That's all you've got to say? I asked. He turned his head again and smirked. Why would I know what's bothering your father? Gee, I don't know. Because he spends so much time with you. Because he's giving me some weird tea made of a plant that you gave him. Because every time I tell him I'm going out he asks if you're going to be there. I don't know Damon. You tell me, why is my father so worried? You should ask that to him, he said. I already did. He won't give me an answer, I said, a little flustered. This conversation was not going anywhere. Damon knew how to keep a secret and I was not getting it out of him. Then I have nothing to say, he told me. That's your answer then? I asked. Have you even thought at maybe Charlie thinks I'm good for you? That I could make a suitable boyfriend? He asked, wiggling his eyebrows. Ew, no. Charlie would never agree to that. You're too old for me. As soon as I said this he smirked. With his crooked smile. I immediately thought, what am I even saying? Edward was over 100. Age is just a number darling, Damon said. Maybe, Charlie wants someone around you. Since little Jakey isn't here to look after you anymore. Jake, he was bringing out Jake. How are things with your little boyfriend? He asked. He's not my boyfriend, I said turning around, Lou. King at the field and leaning back in my seat. The last person I wanted to talk about was about Jake. Trouble in paradise? He asked. No, you're lying, he said looking at me closely. No, I am not. I said looking around to see him straight in the eyes, into those clear blue eyes. Do not think about his eyes, Bella. What happened? Did he cheat on you? Damon asked playfully. What? No, he's not my boyfriend, I said again. Then, why are you so sensitive about this particular subject? He asked. What was it with this guy that I always ended up telling him what he wanted to know? He's mad at me, I said, accepting defeat. I knew it, he said annoyingly. Why is he mad? He asked seriously. He was bipolar. This guy was able to pull off two distinct emotions, each one second apart from the other. Like a switch. He went on or off. That's just the thing, I don't know, I told him truthfully. Maybe he's jealous, since you've been talking so much about me, Damon said shrugging. You are so full of yourself. I said chuckling. He winked at me and I smiled while shaking my head. Elena came back with the food. Okay, what did I miss? She asked as she sat down. Not much really, Damon said, giving me a small wink that Elena couldn't see. The game started soon after Elena handed me a hot dog. It continued at the same pace it had been going on the first 2 quarters. They were winning by a long shot. It was no surprise when they won. Today, there was most definitely going to be a celebration party. When the game ended, we headed out, to wait for Stefan to get changed and head over to the old cemetery, where the party was taking place. Creepy, I know. Who would want to party at an old cemetery? I think it's a bit disrespectful, but that's where we were headed. We were waiting by the car when Stefan came out to meet us. Elena ran to him and gave him a big effusive hug. Damon patted his back and gave him a hug too. I just stood there, smiling. I think I had run out of hugs for today. Are you ready for the party? Stefan asked. Hell yeah, Damon said, without any motivation in his voice. You see, bipolar. When we got to the party, it seemed that everyone was there already. There were also many people drunk by now. I realized I had never been to a party like this. I never went out in Forks. I had never experienced this. Edward thought this kind of thing was boring. Even though he made me go to the prom, I knew he didn't approve of this. This little fact gave me more reasons to stay here and enjoy it. Elena got me a drink. I had never consumed alcohol. I didn't plan on getting drunk tonight, but that didn't mean I couldn't drink a bit. We sat by the bonfire and talked for a while, just the 4 of us. Damon was being nice. They would both stand up and get us more drinks. I saw Jeremy and Anna wandering around, going into the woods. I guess I knew what they were doing in there. Before I knew it, my vision was starting to get blurry and all of a sudden I found everything quite funny. Elena and Stefan had gotten up and gone for a walk. I stayed with Damon near the bonfire. It was getting a bit chilly. That's enough for you, Damon said, taking the cup out of my hand. Hey, give it back. I'm fine, I said to him. You shouldn't drink anymore, Damon said. I shouldn't, you're right, but I want to, I told him. My R's were slurring. My R's are slurring, aren't they? I asked him. He laughed. Yes, they are, he answered. Take it away, I don't want any more beer, I said to him, signaling him to throw it away. He laughed and drank the rest of the beer that was in the cup. Why are you being so nice to me? You're never this nice. I think that when you realize that you're being nice, you always put up a wall, and make people believe you're so strong and cruel. In reality, I think you're lonely, I told him. Where the hell did that come from? He stared at me. You're drunk, he told me. You're an ass, I told him. You're less inhibited when you drink. You don't watch what you are saying, you let yourself go, you're more fun this way, he told me. I am, I asked. Yes, you are, it's normal, he said. It's stupid, I'm acting stupidly, I said. You're acting your age, just like you should, Bella, Damon said to me. I'm not supposed to do anything stupid, I said. Is that what Charlie told you? He asked. No, that's what my ex told me before he dumped me. There I went, opening my mouth. I had never said this to anyone. You know what? Then that's exactly what you should do. Who is he to tell you what to do with your life? Damon said. I could see malice in his eyes, he was up to something. But apart from that, he was right. I too had had this thought before, not too long ago. Yeah, who does he think he is telling me what I should and shouldn't do? He doesn't own me. I am my own person. I decide what to do, I said, feeling very brave, and at the same time thinking that I sounded very silly. What do you want to do, Bella? Damon asked. I want a bike, I said, as the image of the bike Jake had helped me rebuild came to my head. I missed riding it. What else? Damon asked. I want to bungee jump off a bridge. I want to throw myself out of a plane. I want to travel. I want to take a year off and not go to college immediately, I answered excitedly. What else? Damon asked once more. I want to wear a skirt and not be intimidated by what others might think, I said at the top of my head. You should, you have the legs to pull it off, trust me, Damon said, putting a hand on my leg. I might be drunk, but you're not having your way with me, mister, I said, pointing a finger to his face. He laughed. Keep going, Damon said. I want to be able to live my life freely, I said quietly. Then why don't you? Damon said, smirking. I don't know, I said almost in a whisper. Right then, Elena and Stefan came running towards us. Bella, we have to get out of here. The police are raiding the party, Elena said. The police? I asked. Elena nodded, giving me her hand to help me up. Oh my God, the police. I said, realizing what that meant. Charlie, is he here? I asked. Stefan nodded. Shit, Charlie cannot see me like this. He'll have me on the next plane out to Jacksonville, I said. If we run now, they might not catch us, Elena said. We could go to our house, Stefan said. It's just across the cemetery, he added. Okay, I said. I grabbed my purse and walked behind them. Damon was close by, holding me every time I lost my balance with a root from one of the trees. I wasn't really drunk, just a little tipsy. Through the trees I could see the red and blue lights of the police cars. I really hoped Charlie wouldn't see me. We made our way through the cemetery and got to Stefan's and Damon's house. It was a big house, very old. It was beautiful. Wow, I said as we walked on the front lawn towards the front door. I know, Damon said, whispering in my ear. I couldn't help but laugh, it tickled. Damon, Elena said. She was giving him a look. It clearly said, stop it. When we got inside, Stefan guided us into the living room. The house had wooden floors, and ceilings and walls. It was very old-fashioned. I sat on a couch, catching my breath. The run had worn me out. I looked over at Elena. I could tell she was tipsy too. I'm getting you girls something to eat. You need to sober up before you head home. Stefan said. Both Elena and I nodded. We did need to sober up first. I couldn't imagine going back to Elena's like this. What if we ran into her aunt? Stefan came back with sandwiches. We ate them, and while we did this, we also talked a little. An hour later, Elena and I were feeling much better. I was feeling a little embarrassed at all the things I had told Damon, but at the same time, I realized I had found some answers to the question I had been asking myself a couple of nights earlier. What did I want to do? I wanted to live. Stefan, where is your bathroom? I asked. Second door down the corridor, he said, pointing the way. I stood up and went to the bathroom. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked terrible. My makeup had already run down. It was all messed up. I took a little piece of toilet paper and cleaned myself up a bit before heading back to the living room. I opened the door and walked back through the same corridor I had minutes before. Just as I was about to enter the living room again, something on the wall to my right caught my eye. I turned around and looked at it. At first I just stared at it. Then realization hit me. I had seen this before. Tremors ran through my spine. Every hair in my body stood up. I had goosebumps all over. My eyes studied what they were seeing closely, inch by inch. It was then when I saw it and I knew. I knew where I had seen him before. I knew why Damon looked so familiar. I opened the door and walked back through the same corridor I had minutes before. Just as I was about to enter the living room again, something on the wall to my right caught my eye. I turned around and looked at it. At first I just stared at it. Then realization hit me. I had seen this before. Tremors ran through my spine. Every hair in my body stood up. I had goosebumps all over. My eyes studied what they were seeing closely, inch by inch. It was then when I saw it and I knew. I knew where I had seen him before. I knew why Damon looked so familiar. I stared at it. It was bigger than the one I had seen. Its immensity was breathtaking. It was huge. My eyes couldn't stop glancing over its surface. The sublimity of the brush strokes was incredible. Outlines were blurred and softened in such a subtle and gradual mode that it gave the illusion of depth and three-dimensionality. It was almost impossible to believe that what I was seeing was not a photograph but a portrait. The depth of the composition made it look very real. I studied it carefully. I recognized this scene that was painted here. It had its differences, but the context was very much the same. I recognized the scenery, the light, the majesty of the surroundings, and the elegance of its features. I recognized the familiar faces, their postures, and their terrifying greatness. There was a balcony, in which three majestic and calm men stood. They were breathtakingly beautiful. They looked like statues, Greek gods. Their facial features cut by the hands of angels. Oh yes, I recognized them. How could I not? Blank. He was studying in Italy when he discovered the others there. They were much more civilized and educated than the wraiths of the London sewers. He touched a comparatively sedate quartet of figures painted on the highest balcony, looking down calmly on the mayhem below them. I examined the grouping carefully and realized, with a startled laugh, that I recognized the golden-haired man. Salamena was greatly inspired by Carlyle's friends. He often painted them as gods. Edward chuckled. Arrow, Marcus, Keyes, he said, indicating the other three, two black-haired, one snowy white. Nighttime patrons of the arts. What happened to them? I wondered aloud, my fingertip hovering a centimeter from the figures on the canvas. They're still there. He shrugged. As they have been for who knows how many millennia. Carlyle stayed with them only for a short time, just a few decades. He greatly admired their civility, their refinement, but they persisted in trying to cure his aversion to his natural food source, as they called it. They tried to persuade him, and he tried to persuade them, to no avail. At that point, Carlyle decided to try the new world. Blank. Yes, it was them. I never thought that I would encounter this painting again in my life. I never imagined that I would come across this image once more. I quickly searched for the figure I desperately wanted to find. The blonde-haired man, that had once treated me so gently and that had offered nothing but love and care to me when we had met. The man that opened the doors to his home and let me spend time with his family. I searched for him in the place I knew he would be, but he wasn't there. The others were all there, the Volturi and their guard, just like in Carlyle's painting. The beautiful trio, Arrow, Keyes and Marcus. The big muscular dark-haired man, the small petite blonde girl. The other small dark-haired boy, the blonde short-haired man, and the lean black-haired man with the piercing blue eyes. I remembered him because all of the others had red eyes, except for Carlyle, whose eyes were the same golden color I had always seen, and him, with eyes as blue as a clear morning sky. How could I forget? The painting was done with such precision that the people in it could be recognized anywhere. And that was when I knew. I knew why Damon looked so familiar. There he was, drawn in that portrait, with such fidelity that there was no denying it was him. Thoughts came running to my mind quickly, one after the other. Trying desperately to figure out and comprehend what it meant. It was clear to me that the people that were painted into that canvas were not human. They were immortal. They could not age. They could not die. They lived forever. They were fast, strong, cold, and hard as stone. They were powerful, feared, and they were obeyed. They were vampires. They were the vampire elite. They were royalty. But what was he? My mind went back to the first day that I had met him. Our encounter at the hardware store had been normal. Nothing came out as out of the ordinary. Later that night I had gone to Alina's for dinner, where I had met his brother, Stefan. Everything went fine during dinner. Well, except for the incident with the knife in my bloody finger. Blood. They had fled the room when I had started bleeding. They wouldn't even come into the kitchen. Both of them, not only Damon. Was Stefan different too? He was quick, no, scratch that, he was very fast. I had witnessed it tonight at the game. His reflexes were impeccable, he had never dropped the ball once. He's holding back, Damon had said at the game earlier. What did this mean? Could he be faster? The scar. Oh my God, the reaction Stefan had had to my scar when he found it. He kept insisting on what had given me the scar. He knew. He knew why it was different. I couldn't breathe. My heart was pounding out of my chest. Air came into my lungs, but it was like I was drowning in it. This could not be happening. I was going crazy. Heart, please be silent. If I am right about what I think I am, they might hear you. I put my hand on my chest, over my pounding heart. I was feeling dizzy and I did not know if it was thanks to this confusing discovery I had just made or if it was the alcohol that apparently was still in my system. Could it be? Could I be so unlucky that I had run into the supernatural once again? How was I going to get out of this place and have some time to think? How would I face them and Elena again? Elena. Did Elena know? Was she like them? My head was spinning. It throbbed and hurt. There was too much information going through my mind all at the same time. I could hear my own heartbeat racing in my chest. I was so lost in my own thoughts that I didn't even hear them come into the hallway. Bella, are you all right? The voice asked. It was so distant, so far away. I could not grasp it. Bella, another voice asked. I slowly took my eyes off the painting for the first time since I had discovered it, and turned my head to meet the three pair of eyes that were staring at me. Worried, intrigued and scared. Bella, what happened? Why are you crying? Elena asked. I was confused by her words and raised my right hand, putting into my cheek. It was wet. I was crying. I had not noticed that before. Words escaped me. I could not even form a sentence. I looked at him, and then back at the portrait. So many questions roamed through my head. I wish I knew how to ask them. I wish I knew if I could even ask them. He stared back at me, his eyes never leaving mine, studying my every move and reaction. He was serious. Stefan glanced over to Hi's brother as if they were sharing a quiet conversation. He nodded and then slowly took a step towards me. He extended out his hands to me, showing me his palms. What did this mean? What was he trying to do? Was he trying to tell me he wouldn't harm me? Was that why his hands were up in the air? Bella, he asked again quietly. I could not speak. I glanced to Damon and then back to Stefan. Elena was standing behind them. Stefan took another step closer. We were only a few feet apart. He grabbed my hands gently and immediately on instinct I removed them from his grasp. I closed my eyes and took a few steps back. On its own accord my head started shaking slowly from side to side. My body was saying no. I was shutting down. Bella, it's okay, he said. His voice sounded worried. I'm not going to hurt you. My eyes were shut tightly. I didn't believe what was happening. I didn't want to believe it. Now I could feel the tears falling down my face. I could feel myself gasping for air. I could not breathe. My shoulders shook uncontrollably with every gasp I took for air. Bella, it's all right, I promise, Stefan said to me. You need to calm down, you're in shock. I opened my eyes again. They were still standing in the same position they had been since I had closed my eyes. Breathe, Bella, slowly, he said, motioning with his hands for me to calm down. He looked serene and composed, with a slightly worried expression on his face. I started breathing in and out, trying to get myself together. Stefan kept his eyes on me and I kept mine on him. For some reason he seemed to soothe me, and calm me down. Once I had regained my ability to breathe normally, I looked at Damon. Go ahead, ask, he said, looking straight at me. Was this happening? He was willing to answer a question I had for him. I opened my mouth to ask about the portrait, but words were not coming out. I couldn't make them come out. I looked at the portrait and then back at him. He nodded. I gasped. It was him. I wanted to ask him how it was possible. But I only managed to stare at him, questioning him with my eyes. You know, he said. No, I didn't. I was confused. None of this made any sense. He rolled his eyes and sighed. He then took few steps closer to me and stood in front of the portrait. You have seen a portrait like this one before, haven't you? He spoke coolly and pointed at the portrait. I nodded. And you know who the people in it are? He asked, staring at me unworriedly. I nodded again. He lifted an eyebrow. Do you know what they are, Bella? He asked as he took a step closer to me. We were inches away from each other. I gulped, closed my eyes and nodded quickly. Silence. That was all there was in the crowded hallway. No one spoke. No one dared to breathe. I knew the inevitable question that he would ask next. I waited for it, until he asked, do you know what we are, Bella? I seriously had no clue. The only thing I did know was that there was something genuinely odd about them. I shook my head. Damon looked at me closely and smirked. He came closer. Our faces were only inches away from each other. He put his hands on the sides of my face and looked into my eyes intently. Sweet, precious Bella, you have no idea what we are. He whispered, stroking the hair that had fallen to my face, taking each strand and tugging it behind my ears. I shook my head again. You do know, Bella, he said, leaning closer to me. Did I really know? Were they like them? It didn't make sense, it didn't all add up. I know you have gathered plenty of information to come to a conclusion. We know you know. It's time for you to accept that you know too. I shook my head again, and looked to the floor. No, it can't be, I managed to say as a sob ripped from inside my chest. What has you confused, Bella? Why can't it be? Why? He asked as he placed his finger on my chin and lifted my head so that we could see each other's eyes. It doesn't make sense. It's different, I said, stuttering. How is it different? He asked. I managed to say something. It was the first thing that came to my head, and I didn't even hear myself say it. You don't sparkle. A smile shaped into Damon's lips, mischief forming in his eyes. Sparkle. I heard Elena whisper to Stefan. Damon took his index finger and wiped the tear trails that were still on my cheeks. He looked at me with his mischievous eyes and smile. Dear, precious Isabella, you are correct. We don't sparkle, he said, and then after a brief pause he added, we burn. What? I asked, confused. We are different, he explained. Why don't we take this into the living room? Where you can sit down, Bella, Stefan said as he came closer to me. I nodded and Damon released my face. He placed his hand on my lower back and guided me into the living room. He helped me sit down on the couch. Elena sat next to me. Damon and Stefan took chairs and placed them across from where we were sitting. I looked at them in silence. They looked so normal, so human. How could they be vampires? They weren't cold, or hard as stone. Their eyes, they were normal. They weren't golden or burgundy, they were green and blue. How could this be? You must have many questions, ask. And we'll try to answer as honestly as we can, Stefan said. I did have a lot of questions, but I didn't know where to start. I glanced over to Elena. She took my hand into hers and held it. It's okay, Bella, ask whatever you need to ask, she reassured me, giving me a short squeeze. I looked from her to them, and then I looked away to the windows and walls. I was trying to figure out what to ask them. Take your time, Stefan said. You need to say it first. Tell us what we are, Damon said, leaning forward in his seat. His elbows placed on his lap. Well, that's a question I haven't been asked before. I thought sarcastically. Vampires, I said quickly. They both nodded. After a while I managed to ask the question that had been lurking in my head since. Damon had told me that they were different. How? How what? Damon asked. How is it possible? How can you be different, but still the same? I asked, not sure if I had put the question together correctly. Damon sighed and after a pause he explained, there are two different kinds of vampires, he shrugged. I don't understand. Imagine that we are like different breeds of creatures. Take for example lions and tigers. On the outside they're different, but they're still felines, Damon explained. I nodded, understanding what he was saying. I looked from him to Stefan. All I could notice were their eyes. I used to think that if I ever ran across a vampire again I would recognize what it was because of their eyes. I would recognize if they were vegetarians or blood-crazed killers like James. Your eyes, they're different. I pointed out. They both nodded. How could I know? Were they like the Cullens, resisting their nature because they didn't want to be monsters? Or were they the rest of vampires that fed on humans until they died? If you were like the others, what color would your eyes be? I asked. Burgundy, Damon blurted out. My heart started beating rapidly again. Before I could even say anything Stefan intervened. Mine would be golden, Bella, he said, trying to calm me down again. Stefan was a vegetarian. I glanced over to Damon who hadn't stopped looking at me. He rolled his eyes. Yes, Stefan feeds on rabbits and puppies. I prefer our natural food source, he said. You kill people, I said. I haven't killed a person while feeding on them in centuries, Damon explained. Emphasizing on centuries. I was confused. Did he just turn people into vampires every time he fed them? Then do you just turn them? I asked. PFF'd, no. It doesn't work that way. We are not venomous. The whole turning process is a little different for us, he told me. So you don't kill humans. You just drink from them? I asked. I like the occasional sorority girl, but mostly it's from blood banks. Okay. I understood a lot now. You said you hadn't killed anyone by feeding on them for centuries. Exactly how old are you? I asked. Around 500, give or take, Damon answered. 500. The number was not being processed in my mind. He has lived more than 500 years. No wonder he acts the way he does. The guy has seen everything. He's probably bored of this life. 500. So you were around during the Renaissance? I asked as I calculated the time in my head. They both nodded. Wow, that was all I could say. Are you two really brothers? Or have you been living together for a really long time and call yourselves brothers because it feels that way? I asked. Damon chuckled and Stefan looked at him. He was irritated. We are brothers. We are related, Stefan answered. Huh, I'm thinking this isn't common. So you're 500 too? I asked Stefan. He nodded. I looked down, nodding. Trying to process all the information. Keep going, Bella, keep asking. Stefan encouraged me. How different are you from the others? You don't react the same way to blood like them, this I know for sure. You can control it a lot better, can't you? I asked. Yes, we both suffer from bloodlust, but we are able to take more control over our actions. That is, unless we have been deprived of blood, human or animal, for a long period of time, Stefan explained. Blank. I took the little package, rolling my eyes at Edward while I stuck my finger under the edge of the paper and jerked it under the tape. Shoot, I muttered when the paper sliced my finger. I pulled it out to examine the damage. A single drop of blood oozed from the tiny cut. It all happened very quickly then. No, Edward roared. He threw himself at me, flinging me back across the table. It fell, as I did, scattering the cake and the presents, the flowers and the plates. I landed in the mess of shattered crystal. Jasper slammed into Edward, and the sound was like the crash of boulders in a rock slide. There was another noise, a grisly snarling that seemed to be coming from deep in Jasper's chest. Jasper tried to shove past Edward, snapping his teeth just inches from Edward's face. Emmett grabbed Jasper from behind in the next second, locking him into his massive steel grip, but Jasper struggled on, his wild, empty eyes focused only on me. Beyond the shock, there was also pain. I'd tumbled down to the floor by the piano, with my arms thrown out instinctively to catch my fall, into the jagged shards of glass. Only now did I feel the searing, stinging pain that ran from my wrist to the crease inside my elbow. Dazed and disoriented, I looked up from the bright red blood pulsing out of my arm, into the fevered eyes of the 6 suddenly ravenous vampires. Blank. Yes, they were different. If I had cut my fingers like the night at Alina's at the Cullens, I probably wouldn't have survived. What about strength? And listening to things that are miles and miles away, and speed, and special abilities? I asked. Yes, all of the above. These abilities, they strengthen with time, they become more and more powerful, Stefan said. They do. If you feed correctly. Otherwise you get weak, he said looking at Stefan, and then added, unlike them, we can have numerous abilities, not only one. Like my brother said, we become stronger with time, not the other way around. What other differences are there? I asked. The effect the sun has on us, Damon said, and then added, we don't sparkle, thank goodness for that. You said you burned, but I have seen you outside, you don't burn, I said. Damon raised his hand and showed me the ring that had the crest on it. What? I asked. I didn't understand. This ring protect us. It's been spelled, Stefan said. Spelled, as in a spell has been cast on it, by a witch. I asked a little confused. They nodded. Witches, there were also witches. I pushed the questions that were beginning to formulate in my head about this to the side. We would get to that later. Okay, what else? What about garlic, and holy water, and crucifixes and being invited in? I asked, and then before they could answer me I blurted the last part of my question out again. Being invited in. Charlie he keeps telling me not to invite anyone into the house, I said and looked at Damon. He knows doesn't he? Damon nodded. He knows what has been told to him. He doesn't know that we are what we are, he explained. So, Charlie thinks I'm safe with you. And really I'm in the lion's den, again. We won't hurt you, Bella, Stefan said reassuringly. Why? Why won't you hurt me? I know your secret. I know, Damon, that those people in that portrait have their rules, humans are not supposed to know. I said quickly, my heart started racing again. You won't say anything, you know how to keep a secret. You've proven that already, he said glancing to my right arm where my scar was. Now it's our turn. I've got questions, Damon said pulling his chair closer to me. Who did you know that was a vampire? He asked. My ex, and his family, I answered. Family? Stefan asked. Yes, they were a large coven. They're 7, and they're all on the animal diet. I glanced over at Stefan when I said this. All of them? Damon asked. Yes, I answered. That's not common, he said. They told me so too, I answered. What happened? Where are they now? Damon asked. My stomach turned. The tape that was holding my fragile heart together felt as if it had started to rip apart. They left. He dumped me and they left. Why? He asked. There was an incident and they left. An incident. He wanted me to continue but I didn't think that I could. I was looking down at my fingers. Where the paper cut used to be, and I nodded. He studied me. He sighed, You were right, paper cuts can be deadly, he said, taking my hands and inspecting them. I looked up at him amazed. How did he know that? How? I started to say, and he interrupted me. I remember what you said that night at Alina's. I just figured, he said, shrugging. Oh, I managed to say. They told you about the Volturi? Stefan asked. Yes. Carlyle had a big portrait like that one in his study. They told me about them, I answered. Damon's head shot up from my hands to my eyes. He seemed to have recognized Carlyle's name. How much do you know about the people in the portrait? He asked. Well, I know that the Volturi live in Italy, and that they are like royalty. They make all the rules and laws. They are very powerful. Damon nodded as he listened to what I was saying. Are you one of them? I asked. He stood still and answered quickly. I used to be. Used to be? I asked. Yes. I asked to leave, and they granted my wish, he explained. They let you leave, just like that? I asked. Yes, why wouldn't they? I don't know, it seems odd, I said. How is it that you are alive? He asked, changing the subject rather abruptly. I was taken aback with this question. What do you mean? I asked. He grabbed my hand and extended my arm, reaching for the sleeve of my jacket and pushing it upwards, revealing my scar. I'm talking about this. How is it that you have this and you're still human? He asked seriously. I looked down at my scar. Then, without even thinking about it twice, I told them about James. I told them about how the Cullens had come to my rescue when I had gone to meet James at the ballet studio. I told them about Edward sucking the venom out, and how it was almost impossible for him to stop. It was hard for him to stop. He said that my blood called to him, that he had never wanted a human's blood so much before. He had been furious the day we met. He sighed. That he was mad that I was testing his strength not to feed on me. Breaking all the years of practice and self-restraint. It called to him. Damon asked, confused, disbelief in his eyes. That's how he described it. I reassured him of my answer. La tua cantante, Damon said in a whisper. Stefan looked over at him surprised. What? I had not understood a word he had said. La tua cantante, you were his singer. Your blood sang to him, like a siren, and yet, here you are. How is that even possible? Damon explained, confusion in his eyes. I've heard about this, but never actually believed it to be true. Can it be brother? Stefan asked. Yes, I know that there have been cases of finding someone whose blood calls strongly to a vampire, but they are very few, not common at all. I have never heard of someone resisting it though. Especially not one of them, Damon answered. They seemed to be surprised by the amount of restraint Edward had by being around me. They were even more surprised by the fact that he helped me and sucked the venom out of my system before the change started taking place. The biggest surprise was that he had actually stopped and not killed me. Before, when you said that you had other abilities, what did you mean by that? I asked Damon. There are numerous, they vary from vampire to vampire. Some of them include controlling the weather, compelling people, Damon said as he numbered the abilities. Compelling people? I asked. Yes, by using compulsion we can get people to do what we want, we control their minds. Unless they are on something that enables us to do so. Which gets me to my next question, why can't I compel you? He asked, a little irritated. You can't compel me, I asked. Nope. It's very frustrating, he said. When had he tried to compel me? My mind started searching for moments in which Damon had wanted me to do things, but I came up blank. Then I remembered the times his eyes would do that crazy pupil thing. He had wanted me to get napkins. And think that being Italian was great. Huh, I said, realizing that like Edward, his power didn't work on me. What? Do you know why I can't compel you? And I know it's not because you were consuming vervain. At least not until I gave it to Charlie, Damon said. I don't know why you can't do that thing, but my ex, his power didn't work on me either. I'm starting to think that there's something seriously wrong with my brain. I explained. What do you mean by his power didn't work on you? What power did he have? He asked, intrigued. Edward, he could read minds, but not mine. It was as if I were on mute. He once described it as if he couldn't tune me in, like I was AM and he could only read FM, I said, shrugging. Huh, Damon said as he looked to the side, obviously thinking about something. Then he added with a serious face, interesting. We were quiet for a while. I started thinking about how crazy this whole thing was. Here I was sitting on the couch of my new vampire friends. My life was a magnet for the supernatural. This explains why Charlie had been jumpy all week. He had learned about vampires. Earlier, when you told me that Charlie knew about vampires, you told me he knew. But he doesn't know about you, then, what does he know about? Does he know about the other kind of vampire? I asked. Charlie knows the basics: blood, being invited in, vervain, the sun. Stake to the heart, and that's about it, Damon said. Stake to the heart. You really die that way? I asked, a little surprised. They both nodded. You're easier to kill then, I said. That's why there aren't many of us left. Stefan said. So you're like an endangered species. I said with a smile on my face. I found it a little funny, I don't know why. Yes, you can put it that way, Stefan said. We were hunted down during the late 1600s, humans discovered our existence and our weaknesses, and used them to our disadvantages. Most were killed, others fled and hid themselves. Not only humans were after us at the time. Other creatures were hunting us down as well. Only few vampires like us exist anymore. Damon explained. What other creatures? I asked. Damon looked at me with satisfaction in his eyes. He liked to rope me in. He had me completely intrigued. That is a story for another time, he answered. What other creatures could there be out there? I knew there were werewolves, that was for sure. But what about all those other mythical creatures I had once believed that belonged precisely in myths and legends? Did they exist too? Were they here in Mystic Falls? What about all those animal attacks? Were other creatures involved? Were they vampire attacks? Or were they really just animals gone wild? I had to ask. Those animal attacks that we were talking about. The other day, were they really animal attacks? They stared at me, stating the obvious. They didn't have to say anything else, I knew the answer. Elena looked down at her hands. She had been really quiet all this time. I had a feeling she was finding out about a few things herself. Maybe she wasn't as informed as she thought she was. So, the attacks, they were vampires. I just wanted to make sure. Yes, but we took care of that. Stefan said, reassuring me. Are there any left? I asked. Not that we know of, but there might be, Stefan answered. How many were there? A few, Damon answered coldly. I couldn't believe that I was here again. In the middle of the supernatural world. In a town that apparently was populated by vampires and supernatural beings. Was I in danger here? Was C. Harley right about having me move with my mother? Do I have to be worried about something? I asked. Not at the moment, no, Stefan said, leaning forward and shaking his head. At the moment, what did he mean? Not now, but maybe in the future. How long till I had to start worrying about my life and safety? How long would it be until some crazy vampire came after me and threatened to end my life or Charlie's? My heart started racing again. I remembered James. What the hell did, not at the moment, mean? Yes, not at the moment. Unless you and your danger magnet attract something paranormal into this town. Like gee, I don't know, aliens. Then all hell would definitely break loose, Damon said sarcastically, I think. Aliens? I asked, confused. In my 500 years I have never run into an alien. Stefan said, smiling sweetly at me. He was so good at calming me down. I smiled back at him and looked down to my feet. This was a lot of information for me to digest. Again, part of me wanted to shut down and pretend that none of this existed. That I had dreamed it or made it up, but I also knew that they were real. I couldn't run away from this. They had opened up to me, and answered every question I had asked. They weren't hiding things, they were being honest. I had never felt this kind of honesty from the Cullens. Every time I asked Edward something, I had the feeling he was only giving me half-truths. I felt he was never truly honest. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a phone ringing. Hello, Elena answered. I looked from Damon to Stefan, and then to Elena. Hi, Aunt Jenna. No, we're at Stefan's. The party got a little too heavy for us, so we came here. We'll be there in a little while, don't worry. No, he was with Anna, I don't know where he is. Okay, bye. Elena hung up and looked at us. It's late. You two should get going, Stefan said as he rubbed her back. Elena looked at me and asked, are you ready to go? I nodded and stood up. Stefan and Damon stood up too. I think we don't have to tell you to keep this a secret, right? Stefan told me. I know, don't worry, I won't say anything, I said, looking at him straight in the eyes. Good, Damon said coldly. If any questions come up, you just ask, okay? Stefan told me. I nodded and Stefan put his hand on Alina's back and guided her out of the living room. Damon gestured me to walk towards where Stefan and Elena had gone. They both showed us to the door, and walked us back to Alina's car. Apparently one of them had gone and gotten it from where we had left it at the party while I had been in the bathroom. Vampire speed. I had forgotten about it. We got into the car and said goodbye to the boys. Elena started the car and drove us back home. The ride was quiet. There was tension in the air. Once we got to Elena's house, we stayed in the car for a little while before going in. "They're not going to hurt you, Bella," Elena said, breaking the silence. I turned and looked at her. "I don't mean to put this the wrong way, Elena, but I've heard that before, and it turns out that I got hurt, not only physically but emotionally," I said. "They're good guys, Bella, you just have to get to know them. Stefan is very protective and wants us to be safe. He is calm and serene. He truly wants you to be okay with this. Damon, he's difficult, but in his own twisted way he cares, and is the most loyal person you will ever come across. When he promises something, he keeps his word. It's hard to trust him, but in the end, even though you think you shouldn't, you really should." I listened to the way she spoke about them. It was clear that she cared deeply for them, and trusted them more than anyone else. She continued explaining to me why I should trust them and not squirm away from them. After a while, we saw Mr. Saltzman walk out of the house. He waved to us and we waved back. "He knows too," Elena said as she smiled to him. "He does?" I asked. "Yes, but that is a whole different story. We'll talk about that soon, I promise," Elena said. I stared out the window, and looked over to my house. There were a million things running through my head at the moment. All I really wanted was to go home and lock myself up in my room. And let all the information that had been thrown at me sink in. I was lost in thought when Elena spoke. "You don't have to stay over tonight, Bella. I know that you probably want to spend some time alone. And think about everything that happened. It's all right, I understand. I don't want to be rude, all my stuff is here already. Don't worry about it, we'll talk tomorrow, or whenever you're ready. I'm going to be here, you'll know where to find me." I smiled at her and nodded. "Thanks for tonight, Elena. It was nice, considering everything that happened, it was nice." "I know. I'm kind of relieved that you know. I really need someone to talk to. I think that we can relate to each other, and now that you know, it's just perfect. Now, get out and go home and rest. We'll talk soon." I smiled and opened the car door. "Thanks," I told her as I climbed out. I turned around and said, "Thank you, for everything." She nodded and I crossed the street heading home. Charlie wasn't there yet. The cruiser wasn't parked. I walked into the house and went straight upstairs into my room. I changed into my pajamas and sat on my open windowsill. I searched for him in the tree, but he wasn't there. His nest was empty. That was strange, I was hoping to see him there. I let the light breeze caress my face as I took a deep breath. What the hell had happened tonight? I took my cell and texted Charlie. I let him know that I was home, that I wasn't staying at Elena's tonight. I told him I wasn't feeling so great, it must have been something I ate at the game that tasted funny. He replied saying he'd be home shortly. I looked over to the tree again and there he was. I hadn't even seen him fly in. I smiled to him. He was serious, but calm. He jumped into his nest and watched me. I took another deep breath and closed my eyes. For some reason having him there, made me feel at ease. I hadn't slept at all. Charlie came home about an hour after I had gotten his text. He came into my room and found me sitting by the window. He asked if I wanted to go to the hospital. I told him that it wasn't necessary, and that I was already feeling better. He left my room and told me to get him if I started feeling not so well again. I agreed and he walked out. I just sat there, staring out the window into the night until the sun came up the next morning. Mr. Crow had stayed quiet in his nest. He hadn't cawed at all. He just watched me. It was as if he knew that I needed to think and that I needed to process something. The thing is, I hadn't thought about much, I had just stared out the window. No thoughts were running through my head. No questions were formed. I just sat and stared. I hadn't even cried. Not after I broke down at the Salvatores and Stefan had calmed me down. The tears weren't coming. For some strange reason, I felt this wasn't like last time. I actually felt glad. I had finally found someone who understood me. Elena was in a relationship with Stefan. Stefan was a vampire. She was more than likely dealing with some of the same things I had dealt with while Edward and I were together. So really, all I felt was relief. By the time the sun was coming out, I glanced over to Mr. Crow. He hadn't shut his eyes. He was still very much awake. He kept looking at me intently. I gave him a small smile. Thanks. I really needed some quiet. He nodded. I had decided that indeed my crow could understand me, and that I understood whatever he was telling me. If different kinds of vampires existed and werewolves too, why couldn't there be talking animals? I, Bella Swan, was going insane. I was befriending the supernatural and welcoming it into my life without any prejudice. We were, after all, outsiders. The crow suddenly stood from the nest and jumped onto the branch. "What are you doing?" Quote. He started walking towards me, and when he reached the end of the branch he jumped to the window pane. He looked at me and then looked at something inside my room. I turned around, trying to figure out what it was that he was trying to tell me. I then realized that he was looking at my bed. He started pecking my hand and pointing to my bed. "Hey, stop it," he continued to peck. The bird wanted to get me into bed. Okay, I'm going to bed." I got up from the window and jumped into bed. "Are you happy now?" I asked him. He jumped back into his nest. I could tell he was content. This bird was used to getting his way. Brat. As I started to get comfortable, I heard Charlie strolling down the corridor. I quickly shut my eyes. He came into my room and checked up on me. He felt my forehead. A warm feeling ran through me. Charlie was worried. I loved how he did little things like this, thinking that I didn't notice. When he made sure that I was okay, he walked out and closed the door behind him. I opened my eyes and looked out the window. The little monster was smirking. I had a feeling he knew Charlie was coming into my room. He was so happy with himself. "Arrogant bird," I said under my breath. He caught and flew away. I then closed my eyes and sleep quickly overtook me. By the time I woke up again, it was almost 10. I had only slept a few hours. I tried to go back to sleep but it just didn't come. I decided to get up and clean up the house a bit. I got up and took a quick shower. When I went into the kitchen to fix something to eat I found a note from Charlie. Went into the office. "I'll be back later. Call me when you read this, Dad." I took the phone and dialed his number. "Mystic Falls Police Department, this is Chief Swan speaking." "Hey Dad." "Hey Bells. How are you feeling?" "I'm okay Dad, I'm feeling much better." "You sure?" "Yep. How come you went into the office today?" "It's Saturday." "I know, I just have a bunch of stuff to catch up on," he explained. "Are you coming for lunch?" I asked. "No, I don't think so. You go ahead though, don't wait for me." "Okay, I'm going to stay in then. I was going to clean up a bit and maybe get some groceries later." "Okay kid, I'll call you later." "Bye Dad," I said and hung up. I looked for the box of cereal and served myself a portion. I remembered the time when I had felt conscious about eating something as simple as a bowl of cereal. Edward never ate. The Salvatores had had dinner that night at Elena's. They seemed to have enjoyed cooking. Especially Damon. Could they eat? Or were they just pretending? That question would go on my list. I ate my cereal quietly and calmly. I took my time with every bite, trying not to give the whole vampire issue too much importance. After I was done, I took some of my dirty clothes from the week and threw them into the washing machine. I cleaned up the kitchen and the living room. I went upstairs and did the bathrooms in both Charlie's room and my own. I only had to clean up the study and I would be done. I went downstairs and entered Charlie's study. It was a mess. A complete mess. There were books everywhere. I had ever considered Charlie to be a reading kind of man, but apparently this was a new habit he had developed since we got here. I took a few books from the desk and started glancing at the pages. They were handwritten and by the looks of them, they were pretty old. I would have to read them sometime. But not today. I knew what kind of information I would find in there, but most of the information had been thrown yesterday would be in there, and I didn't want to think all that much about it. I started organizing the files he had left spread across the desk. They were all animal attacks. Bodies drained from blood, open wounds to the neck, savagely ripped apart. There were some pictures too, pretty explicit stuff. I closed the files. I didn't want to see blood. As I was organizing the files, beneath all the papers there was a book that caught my attention. I had seen it before. I turned it over and I recognized it instantly. It was my book. The same book I had bought that night in Port Ang. Els when Edward saved me from those drunken men. It was the book on Quileute legends. Why would Charlie have it? What was this book doing here? I opened it and quickly saw that he had marked a few pages. I turned to them. The first one was marked on the legends about the Cold Ones. Crap. Did this mean he knew about the Cullens too? The next mark was on a page that explained what Jake had told me. About them being descendants from wolves. It was all there. The legend of how they came to be. The third wife. Crap. He must have asked Billy about this. He went directly to the source. Is had to be the reason why Jake was so mad. He thought I had told Charlie. How else would have Charlie figured this whole thing out if it wasn't from me? I took my cell out of my jeans back pocket and dialed Jake's number. I was going to get things straight with him and tell him everything. Well, almost everything. I was going to leave the Salvatores and Mystic Falls vampires out of it. I would explain about the book. And why Charlie was asking the questions he was asking. It went directly to voicemail. I dialed again, voicemail. Jake, it's me. I really need to speak with you. I'm not sure why you're mad at me. But I have a pretty good idea why you might think I said something to Charlie about you guys. He found out, but it wasn't from me. I can promise you that. Anyways, please give me a call. I want to sort this thing out. I hate that you're mad at me for something that I didn't even do. I miss you. I hung up after I had left the message. I put the book back into the pile, and decided to leave the study just as it was. I wouldn't move any more stuff. As I was walking out of the study the doorbell rang. I went over to the door and looked through the glass window. It was Elena. Carrying the stuff I had left over at her house last night. I opened the door. Hey, I said with awkwardly. Hey, Elena said with a small smile. I brought your stuff, she said showing me my overnight bag and pillow. Yeah, thanks. I was going to pick them up later, I said as I ran a hand through my hair. I just thought that I could use this was an excuse to come and check up on you, shish. He said shrugging and giving me another smile. I sighed and let out a little chuckle. I'm okay. I guess I'm just trying to let it all sink in, I told her honestly. I know that it might have come as a surprise. I just want you to know that when you're ready to talk about it I'm here, she said with concern. Thanks, I said. When you're ready to hear the rest just come on over. The rest? There's more. I asked with disbelief. Yeah, there's more. You just got the basics last night, but there's tons more, Elena explained. Wow, okay, I'll come over when I'm ready so that you can fill me in. I know that you probably want to get some stuff off your chest to Elena. I've been there, done that, I told her sympathetically. Elena nodded. So here, she said handing me the bag and pillow, and then added. I have a good feeling about this Bella. Strangely, so do I said, agreeing with her. She smiled and said goodbye. I watched as she crossed the street and went inside her house. I went upstairs and took my stuff out of the bag. I was just about to put the bag away when the doorbell rang again. I went downstairs and through the glass I saw who it was. It was Damon. I stopped and thought about what to do once I had opened the door. Should I invite him in? He waved through. I gave him a small smile and opened the door. Hey you, he said leaning on the doorframe. I stood behind the door, holding it open, with one hand in my jeans pocket. Hi, I said awkwardly. He looked at me intently, and then glanced inside the house. Charlie's not here, I told him. I know that, he said as he tapped his ear. Right, super hearing. There was only one heartbeat inside this house and it was mine. Aren't you going to invite me in? He asked, bashing his eyelids. I crossed my arms across my chest. I don't think so, I said as a small chuckle came out, and Damon rolled his eyes. Then I added, at least not yet. A smirk of satisfaction appeared across his face. I have time, I'll wait. It's a matter of time before you succumb into my smoldering good looks, he said shrugging. I rolled my eyes. He was so full of himself it was irritating. What do you want, Damon? I asked him. I came by to check up on you. After all, you did get some pretty big news last night, he said. I scoffed. Why are you all so worried? It's not like this is the first time I said, trying to act as if this all didn't matter. Exactly, he said smiling. What? I asked shrugging. It's not like this is not the first time, he said, repeating what I had just told him. You know, it's rude to leave someone standing outside your door. He stated. I came out of the house and closed the door behind me. I walked to the left and sat on one of the chairs that were on the porch. He stood there, looking at me. Well, aren't you going to sit down? I asked as I pointed to the chair next to me. He looked at me out of the corner of his eye and then walked over. He sat down. What? You said it was rude to keep you standing. I'm inviting you to sit down, outside. Touché, he said without taking his eyes off me. I grinned. You were scared last night. Why are you so calm now? He asked. I guess I just needed to let it sink in. I answered. He said. Can I ask you something? Here we go 100 questions, he said as he laid back in his chair and let out a sigh, putting his hands behind his head. How come you were so calm about me finding out about your secret? We knew that you knew, it was bound to happen eventually, he answered. And you're not upset? I asked. Why would we? I don't know, from the little I know vampires like to keep their existence a secret. Or at least that's what the Volturi want. Or that was what I was told. Yes, we like to keep our existence a secret. Elena trusts you. And we trust Elena, therefore we trust you, he answered shrugging. Why would you trust me? You don't even know me, I stated. Like I said last night, you are alive for a reason. If not, you wouldn't be here. They trusted you to keep their secret, why can't we do the same? He said carelessly. You don't really care that I know, because odds are, that if it doesn't work out, you could always just kill me, I said looking straight into his eyes. He didn't respond, so I took this as a yes. Damon wasn't so hard to figure out as maybe his outside seemed to show. The guy was determined, curious, a pain in the ass, obnoxious, sly, smart, and very strong-minded. At least that was what he portrayed. On the other hand, I felt it was all a charade. A mask he put on to hide the loneliness inside. The guy was over 500. He had probably seen the world more than 12 times. He had seen it all, lived through it all. He obviously had Aki relationship with the only person that grounded him to his humanity and that had actually known him before any of this had happened to both of them. Stefan had Elena, and they seemed to be in love. Who did he have? Did he have someone and then lost that person? Damon was lonely. But this didn't mean he wouldn't kill me if I gave him reasons to do it. This I knew for sure, without a doubt. I'm sure it won't come to that now, will it? He said seriously. I slowly shook my head while keeping my eyes locked on his. My heart didn't even start racing. I was very calm. Can I ask you something else? Sure, why not? He said and let out a sigh. Why are you suddenly answering every question that I have? It was a while before he answered my question. He studied me and then said, I'm curious. I don't like being in dark. There's something about you that I want to know and I won't stop until I know what it is. You're odd. Gee, thanks. I answered. I'm not insulting you. It's a compliment. You're different. I just want to know why. A compliment, really? I asked, making sure, because it didn't really sound that way. Yes. To be honest, I haven't been this interested in something since, well, a few months ago. Am I really supposed to believe it's a compliment? I know for fact that you vampires get distracted easily. He laughed. What? He asked. You get distracted easily, you have distractions. Like the sorority girls you like to feed from, I answered. Sorority girls are no distraction. They're kind of boring, really, he said, smiling. He then started laughing again. He sat up and then leaned forward closer to me. Who on earth told you that absolute and stupid lie? He asked seriously. I couldn't say anything. I looked away and shrugged. Come on, seriously. He said that. He laughed and then by taking my hand he grabbed the attention of my eyes again and added, Isabella darling, when something or someone grabs a vampire's attention it is almost impossible to let go. We get fixated. News flash gorgeous, he lied. Blank. That was how I can describe the state of my mind at this point. I didn't know how to respond to that. I did not know what to think. Was he telling the truth or was he lying to me? Speaking of him, how did it all work? He asked as he let go of my hand. I broke out of my brief trance and stared at him. What had he just asked? I'm sorry. The mind reading, how did that work? Could he pick a brain to eavesdrop in and then shut it out or what? He asked. He was curious about Edward's power. Man, this guy could change subjects fast. I'm not sure how it exactly works, but he said that he couldn't control it. He could listen to every thought in a room, and miles away. He was more in tune with vampires and his family. He could listen in even though he didn't want to. It was inevitable. And he couldn't read yours. Nope. Or so he said. It always irritated him that he couldn't read me. Huh. That's all you've got to say. You said it last night too, huh? He chuckled. You are very observant. Yes, I've been told that before. I can imagine you have, he said, smirking. Can I ask you something else? Yes, Bella, go ahead, ask away. He said as he rested his head on his right hand. Last night, I mentioned someone, and your head shot right up. He leaned backward and looked away. You know him, don't you? I said. He was looking towards the tree that was outside my bedroom window and then turned to look back at me. He didn't answer. Well, do I what? He asked. Do you know him? I asked him, a little irritated. Do I know who? Quote. Could this guy be a pain in the ass? Did I have to spell it out? Carlisle, do you know Carlisle? He stared at me and, raising his eyebrows, as if he was answering out of boredom, said. I know who he is, yes. My heart started beating fast. I was right, he knew Carlisle. Hold it. Don't get excited, tell that heart of yours to slow down. Don't go making assumptions, he told me seriously. I looked away, trying to make my heart slow down, but all I could manage was to make it beat faster. I know who he is because he lived with the Volturi for a while. Arrow enjoyed his company, and found him odd, because of his life choice. He thought that we could persuade him to embrace his nature, but Arrow couldn't convince him, and then he left. Do you keep in touch with him? I asked. No. How come? I asked. Just because he's a vampire, and I'm a vampire doesn't mean we all keep in touch, Bella. We don't have Facebook, we are not friends, we don't inbox each other, and we don't comment on our statuses. I let my eyes explore the wooden floor of the porch. It needed a hand of paint. I needed to tell that to Charlie. Sorry to break your bubble of hope, sweetheart, no. I don't know where he is, he said as he took his hand and lifted my head to meet his eyes. The guy was weird. He reminded me too much of my brother. He was too self-righteous and had too much compassion for humans. Compassion makes you weak. What do you mean? How can compassion make you weak? It makes you a better person, I said. I was a little mad, and I didn't even know why. Compassion is a feeling. Feelings get you attached. If you're attached to something, that means you have a weakness. Weaknesses are no fun. No fun at all. No feelings equals no attachment. No attachment equals more fun. He said quickly. Huh, I said. Huh, what? He asked. Just huh, I said. What? He asked, a little irritated. Sucks to be on the other side of the huh, doesn't it? I said. He smirked and tapped my leg. Tell me, what are you thinking? Nothing, just that whoever it was that you got attached to, Damon, pulled quite the number on you. He stared at me and then rolled his eyes. There's no one. I can assure you of that, he said sternly. Right, I believe that, I said. I'm serious, he said. And I believe you, I answered. Seriously, there's no one. He was irritated. There was someone. If you say so, I said, shrugging. I do, he stated. I nodded and looked away. Charlie was still not home. I let my mind wander back to what Damon had said about Edward lying to me. Why would he say vampires? Got distracted easily when he left. Did that mean that he never wanted me? He left Bella. He sucks, Damon said as he tried to grab my attention again. I turned to him, letting my thoughts linger a bit longer. Fuck him, Bella. Live your life. You're 18, you should be doing stupid things and enjoying life, he said as he leaned closer to me and looked at me with challenge in his eyes. Fuck him, he said again, pronouncing each word separately and emphasizing on each one. He gave me a quick nod and then stood up. He extended his hand to me. Come with me. I looked at his open hand, wondering where he wanted to take me and if I was safe if I decided to go with him. My eyes met his, questioning him. You need to let loose, come on, he said as he leaned his head to the right. Where are we going? I asked. You'll see. Will I be safe? I asked. Yes, he said, rolling his eyes. I remembered Alina's words from last night. Damon kept his promises, he was a man of his word. In order for me to believe that I was going to be truly and completely safe around him, I needed him to promise me so. Do you promise? I asked. He sighed, and acting annoyed said, yes Bella, I promise. Now, get off your pretty little ass and come with me. And just like that, throwing my better judgment out the window, I took his hand and let him help me get up. He guided me down the stairs. His grip on my hand was pretty strong, but nothing harming. He wasn't hurting me. He also wasn't letting me try to squirm away from his grasp. I followed him silently for a few blocks. We then reached a street that had no way out. It ended where the woods began. Damon was guiding me into the woods. My heart started beating quickly. I didn't want to go into the woods. Not just the two of us. Blank. He pulled me along toward the east side of the yard, where the forest encroached. I followed unwillingly, trying to think through the panic. It was what I wanted. I reminded myself. The chance to talk it all through. So why was the panic choking me? We'd gone only a few steps into the trees when he stopped. We were barely on the trail. I could still see the house. Some walk. Edward leaned against a tree and stared at me, his expression unreadable. Okay, let's talk, I said. It sounded braver than it felt. He took a deep breath. Bella, we're leaving. Blank. I stopped dead in my steps. I was thinking that having agreed to going on this walk with Damon wasn't a good idea after all. Damon turned around and looked at me a little exasperated. What is going on? Relax. I'm not going to hurt you, Bella, have a little faith. I believe you, but why are we going into the woods? I don't like going into the woods. I told him quickly between stutters. We're going to my house. It's a shortcut, trust me, he said as he leaned closer to me. I looked to the woods and then back to him. I closed my eyes. Take a risk, Bella. Don't be such a wuss. Get over it. Look, I'll let go of your hand, he said, releasing his grip on me. I nodded quickly, and when Damon turned around I followed right behind him again. We went into the woods. I stayed close behind him as I tried to maneuver my way through all the tree roots that were on the ground. The deeper we went into the forest, the more I thought that last time I had seen Edward in the woods. What was going on with me? I realized it was getting difficult for me to breathe, it was hard to catch my breath, and it wasn't because I was tired of our little walk. No, that wasn't it. I was having a panic attack. Why are you freaking out? You didn't have any problem running through these woods last night, Damon said. I could tell that he was very irritated. I shook my head as I tried to gasp for air. He studied me, and while rolling his eyes he came forward to me. He gently placed his arms around my shoulders and guided me towards a fallen tree where I could sit down. I sat down and closed my eyes, trying to breathe in and out steadily. You should put your head between your legs, he suggested, and I did as he said. Once oxygen had regained its normal course through my lungs and my heart wasn't beating erratically, I looked up at Damon. You okay now? He asked. I nodded. Okay then, now spill, he said seriously. What? Why are you freaking out? You didn't have any problem running through these woods last night, he asked again. It was different last night. Elena and Stefan were here, and I didn't know, I answered. So you're scared now? He asked. What? No, that's not it, I told him, trying to avoid the subject. Then what is it? He asked. I don't want to talk about it, I said, looking away. You were so much more fun last night, he said, aggravated by my answer. Last night I was under the influence of an alcoholic beverage, I said. You were drunk and chatty, he told me. No, I wasn't, I said, disagreeing with him. Yes, you were. No, I was a little tipsy, but not drunk, I stated. If you say so, he said. Obviously his words meant something completely different. I wasn't drunk, Damon, I said as I stood up. Damon started walking through the woods again. You keep telling yourself whatever helps you sleep at night, darling, he said smugly. Well, for your information, I don't sleep much, I told him as I started walking behind him, trying to catch up. I know, he said under his breath. What? I mean, I can tell. Your eyes always look tired, he said, pointing to my eyes. They do? I asked as I took my hand and ran my fingers beneath my eyes. A little. Nothing the human eye can tell if that's what you're worried about. Why can't you sleep? He asked. I have nightmares, or I used to. Not since I moved here though, I said, realizing that the nightmares that had clouded my sleep for the past couple of months had been absent since Charlie and I moved here. Okay, if you don't have nightmares anymore, what is keeping you up? He asked, intrigued. I was going to be honest. A bird. A bird? He asked, and I could tell that a little smirk was starting to form on his face. Yes, a bird. I ratified my answer. What kind of bird? He asked. A crow. A crow, he said, like he couldn't believe what I was saying. Yes, a crow. You know, it's very annoying that you are. Repeat everything I say and use it as a question, I told him. He smirked. Crows are bad omens, he told me. Not really, I said under my breath. I'm sorry. I didn't quite get that, he said, pretending he hadn't heard what I had muttered. I don't believe that they are bad omens, I told him. Please do elaborate, he said, suddenly interested in what I had to say. Well, most people consider crows to be a bad omen. They think of them as death. But I don't see them that way. A few months ago, I read somewhere that in many cultures, it was considered that crows were the keepers of knowledge because nothing escaped their keen sight. Quote, Damon studied me, expressionless. I couldn't make out what it was that he was thinking about my little rambling on crows. I continued. The article described how crows were known to build false nests way up high in treetops, only to confuse their predators and use the height of their nests to watch everything that was going on around them. They are adaptable to any type of environment, and can survive in any situation. Their caws have different meanings, they are very wise and mischievous. I explained. It also said that if a crow flew into your life, you should get out of your familiar nest, open your eyes and look beyond your present range of vision, listen to its caw and act accordingly. I ended my little speech on crows and Damon had not even uttered a word. I was impressed that he hadn't interrupted me. Huh. Interesting, he finally said, and after a brief pause added, only a few people know about that. Do you believe it then? I asked. This other version? I do, he said, nodding. So this crow, he doesn't let you sleep? He asked. No, he's persistent, and very stubborn. But, I actually enjoy his company. I've never had a pet before. He stopped dead on his steps and turned around to look at me. A pet? He asked, a bit annoyed. I don't know why, since I hadn't said anything about him. Renee always thought that if I had a pet I would always end up killing it. I explained with a little shrug. Damon looked up to the trees and with a small frown said, yeah, I can picture that happening. He then turned to me and smiled. I rolled my eyes and gave him a small punch in his forearm. Ass, I said. Klutz, he answered back. I know I'm a klutz, I told him. And I know that I'm an ass, I work very hard on it, he joked. I looked at him, all jokes aside, and asked, seriously, you enjoy being an ass? He leaned closer to me and whispered to my ear, I don't care. I stopped where I was and stared at him as he walked out of the woods. Apparently we had reached our destination. Behind the trees I could make out the back of a very large house. I walked till I reached the end of the tree line. The house was a bit bigger than what I remembered it to be last night. Of course, last night, my perception had been a little compromised. I remember thinking that it was beautiful, but it did not compare to what I was looking at right now. This house was gorgeous. Damon walked over to one of the sides of the house. He turned around and signaled me to follow him. I began walking again towards him. I followed him into what seemed to be a garage. A very fancy garage. None of the Cullens cars could compare to these. These cars, they were fancy. He looked back at me, mischief in his eyes. I couldn't help but wonder what the hell he was up to. He finally stopped. Are you ready? He asked. Ready for what? I asked, a little confused. He looked to his left. There was something standing there covered by a black sheet. I looked at him questioningly. He smirked and in a quick swish the sheet was off. Oh, my God. It was beautiful. My heart started pounding. I didn't know if what he had planned was a good idea. I hoped he wasn't thinking what I was thinking. What I was thinking was very dangerous, and if I tried it out I would more than likely end up roadkill. If Charlie ever found out, he would kill me. No, I said instantly. No, you're really saying no to this? He asked with challenge in his eyes. I can't drive this, I said as I shook my head. I believe otherwise, he said and handed me a helmet. Put this on, we don't want Charlie freaking out. Now do we? I can't, I have never been on one like this before. This is way out of my league. I'll crash it, and there's no way I can ever pay for having it fixed. I won't let you crash. Now put it on, he said as he shook the helmet. Come on, live a little. How often do you get the chance to ride a Ducati Monster 1100? Take a risk, and act impulsively for once. Be stupid. Just as those two final words came out of his mouth, I took the helmet without even thinking and put it on. His face showed nothing more than satisfaction. Damon always got his way. And having his way made him happy, of this I was sure. Let's do this, I said as I finished putting the helmet on. He put his on and pointed to the bike. After you. I walked over to it and wondered how the heck I was going to get on it. It was huge and I didn't want to make a fool out of myself by falling off once I managed to get on. As I wondered how to approach this delicate subject, I felt two firm hands grab my waist and quickly place me on the bike. I turned around and looked at Damon, who was already sitting behind me. I knew he was smirking under that helmet and just imagining him doing so drove me mad. Obnoxious vampire. I turned around to stare the bike's handles. It was very different to the one Jake had helped me fix back in Forks. Now how do I do this? Without nodding it, Damon took my hands and placed them on the bars. He quickly turned it on and the only thing I could hear was the roar of the engine coming to life. I had goosebumps all over. My heart was beating fast but I wasn't scared. I was genuinely excited. With his help we took the bike out of the garage. God knows this bike was heavy and that on my own it would be impossible to hold it up and keep my balance. It was a disaster trying to keep my balance on my own 2 feet, now think about trying to keep it on a pair of wheels. Catastrophe waiting to happen. Once we were outside and made it to front of the house, Damon took my hands again and with a very gentle movement he applied throttle and just like that we were off. It went fast, and I loved it. Every freaking second of it. I had never felt so much adrenaline running through me. I wasn't driving the bike, he was. Always in control, so Damon. I was glad he was though. I wasn't completely accustomed to this bike, I was scared of its power and speed. So he could drive all he wanted. I didn't care. I just liked having everything running past me at such a high speed. Ironic, huh? A year ago I wouldn't have liked this. A year ago, I got sick at the thought of Edward running with me on his back through the woods. Now, I wanted the speed. I needed it. I felt free. From time to time Damon let me guide our direction. I had no clue where we were headed. And it didn't matter. At some point Damon slowed the bike down and we stopped by the side of the road. Once the engine was silent I realized why we had stopped here. His phone was ringing. He got off the bike and with a swift movement took off his helmet. I tried to keep the balance of the bike but I felt how I was quickly falling to the left. Damon grabbed the bike just before it touched the ground. He placed the kickstand on the ground and made sure I was okay. Then he put his hand on his jeans pocket and took out his phone. Why hello Elena. I looked at him a little embarrassed by my clumsiness. He winked at me. I rolled my eyes and turned my head, avoiding his gaze. To our left there was a little creek. The scenery here was lovely. Why yes, I have. She's with me, he said. I instantly looked back at him. I knew they were speaking about me. She's fine Elena. After last night she just needed to let loose a little. Yes, okay, we'll call him. And just like that he hung up. What happened? I asked. Charlie came home and didn't find you there. He called but you left your phone. He called Elena and when she didn't know where you were he started freaking out. Crap, can you lend me your phone to call him please? I asked. He pressed a button and placed the phone to his ear. You have Charlie on speed dial. I asked with disbelief. He shrugged. Chief Swan, it's Damon Salvatore. Hello sir. I just received a phone call from Elena, and wanted to let you know that Bella is safe. She's right here with me, he said as he looked at me and wiggled his eyebrows. No need to worry sir. I was just showing her around a bit. She was alone in the house and thought it would be best if she came out for a while. I'll have her home before dark. All right sir, goodbye. He hung up the phone and looked at me. Problem solved, he said with a smile and just like that he took me by my waist again and placed me on the bike. Before I knew it the engine roared and wind was hitting my face. By 7 we were pulling up in front of my house. We had switched places, Damon was now riding in front and I was sitting on the back. It felt really awkward having to hold on to him. Because I knew he was enjoying every minute of it while I died of embarrassment inside. He parked the bike and got off first. He then took me hand and helped me to get down. I took my helmet off and I saw that Elena was standing across the street outside on the porch of her house. I turned around and saw Charlie with a concerned look on his face standing by the door. I hope you have an explanation for Charlie, he'll kill me now. I whispered to Damon. Don't worry, I'll handle it, he said with a big smile on his face as he waved hello to Charlie while he said it. He walked over to Charlie and I stayed next to the bike. I observed their interaction. At first Charlie was mad, I could tell, and then, in a second his face grew calm and agreed to something Damon had told him. I walked over to them. Hey Dad, I said quietly while running a hand through my hair. Hey kid, he said while he avoided my eyes. What's going on Dad? Are you okay? I asked. Bells, I need you to go upstairs and pack a few things for the next 3 or 4 days, he said. What? Where am I going? I asked confused by his sudden directions. We're going back to Forks, he said and looked to the ground. What? I asked shocked by this news. I turned to Damon who all of a sudden was very serious. Harry Clearwater died. What's going on Dad? Are you okay? I asked. Bells, I need you to go upstairs and pack a few things for the next 3 or 4 days, he said. What? Where am I going? I asked confused by his sudden directions. We're going back to Forks, he said and looked to the ground. What? I asked shocked by this news. I turned to Damon who all of a sudden was very serious. Harry Clearwater died. My immediate reaction was to launch forward and hug him. Harry Clearwater had been Charlie's friend forever. Dad, I'm so sorry, I said as I hugged him tightly. Over Charlie's shoulder I glanced at Damon. He was serious, and a small frown was starting to form on his face. I let Charlie go and looked at him. He was still avoiding my eyes, and looking at the ground. I was pretty sure he was trying to fight back tears. My most sincere condolences, Chief, Damon said as he extended his arm to Charlie. Charlie took it and Damon patted his back with his free hand. Charlie nodded and glancing towards both of us said, thanks, both of you. He then turned to me and said, Bells, could you go and hurry? Our flight leaves at 10 and we have to be at the airport in an hour. Sure Dad, I'll hurry up, I said quietly and glanced at Damon. He was quiet and concern was written all over his face. I turned around and saw Elena standing on her porch with her hands crossed across her chest. I waved at her and signaled her to come over. She nodded and quickly crossed the street. Hi Charlie, she said as she passed him while making her way to our door. Hi Elena, he responded quietly. Well, hello to you too, Damon said. Elena rolled her eyes and made her way up the stairs to the front door where I was standing. I smiled as she came over, she did the same. I let her into the house and we went straight upstairs to my bedroom. Once I had closed the door, I went to my closet and pulled a small suitcase out. Sorry Charlie called you this afternoon, I told her. He was worried that you weren't home, I get it. Especially after all he's learned in the past few days, it's what's expected. Elena said shrugging as she sat down on my bed. Yeah, I guess so, I said as I took the suitcase and put it on top of the bed. What's going on? Where are you going? Elena asked confused by the suitcase. Oh yeah, one of my dad's oldest friend passed away today, we're going back to Forks for a few days. You're going back to Forks? She asked a little surprised. It seems so, I answered and turned around to my closet again, with the clear intention of looking for my Forks clothes. Isn't it going to be weird for you? Elena asked. I stopped looking for my clothes and turned around to Elena. I don't know. I haven't really given it much thought, I answered. You've never really told me what happened back there. I know and I will, I promise. It's a long story and I'll tell it once I get back, I answered. And I'll be here, waiting for you to do so, Elena said smiling. Thanks, I said and turned around to my closet again. I am a little worried though, I don't know how it's going to go with Jake. I said absently staring at the clothes rack. Jake? Who's Jake? Elena asked. I turned around as I grabbed a jacket. I haven't talked to you about Jake. I asked. Nope. Oh well, Jake is like my best friend, like my little brother, I explained. Why are you worried about seeing him? She asked. Oh boy, this was going to be difficult. How would I explain this without revealing too much? I trusted Elena, but I don't think that telling her my best friend back in Forks was a werewolf was a good idea. Then Jake would really be pissed at me for revealing his secret. Jake's mad at me. He thinks I told someone something that he trusted me to keep secret, I told her as I frowned a bit. A secret? Elena asked, emphasizing on the word secret. She was silently asking if it was that kind of secret. I nodded, yep, a secret. Oh, I see, that's a tough one, she said. Yep, I said, nodding and putting the jacket in the suitcase. Well, did you? She asked. No, I didn't. Once Charlie was exposed to all of this chaos of supernatural, he started digging in and put 2 and 2 together and he found out. But I didn't say anything. Have you told Jake about this? I tried. He's not answering my calls. Now I'll have to face him in a few hours and try to explain, I said as I ran a hand through my hair. Yeah, talk with him and explain, Elena said, nodding. I went to the closet and grabbed a few clothes. I went back to the bed and threw them into the suitcase. What exactly are you going to tell him? Does he know about your ex and vampires? If he does know, did they get along? Are you going to tell him that Charlie now knows about vampires? What about Stefan and Damon? Are you telling him about them? Elena asked between quick hushed whispers. She was asking me a bunch of things I had yet not even thought about. What was I going to tell him? Honestly, I don't know, Elena. I'm so confused right now, I answered as I sat down on my bed and stared at the comforter while holding my head with both hands. He knew about them, I said after a while and looked up at her. He was actually the one who told me about them. He was. Yeah, I think that. It would be best for him not to know about Stefan and Damon. I'll keep him in the dark about that. I'll just tell him about the town legends and that there were some animal attacks here, but that there haven't been any in a while. Do you think that's okay? Will I reveal too much if I say that? I asked her. I honestly don't know, Bella, she said quietly. I leaned back on the bed and rested my head on my pillow. All this lying and making up excuses is exhausting. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with all the lies I've told to cover all these secrets, I said as I closed my eyes. Elena threw herself back on the bed and sighed. I know it's tiring, it drains you, she said as she stared at the ceiling. I opened my eyes and looked at her. I started grinning and a laugh escaped me. Elena covered her face. Oh my God, excellent choice of words, huh? She said, chuckling. Can you believe this? We're laughing at something that shouldn't be funny, something that is legitimately scary, shocking, and terrifying. I said. How weird are we? What is wrong with us? Elena said, laughing. I don't know, but we're seriously bizarre, I answered her. I like this. Having someone I can relate to. Elena said as she turned to her side and looked at me. I know, me too, I said, smiling. Come on, I'll help you finish packing up, Elena said as she sat up. I got up too and walked up to the bathroom to grab my toiletries. Does it really rain that much in Forks? Elena asked. She had my jacket in her hand. Oh yeah, it rains, all the time. It's a little depressing really, I answered. I can only imagine, Elena said as she helped me throw stuff into the suitcase. So what happened this afternoon? She asked casually. I really have no idea. One minute Damon and I were sitting on the porch. He was suddenly willing to answer all my questions, and the next thing I know I'm following him through the woods to his house and riding with him out of town on that monster of a bike, I said, shrugging. Damon can be quite convincing. Did you have fun? Did he try to make a move on you? Do I have to tell Stefan to kick his ass? She asked quickly, one question after the other. No, he was okay, in his own way. I did have fun. I guess I needed to let loose for a while. Let everything go for a minute and just live, I said as I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Oh okay, she said, surprised. I'm impressed at how he has Charlie wrapped around his little finger though, I confessed. Like I said, Damon can be very persuasive. He gets his way. I know, I've noticed, I said as I finished packing the last of the things I needed. Once I double-checked that I had everything, Elena helped me carry the small, yet heavy suitcase down the stairs. We had reached the last step when I saw Charlie and Damon coming out of the study. Charlie had let Damon in. I stared at Damon in shock. As expected, he smirked. I glanced over at Elena, who sighed and put her hands in her pockets while she frowned. Bella, I'm going home. I hope you have a safe trip. Call me if you need anything, Elena said as she gave me a small smile and walked over to Charlie. Charlie, I'm really sorry about your friend. Elena said to Charlie. Thanks Elena, Charlie said quietly. Bye Charlie, Bella, Elena said as she opened the door and glanced back at us, then she nodded and said, Damon. I'll see y'all later Elena. Damon said smiling. Chief, once again I would like you to know how sorry I am about your friend. My brother and we've lost almost everyone close to us, I know how it feels. Damon said as he had one hand on Charlie's shoulder. Thank you Damon. It's a shame that you boys are all on your own. If anything, you are always welcome to come over and watch a game or something, Charlie told him. Great. This was just what I needed. Damon being here whenever he pleased, Charlie had not only invited him in today, he had also given him a free pass to come and go as he pleased. Why thank you. I think I'll take you up on that offer, he said smiling and looking at me. I looked away. He then added, and Chief, thank you for lending me this book, I'll give it a look tonight. I turned to look at him and saw that he was holding my book on Quileute Legends. Oh, Bells, I hope you don't mind I lent it to him, Charlie said to me. Actually I do Dad, I said as I went over to them and tried to take it away from Damon, who obviously had a strong grip on it. Bells come on, Charlie said. Dad, it's Jake's book and I don't know how it even got here. Now that we're going to see him I think I'll give it back. I said as I tried to take it away from Damon. I'm sure you can give it back some other time kid, Charlie said to me. No Dad, I can't. Jake is mad at me right now. I said as Damon finally let the book go. All right then, if it's that important, Charlie said. Yes, it is, I said. Charlie shrugged and then turned to Damon. Thanks for everything Damon, he said as he shook his hand. No worries Charlie. Look, if you want, I can give you a ride to the airport, I'll bring your car back once I drop you off, he proposed. There was no denying this guy knew how to get on the good side of people. Well when he wanted to. That would be great Damon, thank you. There's no problem, Damon said smiling. Charlie turned around to grab his bag and Damon winked at me. Manipulative prick. We got our stuff into the car and Charlie handed the keys to Damon. I climbed on the backseat and waited for the two of them to get in the car. They were outside, exchanging a very quiet conversation. What was Damon up to? What could they possibly be talking about? They finished their conversation and got on the car. Our drive to the airport was quiet. No one spoke a word. Damon would occasionally look at me through the rearview mirror and give me a wink or a small smirk. I would turn and look to one of the windows. How is it that this afternoon I had felt kind of normal around him and now all I felt towards him was irritation. I felt as though he had invaded something that belonged to me. My home. The only place that up until now was mine. I wasn't ready to let him in yet. Him or Stefan. I guess that the fact that I could control this had given me some peace of mind. My house was my sanctuary, away from the supernatural. Ultimately I blame Edward for this. A few months ago, on one of those sleepless nights, I had started thinking about Edward and his overwhelming presence. I realized that it was a bit creepy really. Having him there in my room, watching me sleep, almost stalkerish. He came into my room through the window every night, and all he did was watch me sleep. I didn't have any privacy when I was with him, and this was something I craved for now. Privacy. Knowing Damon was able to come and go as he pleased made me mad. By the few things I knew about him, I had a feeling he would come over more than I could want him to, and this made me angry. When we got to the airport, Damon accompanied us. While Charlie was making the line to check us in, Damon stayed with me. I didn't look at him and he didn't look at me. He just stood there quietly by my side. I told you it was a matter of time, he said, breaking the silence. Don't you dare hurt Charlie Damon, he trusts you way too much. What makes you think I'd hurt Charlie? He asked irritated. I turned to look at him. I just don't hurt him, okay? I don't plan on doing it, he answered. Good. We were quiet again and after a few minutes he broke the silence again. So you, repatching things up with you little case of puppy love? He asked mischievously. What? I asked him quickly. Did he know about Jake? You know what? He said seriously. No I don't. Yes, you do, he told me. No, I said coldly. Come on, are we doing this again? He asked. I have no idea what you're talking about, I stated. He looked at me out of the corner of his eye and then turned to look at Charlie making the line. I admire your determination and loyalty. You're a vault Swan, aren't you? You're full of secrets. Oh yeah, he knew. I have no idea what you're talking about, I stated again. Right, he said. Charlie had our boarding passes and was making his way towards us. Be careful, Bella, Damon said quietly. You're asking me to be careful. I asked him, a little surprised. Wasn't this the guy who merely a few hours ago had asked me to be stupid? Yes. I'd hate to see Elena lose the only person who she can relate to. She's been through enough already, he whispered quickly. I looked at Charlie coming over to us and whispered back to him, I'll try, but I'm not making any promises. Damon gave me a small nod that I knew Charlie couldn't be able to notice from where he was standing. Make sure you get your shots before coming home. You don't want to bring an infestation of fleas with you, he said with disgust. I'm not bringing fleas back. I sure hope so, he said with an obvious fake smile and then added, just be careful, okay? And don't forget to have fun, well, as much as you can under the circumstances, he said while rolling his eyes. I'll try, I said quickly. Charlie was a few feet away from us. We said goodbye to Damon and made our way through the airport. We waited for our flight. Apparently it was a bit delayed and ended up getting on the plane around midnight. We would arrive in Port Angeles around 5 a.m. It was going to be one long flight. I was putting my seatbelt on when Charlie turned to me. Jake's picking us up at the airport once we get to Port Angeles. I looked up at him surprised. He is? I asked. Yes, I spoke with Billy while I was waiting in line to check us in. He told me Jake would be there waiting for us. Did you call and tell him our flight was delayed? I know he hates to wait around, I told him. Yes, I called and let them know. I nodded and let my head rest on the chair. Suddenly I really hoped that this flight was long. I had no idea what I was going to tell Jake about Charlie finding out. I had to figure it out, and I had 5 hours to do so. XXXXXX. We were waiting for our bags. Any minute now and I'd have to face Jake. I didn't understand why I was so nervous about seeing him. It wasn't as if I had gone up and told Charlie about him and the pack. Maybe it was my lack of sleep from the days before. I hadn't slept at all during the flight, and not to mention I had only slept a few hours yesterday morning. I felt tired and groggy. 5 hours of flight and I hadn't come up with anything. Once we had our bags we walked to doors of the airport. It was already light out, but the rain clouds made it dark. As soon as the doors opened I felt the dampness in the air hit my face, and that familiar smell of rain invaded me. Yes, we were back, and for some reason I felt as a heavy load of an invisible something was put on my shoulders. Jake, Charlie called out. I was lost in thought as I heard him. I lifted my head and saw Jake leaning against his old rabbit. He was wearing a light t-shirt and shorts. He looked up at Charlie and me and gave us a small nod. He didn't smile, he was very serious. We made our way up to him, and once we were a few steps away from him Charlie walked up to him and gave him a hug. Over Charlie's shoulder he studied me. Charlie let him go and glanced over to me and then back to Jake uncomfortably. I'm gonna put these in the trunk, he said quietly. Jake nodded and took the small suitcase from my hands. He didn't even say hello. This was a weird place for us. I felt as though it was the whole werewolf transformation period all over again. We got into his car and he quickly turned it on. Awkward. Charlie looked awkward in the front seat. And I could see him trying to look back at me from the corner of his eye. You finished the rabbit, it looks great, Jake, he said, trying to make conversation. Thanks, Jake said coldly. Okay. How's everyone holding up? Charlie asked with concern. They're coping, Jake said with his eyes glued to the road. Have they decided a date for the funeral? Charlie asked. Tomorrow. I sunk in the backseat and sighed. This was going to be one hell of a long ride down to Forks. After Charlie asked Jake about the date for the funeral no other word was spoken. We drove in silence the rest of the way. I had assumed that we were staying at the crappy motel in Forks, but according to what Charlie was speaking with Billy on the phone while we were on the road, we were staying with them, at their house in La Push. Confrontation. There was definitely going to be some sort of confrontation in the next few days, or hours. There was no way we were avoiding it. Once we got to the reservation we went straight to Jake's house. Billy was waiting for us at the door. Charlie got out of the car and slowly made his way to him. They looked at each other, sadness clearly written across their faces. And then Charlie leaned down and gave him a tight hug. I looked over at Jake, who had also stepped out of the car. He ignored me and looked to the other way. I opened the door and got out. I went over to Billy and told him I was very sorry about Harry. Billy just looked at me and nodded. His expression was very solemn. I knew he was upset with me too. First I had dated a vampire and now he thought I had revealed their secret. Jake walked past me carrying my suitcase. I followed him inside. He was heading to his room, apparently I was staying there. I stood by the door with my arms across my chest. He was putting the suitcase on the bed. We need to talk, Jake, I told him. You broke your promise, Bella. We have nothing to talk about. You're blaming me for something that I didn't even do. And that I didn't quite understand what it was until yesterday morning, Jake, I said, irritated in a whisper. I didn't want Charlie and Billy to listen in. Oh really? How the hell would he have found out if it wasn't for you? Huh, he was furious. He turned and walked over to me. I looked up at him, suddenly feeling very small next to him. He found about you because of this, I said as I opened my cross-body bag and took out the book. I slammed it into his chest. Jake took it and looked at me irritated. Am I supposed to believe that Charlie suddenly believes in our legends because of a stupid book? He's heard the legends before. He's known about them for years. Why now, Bella? Why would he believe them now? He was upset. Jake was very upset. I closed my eyes. I was scared about what I was about to do. I prayed that whatever came out of my mouth didn't wreak havoc and that more information than the one I needed to say came out. Charlie has been exposed to the supernatural, I said quickly and quietly. Jake was quiet and then he spoke. What? What is that supposed to mean? I looked at my boots, the ones I had not worn in 3 weeks, and that after stashing them in the back of my closet I thought I would never have to wear again. What was I going to tell him now? Well, it's his new job, I said in a whisper. He's the chief of police in some small and crappy town in the middle of Virginia. How is that related to the supernatural? Well, there have been some strange animal attacks there, I said as I made small circles with my left shoe. So? He asked, aggravated. The bodies were drained of blood, Jake, I said as I slowly raised my eyes and let them meet his. Understanding came over him. What? He asked silently. I looked at him. You know what, Jake, I said, nodding. So what you're trying to tell me is that Charlie know about vampires, and at least 10 more people know about them in Mystic Falls. I don't have all the details yet, but I've been snooping around and I've gathered some information, I told him, trying to be convincing. What do you know so far? Well, they're different from the ones we know about. They're very different, I told him. How different? He asked, intrigued. Apparently the common legends apply. They can't go in the sun and they have to be invited into a house, all that stuff. Are you sure about this, Bella? He asked, concerned. Yes. Charlie has been acting weird since we got there. I went into his study and found a bunch of files and read a few of them. It all checks out, Jake, I said to him. Does the stake to the heart apply too? He asked. I could see hate in his eyes. Shit. No, this I was lying about. I didn't want Jake getting on a plane, or running to Virginia to go all Buffy on Stefan and Damon. No, this was a detail he didn't need to know. So I lied. I don't know, Jake, I couldn't get all the info. But I do know that there haven't been any recent attacks. Maybe this means that they've moved on and the vampires are gone. They're vicious creatures, Bella, they're smart, he said, looking into my eyes. Jake was not believing my lie and I knew he wouldn't let it go, so I did the only thing I can. That would make him uncomfortable and that would make him drop the subject in an instant. Yes, I know that, but Jake, once they get bored they leave, I said as I faked my voice breaking and let tears flood my eyes. My lower lip started trembling and I clenched my jaw. The tears fell from my eyes and down my cheeks. Jake sighed and looked at me with worried eyes. Bells, come on, don't cry. I didn't mean to make you think about I hate it when you cry over that idiot and his blood-sucking family. Come here, honey, don't cry, he said as he took me into his arms and hugged me gently. I had forgotten how warm he was. You know, Bells, that bastard will pay for what he did to you. I promise, I'll see to that, he said as I nodded against his very muscular torso. He let me go and wiped the tears from my face. You should really get some rest, you look like crap, honey. I chuckled and nodded. We'll talk more about this later, he told me as he walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. I rubbed my eyes with my hands and got the rest of the tears out of my face. I laid down on his bed and put my hands beneath my head. I should get an Oscar for that performance. That was my last thought as I quickly drifted to sleep. XXXXXX. When I woke up it was almost 3 in the afternoon. Someone had put a blanket over me, I was tightly tucked in. My guess was that it was Jake. I took some of my stuff out of the suitcase and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Once I was done, and I had changed into a clean pair of clothes, I walked out of Jake's room and went into the living room. There was no one home. I decided to go for a walk. I opened the door and put my hoodie on, it was raining. No surprise there. I started walking towards the beach. I had always loved the smell of the ocean, even though I didn't dare go in and die of hypothermia. Once I reached the beach I sat on an old log that was lying there. I looked to the horizon and took a deep breath of fresh air. I guess I sat there thinking about nothing in particular for a while. I just watched as the waves came in and then shrunk right back. After a few minutes of staring at the horizon, I heard a foo. T steps against the sand and looked to my left. It was Charlie. He sat next to me and stared at the ocean too. "How everyone, Dad?" I asked. "They're holding in there," he said sadly. "I know Harry was one of your oldest friends, Dad. I'm really sorry about that," I told him honestly. "Thanks, kid," he said as he put his arm around my shoulder and rubbed my back. "That was one weird drive, wasn't it?" he asked. "Yeah, I told you he was mad at me," I said, glancing at him. "I'm sure he'll get over it, and you'll sort things out," he said, trying to make me feel better. He wasn't. I was feeling a little angry at him. It was his fault we were in this position in the first place. "We talked a bit this morning, I think he'll get around it," I told him. "That's good, Bells, I'm glad." We were quiet for a while. And I had a feeling that Charlie being here next to me wasn't for free. He wanted something, and by the looks of it he didn't know how to approach me. "Listen, kid, there's something that I've been meaning to ask you. But I've never done it because it's a delicate subject for you, and the last thing I want is for you to go back to that state that you were in last fall. Please don't, Charlie, please don't." He was not going to ask me the question I was dreading him to ask me since I found out he had my book. He couldn't ask me about them. "Dad, please don't," I begged him as I looked away from him. "I need to ask you this. If it wasn't important I wouldn't be doing this," he said seriously. "I don't want to talk about it," I said, standing up and walking towards the beach. "Bells, this is important," he called from behind me. "No, Charlie, please don't open the can of worms." "I don't care, Dad. We're not going there," I said, getting irritated. I need to." "Well, I don't. And I would appreciate it if you would respect that," I told him, aggravated by his begging as I turned around to face him. "Did they ever hurt you, Bella? Did he ever harm you in any way? Did you notice anything weird or odd about them? Did they try to make you do things you didn't want to do?" Charlie asked rapidly. I knew he was concerned, and that probably these questions had been roaming through his head since the minute he had put 2 and 2 together about the Cullens. "No, Dad. No. They never hurt me, or harm me, and no, they weren't weird. And the only thing I ever did against my will was let Alice try to give me a makeover," I answered furiously. "Do you know where they are? Can I contact Carlisle?" he asked. Oh my God, the nerve of my father. Did he think that after last year I would want to contact them? Well, part of me did. But the other part of me, who had a little self-respect, didn't and knew otherwise. But did he even think that I knew how? No, I don't. Okay. They left, Dad. And they didn't even bother to say goodbye to me. So no, I don't want to contact them, even if I knew how I wouldn't do it. Alright, Bells, calm down. You want me to calm down after you make me talk about something I had no intention of mentioning ever. I'm sorry, kiddo, I just wanted to make sure, he told me with a frown. Why, Dad? Why now? After almost a year, why do you ask me now? I need him to tell me what he had found out in this past few days, and one way or another I would get him talking. I don't know, Bells, I just wanted to make sure, he said, stuttering. Make sure of what? You've been acting weird lately, Dad. I'm honestly worried about you. You have been jumpy, and nervous and irritatingly overprotective. You don't have to worry about me, I'm fine, Charlie said. He became very serious all of a sudden. Are you sure? 'Cause you really don't look like it, I asked him, trying to get something out of him. I have to go to the Clearwaters, I'll see you for dinner, Bella. Charlie said, avoiding my questions. He stood up and walked back towards the reservation. I was so angry at Charlie. There he was trying to get information out from me but refusing to let me do the same with him. Although I already knew what was bothering him, it made me furious that he tried to trick me into telling him about why the Cullens left. I took a rock and out of anger threw it into the water. I put so much strength into it that I twisted my ankle and fell back on the sand. I was very frustrated. Charlie and I had never had a fight like this one. I had never been so angry with him before. I looked to my right and saw Jake standing on the highest point of a hill that was nearby. He was watching me closely. He gave me a nod and then a small smile, and before I knew it he was gone. Jake had witnessed my fight with Charlie. I sat on the beach trying to get myself together and trying to calm down before heading back to Jake's house. My phone started buzzing. I had received a text message. The number that had sent it was private, and I couldn't know whom it was from until I saw it, so I opened it. The message said, "Rabies, an acute viral infection of dogs, wolves and other carnivores. Transmitted to humans by the bite of an infected animal. Rabies is marked by an increase in saliva production, abnormal behavior and eventual paralysis and death. Get your shots. Be careful." I didn't need to know whose number it was to know who had sent me the text. It had Damon written all over it. I decided to ignore the text and not answer it back with a bitter comment. The last thing I wanted right now was to speak with Damon and his bipolar self. After 15 minutes of staring out into the ocean trying to relax, my cell started ringing. I looked at the caller ID. It said, "Private number." "Can't stand being ignored, can you?" I said under my breath as I ignored Damon's call. After it stopped ringing, a few seconds went by and it started ringing again. I ignored it. After the 5th time the phone rang, I decided to get him off my back and answered it. "I'm ignoring you, Damon, can't you get a hint? I don't want to talk right now," I snapped at him. Okay, it's not Damon. This is actually Stefan." I shut my eyes tightly and quickly hit my head with my right hand. This was embarrassing. "Elena and I just wanted to make sure you were alright. We'll talk when you feel like it then," he said. "Oh my God, Stefan, I'm so sorry I snapped at you like that. I just had a fight with Charlie and Damon just texted me and he knows exactly how to get on my nerves. And I was just trying to avoid speaking with him," I tried to explain. "I'll speak with him if you want," he told me with concern. "No, that's okay. There's nothing you can do about it anyways. Damon does what he wants." "Are you sure?" he asked. "Yes. So everything's okay?" he asked with apprehension. "Up until now, yes. I'll let you guys know if something out of the ordinary comes up." "Please do. Damon filled us in and we're worried about you," he explained. "Right, they knew about the wolves now. You have nothing to worry about, I can assure you of that," I told him. "Still, let us know if you need anything." "Okay, Stefan. Thank you. You're welcome, Bella. Say hi to Elena for me." "I will. Take care of yourself," he said and hung up. XXXXXX. Last night, dinner had been quiet. After it got dark outside and a little too chilly for me, I had headed back to Jake's house from the beach. When I got there, Charlie was helping Billy set the table. Jake had not been there, he had rounds. Or so I assumed by his absence. It was just Charlie, Billy and I. The three of us sat silently and ate our dinner. I never left my eyes off my plate. I was still too mad to look at Charlie. No one spoke, no one made a sound. After finishing my food, I took my plate into the tiny kitchen and washed it. I had then proceeded to go into Jake's room and let myself crash on the bed and fall asleep almost instantly. I had not realized how tired I actually was. Today I was woken up by Jake's big and warm hands gently taking the strands of hair that had fallen on my face and pulling them away. He quietly told me to get ready. We were heading over to Emily's before the funeral. I quickly showered and put on the funeral appropriate outfit I had brought for this occasion. Once I was ready, he told me not to bother having breakfast. Emily had prepared something for the pack and I had been invited. We walked to Emily's in silence. It was early and it was still somewhat dark. The sun had not completely come out yet. By the looks of it, today would be one of those very few and unlikely sunny days in the Olympic Peninsula. I was greeted by a very solemn and sad pack of wolves. They weren't their effusive and overenthusiastic selves. They were all pretty shaken up about Harry's death. I could tell. Embry and Quill received me with a tight and warm hug, lifting me up while doing so. Sam gave me a small smile and Emily embraced me with a gentle hug. Paul wasn't there. He was on duty, Sam had informed me. Jake had told them about what we had spoken about the day before, and about the fight he had witnessed I had with Charlie yesterday. Apparently this proved to them that Charlie had not learned directly from me about their secret. I had asked them the question that seemed to have disappeared out of my mind for the past week but that had entered my thoughts since we had landed in Port Angeles. I had asked them about Victoria. They told me she was still around. She kept coming back every few days. They had not caught her yet, but there had been a few times on which they had been very close. They promised that I had nothing to worry about, and that I could be sure that they would take care of that situation. I was confident that they would. In Jake's words, they were taking the bitch down. The funeral was like what I expected it to be. There was a Quileute ceremony and tea. We headed to the Clearwaters for a little while. I had avoided Charlie the whole day, and I was planning on doing so until I could gather the strength to speak to him again. Jake and I had left the Clearwaters a little after 4. We headed back to his house. Instead of going inside he had guided me into the garage. Under a big dusty and oil-stained sheet was my truck. I didn't have to take it off to know that it was. I could see the rusty worn-out red paint, the sheet didn't cover it completely. I felt a small pull towards it. How I missed this old beast. Jake didn't want to show me the truck though. He went straight to the back and effortlessly carried out one bike after the other. We were going riding. This bike I could actually handle. I got on mine while Jake got on his and put on my helmet. I turned the bike on and drove out of the garage. Jake was quickly behind me. We drove out of the reservation onto an old road that no one really used anymore. I liked feeling the cold wind hit my face. And I found myself trying to make this old bike run a little faster. Yep, this was no Ducati. We had stopped on a hill that overlooked the whole reservation. I could easily make out where Jake's house was. And far on the distance I could see Emily's house too. Jake had been oddly quiet the whole afternoon. He was in deep thought. I had missed having him around. Wow, this view is beautiful, Jake. We have never been here before, I told him, breaking the silence. Yeah, I know, he agreed while looking at the scenery. I turned to him and gave him a small smile. He smiled back. So tell me about Mystic Falls. He told me. Well, it's a small town. A little larger than Forks, I think. Very historic place. Lots of Civil War history there. Do you like it? Yeah, I think I do. It's nice being able to start over and just have a clean slate, I told him as I put my hands inside the pockets of my jacket. Are you and Charlie all settled in your new house? Yeah, we are. Do you like it? I chuckled, it's yellow. Quote. Jake laughed, what? Yeah, Charlie bought a yellow house, I said in between chuckles. You'll have to send me pictures, I can't believe that until I see it. I will, I'll do that. I said, nodding. What about friends? Have you made any friends? Yes, I have. I'm happy about that. The girl who lives across the street from us, Elena. She's very nice, and we are in the same grade at school. We have most of our classes together. We get along quite well. She's kind of like the popular girl in school, but she's very simple and grounded, not snooty at all. She's introduced me to a bunch of people. She sounds nice, he said with a small grin. She is. Mostly I hang out with her and her boyfriend Stefan. Eventually we hang out with Stefan's brother Damon. Well, actually he hangs out with us. He tends to appear out of nowhere and uninvited. He's a bit of an ass and tends to get on my nerves. Charlie trusts Damon a lot. So he's in that council you told me about? He asked. I believe so, yes. Maybe it's good that you hang out with the guy. If these vampires actually exist, and he knows about them, maybe he can protect you in some way or another. Oh Jake, if only you knew. Yeah, maybe. I was not carrying on with that subject. I'm glad you're adapting well, Bells, he said as he came over to where I was standing next to my bike. I sat on it and looked up at him. He was looking at me intently. I got a little uncomfortable and looked down to my feet. I've missed ya, honey. This place isn't the same without you tripping all over, he said, chuckling. Ah, Jake, I've missed you too, I said as I gave him a small punch on the arm. He chuckled and came closer to me. The wind blew and messed up my hair. Jake laughed and tried taking it out of my face and tucking it behind me ears. He took his hand and gently caressed my face. He leaned closer to me and the next thing I knew his lips were on mine and he was kissing me. I froze. I didn't know what to make of this, and I didn't know how to make him stop. He took my face in his hands and held me close to him, and as much as I tried to back away from him, the more he pulled me closer. I was sending him mixed signals and he was interpreting them in the way I didn't mean him to. So I knew that by fighting it I wouldn't make him stop, and I let him kiss me without kissing him back. Jake kissing me was weird. It was very warm and he was passionate. Both things I had never experienced in a kiss before. My experience with kisses dictated coldness, and chased delicate touches. Once He had finally stopped and had released me from his strong grasp, I stared at him back at his wondering eyes. Are you done? I asked coldly. He nodded quickly. Good, I said as I pulled my arm backward. With all the strength that I could master, and then punched his face. I screamed. He didn't even flinch. My hand was throbbing. Shit, I screamed as I grabbed my right hand with my left and applied pressure to it. I felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Bella, what was that for? What was that for? You kissed me, Jake. I yelled at him. And you liked it, he said. No, Jake, I didn't. I generally don't like being forced into kissing someone, I told him, irritated. Forced? You kissed me back, he said. I could tell he was hurt by my choice of words. No, Jake, I fought you back, but you misinterpreted that. I looked at him. He was angry and I was angry too. We heard a wolf howl in the distance. Jake clenched his jaw and hands. That's Sam, I have to go, he said angrily. Go, I said coldly. I rolled his eyes and ran into the woods that started at the end of the road. I didn't look as he went in, but I heard the sound of clothes ripping and then a loud bark as footsteps ran into the forest. I got on the bike with my hurt hand, clumsily drove back to Jake's house, where I knew he wouldn't be for a while. When I got there, Charlie and Billy were sitting outside having a couple of beers. Charlie clenched his jaw and his brows closed together as he saw me pull in on the bike. He immediately stood up. I took my helmet off and looked straight into his eyes. I was not taking any crap from him about the bike. What the hell, Bella? He asked me with his hands on his waist. I shrugged and, rolling my eyes, made my way into the Black's house. Charlie didn't even follow me. I left him standing outside the front door with his mouth widely open by my response. I had never been so rude to my father before. I made my way through the tiny house and locked myself up in Jake's room. I sat on the bed and with my left hand I took my cell out of the pocket of my jacket. Before I knew it, I had texted Damon. You were right. A few seconds later my cell buzzed and I received a text. I know I always am. I scoffed. Obnoxious vampire. I answered his text. Do you even know what I'm talking about? Buzz. No. I laughed. Buzz. That doesn't mean I'm wrong. I rolled my eyes and sighed. Buzz. Don't even think about rolling those big doe brown eyes. How did he? I texted him back. Know it all. Buzz. Semicolon. Buzz. Seriously, what happened? I typed again. Jake kissed me. Buzz. Ew. Dog breath. Plea. Say you've brushed your teeth with Clorox already. I shook my head and answered his text. Ass. I just got home. Buzz. Go. Disinfect yourself. I'll call you in 5 feet. I found myself obediently brushing my teeth in the bathroom. Once I realized what I was doing, I dropped my toothbrush and rinsed my mouth. What the hell? I hadn't thought once that Jake's kiss had been disgusting. Why was I brushing my teeth? My phone rang and I went to answer it. Spill, he ordered. I already told you what happened, I told him. And, did you kiss the mutt back or what? He asked. What? No. I punched him. There was a brief pause. How's your hand? He asked in monotone. It's okay. Did you break it? He asked and I studied my hand. It was swollen, but nothing was sticking out. No, Bella. At least I don't think it's broken, I confessed. He laughed. Put some ice on it. Okay, doc. I will, I said sarcastically. I heard you fought with Charlie. I didn't answer him, and he didn't ask me anything. We were quiet for a few seconds. Yeah, he started asking questions about them. Yes, I answered. And I told him I didn't want to talk about it and he kept insisting. He started asking a bunch of questions. What did he ask? If they ever hurt me, if I had noticed something weird about them. And I said they never hurt me. Only they did. No, they didn't. I don't mean physically. I was taken by surprise with this comment. We seemed to be having a normal conversation. Without his cocky and ironic comments. I told him they were very normal, I said, changing the subject. Yeah, except they sparkle like a disco ball in the sun, are cold as ice, hard as stone and feed on blood to live. Yeah, they're as normal as they come. I spoke too soon. Mr. Arrogant Comments was back. Yeah, I didn't tell him that part. He chuckled. Good girl. Did that convince him? I don't think so. I'll take care of it when you get back. Thanks. I have to go, we're dealing with a crisis over here. A crisis? I asked, confused. Yeah, you'll hear about it when you get back. Okay. Ciao Bella, he said and hung up before I could say bye back to him. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. I had waited for Jake to get home until almost 3 am last night. He never came home. I had gotten into bed around 9, and laid there thinking about what had happened that afternoon. Jake had feelings for me. Jake had kissed me while taking a chance and actually acting on those feelings. I had punched Jake. Why had I punched him? I wasn't expecting the kiss, true. But what he did wasn't wrong. I had overreacted and I had hurt his feelings, in my hand by doing so. I wanted to talk with him and set things straight. I wanted to apologize. I love Jake, but maybe not the same way he loves me. If there's something I'm completely sure about right now is that I need to be alone. I need the time to finish getting myself together. I've started to mend, but there are still broken pieces and parts of me that aren't sewn together yet. I need to concentrate on myself. That's my main priority right now. I woke up late this morning. I took a quick shower and went into the kitchen. Jake wasn't home, and neither were Charlie or Billy. I made some coffee and went outside. I sat on the porch while I drank it. It was chilly outside and little raindrops were starting to fall. It was a quiet morning. I guess everyone was working or at school. As I sat there, on the steps of Jake's house, I started thinking about my conversation with Damon the night before. Why had I called him and not Elena? Why did I suddenly decide to trust him? Was it before he knew about Jake and him being a wolf? Did I feel comfortable speaking with him about it? Was it because even though he was an ass I could count on him to tell me the things I needed to hear? Damon was arrogant, yes. But from the little time I had spent with him I could tell that he was honest. Maybe his intentions aren't clear, but there was no bullshit. He tells it as it is. With him, and Stefan, I felt like they believed I could handle the truth about things. Not like with the Cullens. They hid things from me, and I hated not being included. Whatever was going on I could take it. What was going on in Mystic Falls right now? What was that crisis Damon told me about last night? Had the other vampires returned? Had there been another attack? Whatever it was, I was sure that when I got back I would find out. He told me I would. I wasn't sitting out anymore, I was being included in whatever was happening. This time I would make sure of that. I finished my coffee and looked over to the garage. I stared at my covered truck and decided to go for a ride. I missed that old dinosaur. I stood up and walked over to it. I took the oil-stained sheet and pulled it off. I sighed. How I missed driving it around. I looked for the keys and found them hanging on an old rusty nail that was sticking out the wall of the garage. I climbed into the truck and put the keys into the ignition. It didn't start at first, but after a second try the engine roared to life. I pulled out of the garage and drove out of the reservation. I had no idea where I was going. I just wanted to drive for a while. Stand behind the wheel and take control of my life for 5 minutes. I let in the scenery and the wet pavement extend before me and just drove. I found myself entering Forks a while later. I slowly passed the diner where Charlie and I used to have dinner every now and again. My old friends were there. I saw Angela, Jessica, Tyler and Mike laughing. They seemed happy. It was as if I wasn't even missed. Then again, I had never actually given them the opportunity to really get to know me. And if they hadn't known me, how could they even miss me? This was one mistake I was not making again. I was making friends in Mystic Falls, and I intended on working on those relationships and keeping them. At least with Elena. Elena got me, and I got her. She is the only person who I believe can actually understand me. I'm not throwing that away. I kept driving through town, watching people live their lives. I don't know how or why, but I ended up parked in front of our old house. There was construction equipment and materials laying all over the front lawn. The new owners were remodeling the house. From the truck I stared out to my old bedroom window. The same window that Edward used to climb in every night. How come Damon had to be invited into our house and Edward hadn't? All vampires should be the same. That being invited in part S. Whole be programmed into each and every one of them, no matter the species. I looked at that window and reminisced the countless times I had been happy to stand by that window and wait for Edward to climb in. Now the only thing coming to my window was a persistent, relentless and pushy crow who craved attention. I didn't notice when the woman came out of the house. I realized she was there once she had tapped on my window. I rolled it down. "Hi there," she said smiling. "Hi," I said awkwardly. "You're Bella, right?" she asked. "Yes, I am," I said nodding. She smiled to me and said, "I'm Kristen, we bought your house." She pointed back to the house. I nodded. "Would you like to come in and see what we're doing?" she asked. Sure, why not?" I answered. "Great. Come on in," she said as she walked back to the house. I climbed out of the truck and followed her. The house was a mess, there was dust everywhere. Kristen started telling me what it was that they wanted to do with the place. He showed me how they were redesigning the kitchen and how they had torn down a wall from the living room and dining room to make it look more spacious and have what little light they could master into the house. I didn't feel nostalgic at all. I liked what they were doing to the house. It felt right. "Would you like to see the upstairs?" she asked. I nodded and followed her. She took me into my room, my old room. We couldn't really go inside since they were working on it and there were no floors, just the base beams. "We're stripping the wooden floors and painting them again," she told me as I gazed into my destroyed bedroom. "They did need a new hand of paint," I said. "Yes, they did," she said, agreeing with me. She looked at me and opened her mouth to say something but then closed it again. "What?" I asked. "Well, I'm glad you came over. I've been meaning to contact you, but we've been so busy with the place that I haven't been able to." "You have?" I was confused. Why would this woman want to contact me? "Is there something wrong with the house? I could give you my father's number and you can sort things out with him," I said. "No dear, it's nothing like that," she said as she put a hand on my shoulder. She then said, "I think you forgot something when you left." "I did?" I asked. I double-checked before leaving that we had packed everything. What could I have possibly missed? "Yes," she said as she walked out the room and went downstairs again. I followed her. "When we were taking the floorboards out of that room upstairs we found this," she said as she took a little box from the dusty kitchen counter and handed it over to me. I had never seen the box before. "This isn't mine," I told her as I inspected the box. "Open it," she told me. I did as she told me and opened the small wooden box. I gasped. My heart started pounding. I looked up to see Kristen and then glanced back to the open box again. "See, I knew it was yours," she said and gently rubbed my arm. I thank you," I told her automatically. I didn't even notice when the words came out. "You're welcome, sweetie," she told me. I better get going," I said as I reached into my pocket for the keys to the truck. "It was great meeting you," she told me. "You too," I said as I walked out of the house and jumped into my truck. I turned the engine on and drove out. I didn't know where I was going. I was on autopilot. I didn't think. I just drove. I drove by the school, the police department, the hospital, the dinner and the grocery store. I didn't even notice getting to the end of town. I didn't notice when the truck on its own made its way off the road and into that other small one. I saw trees and trees slowly passing beside me. And then I stopped. I was tired. No, scratch that, I was exhausted. I couldn't keep on doing this. I couldn't take one step forward and then take 3 steps backwards. I was done. I looked to the little wooden box sitting beside me. I inspected it. It was flawless. It had been carved on the top. It was made from a very dark and rigid piece of wood. It was beautiful, but I couldn't help feeling hatred towards it. I took it with both hands and got out of the truck. As I closed the door I lifted my eyes and realized where I was, where I had driven with no recollection of wanting to do this. I was at their house. I had not been here since the incident with the paper cut. I hadn't been here since September. It seemed like ages ago. I felt my heart shrink a little, and my stomach started to go into a knot. I made my way up the stairs of the front door and looked inside from one of the huge window walls. The house was empty. I tried opening the door but for obvious reasons it was locked. How stupid of me to think I could actually get in. I sat. On the stairs and passed my fingers over the carving of the box. I opened it. There they were, my missing photographs, the CD Edward had made and the tickets Esme and Carlisle had given me for my birthday. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath in. I stared at the picture. There he was, staring back at me in all his vampire glory. Seeing him in this picture meant I wasn't crazy, he did exist and I had not made him up. God, he was so beautiful. Why? Why had he hidden these things from me? Why would he take them back? I grabbed the next picture. It was Alice, Emmett and I. Emmett was hugging me tightly. I felt tears beginning to form. Not again, Bella, please not again. I thought as I felt the tears streaming down my cheeks. I had had enough. I know I had promised this to myself before, but this time it was for real. This is the last time I'm crying for you, I whispered as I looked at the photos. I'm not crying for you anymore, Edward Cullen. I'm done. You broke my heart, and shattered my soul. You ripped happiness from me. And ruined my life. Because of you I lost every ounce of dignity I had. You made me become insecure, and doubt myself. I had never felt so insignificant in my life, so worthless. But that is going to change. This self-doubting and unconfident Isabella is dead. I'm done with her. I'm done trying to fit the mold that you told me to. I hate being like this. I hate not being able to enjoy the small things. I hate having to carry your secret with me. You all made me feel trivial, and worthless. I was just a toy for you all. You pushed me around and I let you. Even you, Alice, I was just a toy. A distraction from your boring eternal life. Emmett, you made fun of me and laughed with my clumsiness, I amused you. Esme, was I another replacement child for you? Were you filling that empty void with me? Rosalie, I thank you, you always portrayed what you felt and didn't lie to me, so thanks. Now I know and I appreciate that you weren't part of this circus your family put on for me. I'm leaving this place, and I'm never coming back. I seriously hope you don't ever come looking for me again, even though I'm pretty sure you're not. I took the CD and grabbed a rock from the ground. I didn't need a CD to remember the song Edward had written for me. It had been perfectly engraved into my head. The tune would never leave me, and it would haunt me forever. I put the CD on the ground and putting all my force into it, I smashed it with the rock. You guys broke me, and even though right now all I feel is anger towards you, there will always be a part of me that loves you. But the truth is, as much as I love you guys, I have to love myself more, and to do this, I have to let you go. I'll go crazy if I don't. I stood there looking at the broken CD. I still had the rock in my hand. I studied it, it was heavy. I lifted my eyes and saw the big house. Tears were still streaming down my face. I closed my eyes and wiped my tears. It's over. I'm done. And just like that I threw the rock at one of the gigantic windows. It didn't break, but it left a dent. What are you doing here, Bella? An angry voice said. I jumped. I had been taken off guard and I had been scared. I turned around and with my puffy eyes glanced back at him. Jake was standing shirtless in front of the truck. I'm saying goodbye, I said looking at him. His brows were frowned together and he walked towards me. Good, he said putting his hands on my shoulders. He then looked back and saw the box. He went over to the stairs and put the pictures inside the box and closed it. He handed it to me and gave me a small smile. He leaned down and grabbed a large rock from the ground. He looked at me and then quickly turned around and threw the rock at the window. It shattered to the ground. He turned to me and smirked. I smiled back at him. We got into the truck and I handed him the keys. I didn't want to drive. You shouldn't be wandering on your own. Especially here, Bella, out of all places. You shouldn't be here, he told me. I know. I just don't know how I got here. Promise you won't come back here again, he told me. I promise Jake I won't. I'm sorry about yesterday, he mumbled. No, Jake. I'm sorry. I overreacted. I thought you felt the same way. I was stupid, he said as he shook his head and looked at steering wheel. No, Jake, you weren't. I was sending mixed signals. It's my fault. So you don't feel the same way? He asked. No, I don't, I said honestly. He turned the engine on and drove out of the driveway. There is someone for you, Jake. That person just isn't me, I whispered. He was quiet. I'm sorry, I said. Sure, he said as he glanced over to me and gave me a weak smile. We drove back to the reservation in silence. For some reason, I felt like a weight had been lifted from me and I was ready to move on. We stayed in La Push for a few more days, and ended up leaving early Friday morning. Charlie and I had not spoken a word to each other since that day on the beach. I was still pissed at him. Jake and I had spent a lot of time together. We drove our bikes every day, and on Thursday he had driven up to Forks with me to grab a bite to eat. He insisted on going with me everywhere. He said that with Victoria around we couldn't be too careful. It was still dark when Charlie and Jake were putting our stuff in the trunk of Jake's Rabbit on Friday. I was standing by the door when Billy rolled up next to me. "You should give the guy a break, Bella," he said to me as he stared outside. "Jake and I are okay," I answered. "I'm not talking about Jake." I turned to him. "He's not doing anything you haven't done before. He's trying to protect you, and you are being a hypocrite." "Ouch. That hurt. Cut him some slack, Bella," Billy said, looking up at me. Billy had always been a man of few words. I guess this is why he and Charlie got along so well. Whenever Billy spoke, he always carried some sort of wisdom with him. I had to confess that in more than one occasion his views of things had upset me. Like when Edward and I were together, I knew he didn't approve, and I hated whenever he dropped one of those comments that Charlie couldn't make out or pass as something normal, but that I knew meant something else entirely. But right now, in this very moment, when he spoke, I knew that it was true. I was being a hypocrite. I couldn't deny that. I turned away and looked at Jake helping Charlie with the bags. Jake looked up to me and winked. I gave him a small smile. We said our goodbyes to Billy and jumped into the car with Jake. This ride was just as quiet as the one we had when we arrived, only this time, the one who was looking back at me through the rear view mirror was Jake. We were almost an hour into our drive. To Port Angeles when Jake signaled me to look through the window. I saw 3 wolves running along with us. I smiled to them and sank in the back seat. I was sleepy. "Take care, Bells," Jake said to me as we said our goodbyes. He hugged me tightly and lifting me up from the floor. I chuckled. "Put me down, Jake." He smiled down on me. "Call me if you see any weird things happening, okay?" "I'll come and check it out," he whispered. I nodded. Charlie gave Jake a handshake and an awkward pat on the back. The flight had been quiet. As soon as we got on the plane, I put on my iPod's earbuds in and started listening to a bunch of music I had never heard before, but that Elena had synced into my iPod and said that they were necessary for my pop culture. We got home around noon. Charlie had taken a quick shower and left for work right away. I had fixed myself something to eat. I went upstairs and dropped my bags on the floor. I took my boots off and threw my large raincoat on the bed. I walked over to the window and pulled up the curtains. I opened the window and looked at the tree. A smile came to face. "Why, hello there," I said while supporting myself with my hands on the windowpane. "Caw, miss me?" I asked. The crow jumped from the branch to the windowpane. He looked up to my face and then his eyes wandered down to my right hand. He jumped closer to me. Was he inspecting me? He stared at my injured hand. It was still a bit swollen. He took a closer look and poked me with his beak. "Hey, that hurts," I said as I took my right hand into my left. He stared at me. His eyes told me he was enjoying this. "What? I punched a guy, if that's what you're wondering. He's thick-headed." For some reason he looked content. He looked at me up and down, leaning into the window frame, as if he was making sure I had not been hurt somewhere else. He then stood up straight and flew away. Now he was overprotective. Weirdo. I took my clothes off and walked into the bathroom. I filled in the tub. The flight had been long and I wanted to relax for a bit, before the drama rolled in. There had been some sort of crisis here this weekend while Charlie and I were gone, and once Elena got home from school I'd go over and we'd have that long conversation we had promised to each other. I took my time in the tub. Once my fingers were all wrinkled, I climbed out of the tub and grabbed the towel. I wrapped it around my body and opened the door of the bathroom. Holy shit. I jumped. He had scared me. "Your bag stinks," Damon said as he lounged on my bed, "and this raincoat reeks," he said as he took it with disgust from the bed while wrinkling his nose. He threw it on the floor. "Get out," I was pissed. I was wearing nothing but a towel. "Ouch, no hello," he said as he put his hand on his chest, pretending to be hurt. "Get out," I said again. "Tisk tisk tisk, so rude," he said while closing his eyes. "Rude. You come into my room without asking and I'm rude." I beg to differ, I told him infuriated. He rolled his eyes and stood from the bed. I looked at me with mischief and walked out the door, closing it behind him. I sighed and walked over to the door and locked it. I turned to my closet when I heard him knock. God, he was as persistent as that stupid crow. I'm naked in here, I yelled. So, nothing I haven't seen before. Ah, I muttered under my breath. I heard that, he said from the other side of the door. Charlie, why on earth would you invite this obnoxious vampire into our house? I changed into a clean set of clothes and walked over to the door. I put my hand over T. He handle and wondered if it was a good idea to let him in. He would get in here some way or another, I might as well let him in. I turned the handle over and opened the door. He was leaning on the FR. Aim, and once the door was open he walked past me and threw himself on the bed again. He put his left hand behind his head and grabbed a pillow. His boots were on my new comforter. I walked over to him and pulled his feet off the bed. He put them on the comforter again. I tried pulling them off from the bed once more. We're going to be at this all afternoon, you know, he said confidently. I gave you P and walked to the other side of the room. I was giving him my back. Okay, if you're going to do this, we're setting up some rules, I said as I turned around. Do we have to? He whined. Yes, I said sternly. Rules are no fun. No rules are better, he pouted. Rules are necessary. Okay then, speak, what are your rules? Our rules. You're not getting out of this by twisting my words. Damn it, you see right through me, he said as he shook his head. I shrugged. You will not come into this house uninvited. Too late, he smirked. You will knock on the door, like a normal person, I told him. If you remember, I have been invited in, and if I recall correctly, Charlie said I could come and go as I pleased. Okay, so maybe Charlie invited you into our house, but I didn't. So you will have to be invited into my room. You will ask. Naughty, naughty, he said, wiggling his eyebrows. What? No, I said as I threw a cushion at him. He obviously caught it. Watch it, he said seriously. He was trying to intimidate me. That wouldn't get him anywhere, I wasn't scared of him. Is that clear? I asked. Okay, he agreed while rolling his eyes. Under no circumstances are you to come in through the window, I added. There was no way he was getting out of that one. I was leaving no loopholes in our rules. Why? He asked. God, he could behave like a 2-year-old sometimes. I made up an answer. I wasn't allowing anyone to come in through the window again. You'll scare my crow away. He's mean and he'll poke you with his beak, I said at the top of my mind. He chuckled. Why are you chuckling? It's true. He'll do that, I said. I don't see a crow outside the window. He left, he was here a while ago. Right, he said with disbelief. I'm serious. If you say so. So, you promise you'll knock and that you won't come in through the window? I had to make him promise. Fine, he said after a while. Okay, I said as I sat down on the chair by my desk. Would you relax, Bella? He said as he sat up on the bed and made his way down to the footboard. If it makes you relax, I'm not climbing in your window in the middle of the night and stare at you while you're sleeping. You promise? I asked. I do. That's just wrong, and creepy. Not to mention extremely boring and a complete waste of good sleep. Wait, what? You sleep? I asked confused. He rolled his eyes. Yes, we sleep. Thank God for that. I would go crazy staying awake for all eternity. You sleep regularly? I asked. Not as often as you would, but yes, we sleep. Huh. I guess this was better than not sleeping at all. I had always thought that not sleeping could be very boring. So how did things end up in Forks? He asked. Alright I guess, I said shrugging. By the smell of it you patched things up with the mutt, he said with disgust. Yes, I nodded and then added, by the smell of it. What is that supposed to mean? Your things reek of werewolf, he said wrinkling his nose. They do. I asked confused. To me Jake smelled like the forest, not bad. Oh yeah, they smell like wet dog, said pretending to gag. They smell just fine to me. Hand, he ordered as he extended his hand to me. I showed him my hand and he took it. I noticed that he wasn't cold. His hand was practically the same temperature as mine. You put a lot of strength behind that punch, didn't you? He asked as he studied it. Yes. You haven't applied enough ice on it, he told me as he gave me back my hand. I'll get on it, Doc, I told him. What about Charlie? Patch things up with him. He asked. No, you're not speaking. No, you're overreacting. I'm overreacting. I asked. Yes, you're a hypocrite. You're the second person to tell me this today. Good. You're mad because he's hiding something from you that you've been hiding from him and lying to him about for some time now. Speaking of which, how long have you been doing this? A year. He nodded. I could tell he was in thought. Changing the subject, what was that crisis you were dealing with? I asked. Hemelina's parents were in town, he said as he frowned. What? He shrugged. Her dead parents. His eyebrows were together now. Please tell me that they aren't like zombies or something like that, I was so confused. Damon let out a laugh. You are so freaked out by the supernatural. Can you blame me? He chuckled. So are they. Are they what? He was enjoying this. Zombies. I said under my breath. He scoffed. No. Don't make fun of me. I'm serious, I said as I gave him a small push. Then what are they? Since Elena told me that they died last year. I think you should ask Elena about that. You expect me to go up to her and ask her about her parents out of the blue. Her parents who died. I'm dead and you ask me questions all the time. What's the big deal? Huh. Very funny. I'm kidding. To make it short, because I'm sure she'll want to give you all the details, her parents did die last year. Elena just found out that she's adopted, and her birth parents were in town. Mom's a vampire and her dad is her uncle, he said quickly. Her dad is her uncle. Now I was really confused. Yeah, she thought he was her uncle all her life. Oh okay, I said as I tried to understand that last part. Oh, and her mother is Alaric's ex-wife. Who I turned by the way. What? Yeah, Elena will give you all the details I'm sure. You turned her. Yes, but that was way before I knew Elena. So, it's been a busy week around here. Kind of, yes. I had a feeling that Elena and I would have a very long conversation at some point. She had told me that there was more I needed to know, and something told me that this week's past events were not included there. That was a conversation I was looking forward to. Since it's already noon, I suppose you're not going to school today. Nope, I answered. Great, then you're coming with me, he said as he stood up. Where are we going? There's an event tonight. You're going? I am. I asked. Yes. What kind of event? It's Elena's birthday. What? Yes, it's her birthday. I have nothing to wear. He smirked. Since when is that a problem? You are such an ass. I said as I rolled my eyes. He winked. Put your shoes on. We're getting you a dress. I can't. Charlie didn't leave me any cash. And I can't call him and ask him for money since we haven't spoken in days. Let's go, he said as he walked to the door. No, I told him. I knew what he was implying. Come on, I've got over 500 years worth of savings. A dress isn't going to hurt me. There was no way I was letting him buy me a dress. I'd have to come up with an outfit with whatever I had in my closet. He walked towards me and taking my hand started walking to the door. He had a strong grasp on me so I had to stand up. If I had learned anything by now it was that Damon always got his way. If he wanted to get me a dress he would. Do I at least get to pick it out? I asked. You're the one who's going to wear it, it's only logical, but I get my 2 cents in, he said as we walked downstairs. Fine, I'm paying you back by the way. Sure, he said as he opened the door. I'm serious. So am I, he said as he held the door open for me to walk out. Once we were outside I noticed a blue Camaro parked in our driveway. Damon walked towards it and opened the door for me. Nice ride, I said as I climbed in. You like it? He asked as he closed the door and quickly made his way in through the driver's side. Yes, I prefer oldies rather than new fancy cars, I explained. He smiled. What car did you use to have back in Forks? An old, 53 Chevrolet pickup truck. It was a piece of junk but I loved it anyways. All you need is a good mechanic who respects the car and you're set, he said as we pulled out of the driveway. Yeah, I know, I nodded and looked down at my hand. You had a mechanic? Yep. Did he keep it in shape? Yeah, he helped me fix my bike too. Wait, Wolf Boy was your mechanic? He asked and turned to look at me. Jake was my mechanic, yes. He has the bikes and the trucks since I couldn't bring them with me. Charlie didn't know about the bikes until this past week. He didn't even know I could ride. He's always hated bikes. I know. What? He told you. How did You even calmed him down the other day when we arrived on your bike. I asked. I had been wondering this for a while, since Charlie was drinking the vervain. I have my ways, he said as he wiggled his eyebrows. What kind of bikes did you have? They were these really old dirt bikes. I rode them while I was there this week, I explained. He said as he looked to the road straight ahead. I had no clue where he was taking me. I did not recognize this road. This had not been the one Elena and I took last week when we went shopping. It's no Ducati, trust me. It's so slow. He chuckled and said, I believe I have spoiled you, Isabella. I felt my cheeks turning red. Whenever you want to go for a ride, just ask, or come on over. Charlie isn't going to give you any trouble. I'll make sure of that. He turned to me and gave me a small wink. Where are we going? You're going shopping, with me, Damon style. Even though all I had seen this guy wear was black and navy colors, I could always tell his clothes were expensive. He liked his fancy stuff. Was Damon the male vampire version of Alice? This I was sure I would find out today. When we arrived to our shopping destination, I noticed that the stores, or boutiques, were pretty classy. I would have to work for months to pay him off. We walked into a store and as Damon sweet-talked his way with the girl at the cash register, I took a look around. I had no idea what people wore to this kind of event here. I sure as hell did not want to look out of place. What was Elena wearing tonight? She was the birthday girl. I didn't want to look overdressed, or underdressed. So there I was, confused, looking at a bunch of clothes that I liked but wasn't sure would look good on me. I was going through the rack when out of nowhere a skirt appeared in front of me. It was Damon, of course. He was standing behind me as he held the skirt in my face. No, I said immediately as I turned around. Why not? He asked while winking. Because it's made out of leather. I said quickly and whispered the last part. So, leather is hot, when ensembled correctly, he said. No leather. Okay, what about this one? He said as he pulled out a black high-waisted skirt. No skirts. You said you wanted to wear a skirt. No, I didn't. Yes, you did, he said with a smirk, and then in a high-pitched voice he added, I want to bungee jump off a bridge. I want to throw myself out of a plane. I want to travel. I want to take a year off and not go to college immediately. I want to wear a skirt and not be intimidated by what others might think. He was quoting my drunken rant from last week. This was embarrassing. He dangled the skirt in front of me. Be a darling and go try it on. He was smiling and looking straight into my eyes. God, his eyes were so blue. You're not compelling me. Oh, I don't need to compel you in order for you to do this. You want this, deep inside, you just need a little push. You are so insecure, Isabella. You don't even know how hot you really are. You should pay more attention to the looks guys give you. Now, you've got the legs, go into that dressing room and try it on. I'll wait here. He handed me the skirt and grabbing me gently by the shoulders made me turn to the way of the dressing rooms and gave me a little push forward. I walked into the dressing room and tried it on. Thank God I avenued my legs this morning when I took that long bath. I looked at myself in the mirror. It looked all right, I guess. Come on out, let me see, Damon's voice said. I opened the door. He was sitting on a big leather couch. A drink in his hand. He studied me up and down. He then looked into my eyes. So, he asked. I like it, I said nervously. I was very uncomfortable. I didn't know what to do with my hands. Good. He stood up and went over to one of the sales ladies. He whispered something in her ear and then came back to the couch and sat down. He patted the empty space right next to him. I went over and sat. There's a paragliding academy a couple of hours from here, he said. What? This was out of the blue. It's not jumping out of a plane, but it's a start, he said as he put his hand on my thigh. I looked down to his hand and then up at him while raising an eyebrow. He smirked. You're taking me paragliding. Sure, there's nothing else to do around here, why not? He shrugged. You don't have to do that, I said as I shook my head. I know, but I want to. Besides, I need to get away from the happy couple for a while, he said as he patted my leg. It sucks being the third wheel, doesn't it? How come you don't have a girlfriend? He turned to look at me and then shrugged. Okay, touchy subject. He wasn't dead inside, well, at least not completely. Let me change the question. When was the last time you had a girlfriend that you cared for? He looked up to the ceiling and sighed. You're not answering my questions, are you? He shook his head. The sales guy. RL came over with a white tank top and a pair of black shoes. I liked them and tried them on. By 2 I had already picked out my outfit for tonight with the help of Damon. I had to hand it to him, the guy had cool style. Nothing too girly and pink, and I was thankful for that. We went for lunch, where I discovered that apparently they can eat. As long as they have blood in them they can, and their bodies function pretty normally too. It all comes down to their diet. By 4 he was dropping me off at my house. Elena was waiting by the steps. Damon handed me the bags and waved to Elena. I went over to her and hugged her, wishing her a happy birthday. We went upstairs and talked for more than 2 hours. We talked about everything. And when I say everything I mean it, everything. She told me about Stefan and Damon. And how she looks exactly like the girl, well, vampire, that both of them were in love with and that turned them back in the 1500s. How she faked her death then and then again in 1864. That definitely explains why Stefan and Damon have such a jumpy relationship, and why Damon has so many issues. I get it now, why he doesn't want to be a third wheel, and why he acts so hot and cold all the time. He's protecting himself, the only way he knows how. I got it, I really did. She then told me the very complicated story of her uncle, father and her vampire mother, who Damon had turned a few years back. I never thought that the things Elena had to tell me were so complicated. My story next to hers seemed very simple and dumb. When she asked me about the Cullens I told her everything. From the first day I saw Edward to the baseball incident with James. Stefan and Damon used to play football, she said. I know, Damon mentioned it. I told her about the last time I saw them all for my birthday last September. The incident with the paper cut and Jasper going all blood crazy on me. I told her about how Edward took me into the forest and dumped me. I showed her the pictures that were in the box that woman Kristen had given me. Elena got mad when I told her about that. She said that he had no right to do that. I told her about Jake, since she already knew anyway. After we had been done talking and were lying there on my bedroom floor staring at the ceiling, I felt relieved for the first time in almost a year. With Elena I didn't have to lie, and I knew she felt the same way too. You know, I'm a little impressed with how Damon is around you, she told me. What? Snooty, sarcastic and a pain in the ass. She laughed. I know he can be a pain in the ass, and I know that normally that's how he behaves. But with you, just as he sometimes does with me, he can be very honest and sincere. His intentions normally aren't clear, and they're mostly selfish, but I don't see that with you. I get it that he's like that with me, and that he loves to get under Stefan's skin, like that time he took me to Georgia. But with you he has no one to get pissed off and play with. I like that. He's lonely. What are you saying, Elena? I'm saying that you two have more in common than you think. You're hurt, he's hurt. His snarky comments don't affect you, you see right through him. You call him out on all his bullshit. He needs that, and you need someone who's honest, blatantly so. After all, you've been living in secrets for a while now. So what you're saying is that you and Damon have a special friendship. What? Oh my God, it's almost 7 and I haven't even gotten ready yet. We have to be at the grill in an hour. Bonnie and Caroline are coming over to help me get dressed. You can come if you want to. No, I think I'll pass. I'll meet you there though, I said. Okay, I'm gonna go then, she said as she stood from the floor and walked to the door. Bye Bella, I'll see you later. Quote, bye Elena, I said as she walked out of the room and made her way outside. I got up and opened the shopping bags I had dropped on my bed when I came upstairs with Elena. I got the outfit and laid it on the bed. I walked over to the window to close the curtains. Hello there, I said to the crow. He looked weird. He was a little confused, I think. Have you been spying on my conversation with Elena? I asked playfully. He looked away. I shrugged. It's okay, I would have told you eventually, it's just nice to talk about it with someone that can actually talk back. He stared at his feet. You're ignoring me. He didn't even raise his head to caw at me like he normally would. Okay, I'm going to change while you sit there and brood in silence. I'm closing the windows, bye. I closed the windows and decided to take a shower before changing into my new clothes. While I was showering I thought about everything Elena and I had spoken about. It was amazing to have everything out in the open. To be taken into account, and be part of something. The honesty was what I was most grateful for. Finally I was getting answers. I finished my shower and put my new outfit on. I really liked it, but I still wasn't sure it looked good on me. Damon had assured me countless times today that I looked great. That he'd tap that. Seriously, that's what he said. I had been completely embarrassed by that comment, and I know that my face must have turned a million shades of red when I heard him say that. But I knew that his blatant honesty was one of his biggest traits and defects. I put a little makeup on and looked at myself in the mirror. I wasn't sure I would be able to WLAK on these booties Damon had picked out. They were beautiful, yes, but they had heels. Very tall heels. I had practiced a bit this afternoon, but I was afraid I was going to need more time to get comfortable in them. I was about to fix up my hair when I heard a knock on my door. I went over to open it and found Damon standing in the hall. Dressed in black as usual. Black buttoned-up shirt, black pants, black boots. Piercing blue eyes. He whistled. "Hello, legs," he said as he made his way into my room and plopped himself on the bed. "Are you sure this looks okay?" I said as I pulled my skirt down a bit, trying to cover up my legs a little. This was a short skirt. "Yes, you look fine." He ratified and winked. "Seriously, Damon, I don't want to make a fool out of myself." "Yes, Isabella, you look great," he rolled his eyes. I went into the bathroom and tied up my hair in a neat ponytail. Before I knew it, Damon was behind me pulling it down a little. "Messy looks better," he said as he stared at me through the mirror. "Okay," I said with a little apprehension. He was acting odd. I was going to ask him something, but he was gone before I could say anything. I walked out of the bathroom and found him next to my desk looking at the pictures inside the little wooden box. "What are you doing?" I asked, a little irritated. "Who's the big guy?" He lifted the picture and showed it to me. "That's Emmett, the little one is Alice, and that brooding one over there that looks like he's in pain, that's Jasper. And this is Edgar." He took another picture and waved it in the air. "Edward," I corrected him. "Whatever. He's got that Stefan look in his face." I chuckled. I too had thought about that at some point. "Elena filled me in on everything today," I told him quietly. He turned around. "Everything?" "Yes, everything." "I get it, Damon, I do." He stared at me for a second and then nodded. "Let's go," he said as he grabbed the leather jacket that was on the chair and my purse with his right hand and then grabbed my hand and led me out of the room. He helped me get my jacket on once we had reached the bottom of the stairs. We were almost at the door when I remembered I hadn't told Charlie I was going out. "Wait, let me leave Charlie a note." CKLY went into the kitchen and wrote on the first piece of paper I found. "It's Alina's birthday, I'll be out late, don't wait up." I left it on the counter and met Damon outside. He was holding a helmet in his hand. Yes, he had brought the Ducati. "You just want to show off your bike," I said as I walked to him and grabbed the helmet. "And the girl riding with me," he said, smiling. I felt my cheeks burn a little. "Wait," I said before putting on the helmet. "Did you forget something else?" He asked, a little irritated. "Earlier, when you told me I was going to Alina's birthday, did you mean I was going or that I was going with you?" He smirked and took a step closer to me. "You are going and you're going with me." I was confused. Is this like a date? "Oh gorgeous, when I ask you out on a date, you'll know it. Trust me on that." He took the helmet from my hands and helped me put it on. Thank God the helmet was on. I could feel my cheeks burning. I was so embarrassed by that comment that came out of nowhere. He put his hands on my waist and helped me get on the bike. He was driving this time. "Hold on tight," he said in a sing-song tone of voice. I rolled my eyes and did as he said. As soon as we walked into the grill, I felt everyone's eyes on me. My immediate reaction: look down. Pretend you don't exist. I am invisible, they cannot see me. Nest, vision, caw. Look up, Damon whispered. I took a deep breath and raised my head. Stand up straight, he whispered. I did as he told me. Bella. I heard Elena yell at me from across the room. She ran towards us and took my hands. Wow, you look beautiful. I love that skirt, she told me as she looked me up and down. Thanks, I said awkwardly. Hi Bella, Stefan said to me. Hi Stefan, how was your trip? He asked. Cathartic, I answered. Good, he said as he gave a smile. We walked over to a table and sat down. Damon and Stefan sat in front of me while Elena had gone over to a few of her friends to talk. Elena told me she filled you in on everything. Stefan asked. Yeah, she did. It was a lot to digest. I never thought it would be so complicated, I confessed. It's a lot, yes, Stefan agreed. Damon was distracted, he was looking over at the bar. Probably checking some girl out. I knew he was listening into our conversation too. How's Charlie? Stefan asked. We're still not speaking. But, I have been told that I'm not being fair with him. You're being a hypocrite, Damon said, cutting into my sentence. Okay, I'm being a hypocrite, and I plan on speaking with him soon to sort things out. I think it's a normal reaction, Stefan said. Of course you would, Damon told him, while still looking at the people over at the bar. Let's not do this here, Stefan told Damon. Damon rolled his eyes. So, now that you know our story, when do we get to hear yours? Stefan asked. You want to hear all about the CU. Your shirt is hideous, Stefan, Damon told Stefan, cutting me off again. I had no choice but to shut my mouth. Damon had not looked at Stefan while saying that. He was still staring at the bar. Very mature, Damon, you're going to criticize my shirt now. How old are you again? He shrugged. Don't you love Bella's outfit tonight? She looks delicious, doesn't she? He said while pointing at me. Delicious. What was he implying? Did he want to taste my blood? Tact, Damon, Stefan told him. What? Doesn't she? He asked again. They're not food, Damon, Stefan told him quickly. Well, actually, they are. She's not on the menu, Stefan snapped. What was going on? Where was this coming from? I'm not going to eat her, Steph. Can't you handle a joke? Damon said as he gave Stefan a small shove. Please excuse my brother, Stefan told me. I shrugged. What I'm trying to say is that she looks hot, right? He said as he turned to Stefan. Yes, you look very attractive, Bella. Thank you, I said awkwardly and turned my head away. Were they always like this? Snapping at each other? Stefan and Damon ordered some food for the three of us, seeing how Elena was otherwise busy with her other guests. We ate in silence, and after I was done I excused myself and went into the bathroom. I was retouching my makeup a bit and fixing up my messy ponytail when I heard someone else walk into the bathroom. I glanced through the mirror and saw someone standing behind me. My heart started beating erratically. Pounding so hard I felt as if it was going to rip out of my chest. My hands started trembling. I dropped the powder I was holding with my left hand into the sink. Hello, Bella. The hairs on the back of my head stood up with the sound of her bell-like voice. I've been looking for you for quite some time now. I didn't even dare to turn around. I kept looking at her through the mirror. I needed to get help. But nothing was coming out of my mouth. I'm sure Stefan and Damon would hear me if I screamed, but I'd probably be dead before they'd get here. Who would have thought that? A dull girl like you would have so many mutts as friends, guarding her. No wonder they left you behind if you were keeping such stinky company. I was breathing rapidly. Now that I've found you, by yourself, I'm making sure I get what I want. Be a good girl and come with me. I'm not going anywhere with you, I managed to say. Oh yes you are, she growled and grabbed my arm tightly, showing me out of the bathroom. She pushed me into the kitchen, and as much as I tried to fight her I couldn't. She was, after all, very strong, and hard as stone. She guided me through the kitchen till we reached the back door. Surprisingly no one saw us come in. She pushed me outside to the alley. I fell on the ground, scraping my knees with the pavement. Damn booties with their freaking high heels, and damn Damon for picking them. I tried to get up but I couldn't. Before I could even manage to try, Victoria stepped on my leg and with a quick movement snapped it. Og! I screamed. It was the same leg James had broken a year ago. She was finishing what he started. I could smell the blood. I don't know what made me want to throw up more, the fear that invaded me or the smell of the blood seeping out of my leg and knees. I told Laurent you would pay for James, she said as she walked around me. Please, stop, I begged. Stop. I haven't even started, she said as she laughed devilishly. She BBED me by the throat and pushed me against the wall. With her free hand she ran it down my thigh and then over my scrapped knee. She took her hand up and put it to her mouth. She tasted my blood. She let my throat go. My leg was hurting too much and I couldn't manage to stay up. I fell to the ground again, coughing for air. The smell of the blood had my head spinning. Next thing I felt was how Something cold hit my face and then my stomach. I fell to the ground, my head hit the pavement hard. I heard a loud crack and then the darkness slowly took over. We will continue in next part.